Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
Sprinkle asphalt in the eyes. Although the technique of the fourth equipment of the Golden Ratio achievement was somewhat inferior for manipulation, its effect was tremendous. Because Chorwin County Mayor Sun Jun-young, who was rushing with a fierce momentum, stopped moving all at once. No, this damn bastard. But who is Sun Jun-young? A man who was expelled from this world after receiving the majority vote of Chorwin County citizens in the extinction vote. Now his body was an ogre with a height of a whopping 4 meters, so he could easily block asphalt debris with enough distance between his eyes and the ground. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 1,500 to 3,647. The sensory value far exceeded that of most strongest swords. As expected, it was a reinforced type. Yangwu exhaled deeply as he looked at the sensory deprivation alert. This was a higher value than that of Death Knight Li Xianho, who was also a reinforced type mutant. A guy who does this kind of thing is called the strongest sword of Joseon. Then Sun Jun-young showed an angry gesture. He was trying to retaliate for the despicable ambush. Boom! Once again, when Sun Jun-young's huge muscles produced a mighty output, the strongest swords of Gyeonggi Province who were watching it opened their mouths in shock. Whoa, no don't. To both of them, it seemed impossible to block the current blow. Swish! A large club swung fiercely, cutting through the air menacingly. Yet, that so-called strongest sword of Joseon remained calmly within the opponent's range. Watch out! Yankian strongest sword Jo Songsik. Chorwin's strongest sword Kim Kwang-yeong. As the two screamed, almost in panic, strongest sword Jong Yongwoo drew his sword like lightning. Slash! But it wasn't Yongwoo's sword that blocked Sun Jun-young's club. It was none other than the Golden Trail, legendary two-handed sword. Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Auto combat. Rome's bottom. It was a legendary grade greatsword roaring with tremendous momentum. What's this? Only then did Sun Jun-young realize, with a bewildered expression, that the golden greatsword was moving on its own. Of course, Yangwu was equally surprised. What's the output? Instead of being driven into the ground by Sun Jun-young's attack, the golden trail remained floating in the air. And in the meantime, break. The symbol of break, meaning the ability to break the opponent's posture, appeared countless times in Yangwu's sight. So, without hesitation, Yangwu thrust his black sword towards Sun Jun-young while commanding the Golden Goblin somewhere. Underdog! Upon hearing this, the goblin sitting on the neck of Negreg opened its pocket dimension hastily. Key it. After a while, the goblin, with an urgent voice, threw the underdog spell at Yangwu. These guys! Seeing another sword added to the battlefield from outside, Sun Jun-young made a resentful expression. For some reason, he felt as if he was being ganged up on. And indeed, Yuang. At the timing of Yangwu's black sword thrust, the golden trail rushed towards Sun Jun-young. Swish! Being stabbed by a 2-meter-long strongest sword and a sword with a length of a full 2 meters was a completely different experience from the pressure alone. Of course, the more frightening one was obvious. Eek! Sun Jun-young, with a frightened expression, swung his club to block the golden trail. Clang! At that moment, another symbol appeared on his whole body. Kill. It meant the opponent's life was finished. Is this the end? As the underdog arrived, just in time, Yangwu threw away the black sword and grabbed it, holding the underdog. Thunk! Upon seeing this scene, Yankian and Chorwin strongest swords looked at Yangwu with eyes close to awe. Wow, what's that? No, damn it. The sight of them fighting, changing swords as if changing empty magazines, was a big shock to them. Adding to that was the halo effect of the title Strongest Sword. Even though the level of the battle was different, it was too different. These damn! On the other hand, Sun Jun-young pushed away the golden trail, clinging to his club with his foot, and bit his lip. In the meantime, the Josian's strongest sword, which had changed its sword, was seen making an unusual attack. It seemed that he was resentful because he felt that something was not right. Do these bastards not know when to stop? Swoosh! Since the tip of the sword had already approached near the abdomen, Sun Junyong's best response was to dodge behind the club. Anyway, if he could somehow block a single strike, it wouldn't be difficult to turn that guy, who had already come within range, into a sitting duck. So, at the moment Sun Junyong attempted an emergency evasion. Thwomp! With an unexpected sound of impact, his lower body momentarily lifted in the air. Startled, Sun Junyong reflexively rolled his eyes downward, only to catch a glint of gold so bright it almost blinded him. It was that despicable greatsword that had knocked his legs out from under him earlier. And then, swoop! The underdog, which had been rushed forward at an early speed, pierced his abdomen. Ugh! Even the tough skin of the ogre couldn't withstand such a powerful blow, almost like cracking a coconut. Underdog, mutant one-handed sword. Power increases by 25% against targets larger than the user. But this didn't take Sun Junyong's life. What completely severed his lifeline was wing. In an instant, the golden trail, which had floated high into the air and then descended vertically, was there. Crunch. Translator night. Proofreader gun. As if dropping like a guillotine blade, the great sword, with a width of 40 centimeters, fell, seemingly doing nothing to Sun Junyong's head, and returned to Yongwu's side. What? Done. And with blood smeared all over its slender blade, it seemed. Is it over? Because everything had happened so quickly, even Yongwu couldn't quite grasp it all and blinked for a while. Though he was the attacker, even Yongwu himself felt uncertain about winning if he were to fight the one with this golden trail. That's how much of a threatening, variable, automatic combat weapons were. And its power is unbelievably strong. It's a legendary grade weapon, so maybe it's to be expected, but still, is it this much? Yongwu blankly stared at the decapitated body of Chorwan County Mayor Sun Junyong. Then, his body seemed to melt into thin air, disappearing and leaving behind a golden sphere. Kit. Next, the golden goblin rushed forward to the sphere, then glanced at Yongwu. Kit. It seemed to indicate whether to store this in the pocket dimension. Yongwu nodded in agreement to the sphere's storage, then shifted his gaze to the two strongest swords standing like statues. Are you both okay? Any injuries? Yes, we're fine. The two strongest swords from Gyeonggi province, who had been momentarily stunned, swallowed hard as they watched the golden goblin toss the sphere into its pocket dimension. It was as if the 3 million karma allocated to Chorwan had now gone there, but of course, it was money they couldn't have gotten anyway. If it hadn't been for that man, the strongest sword of Josian, not only would the two have been smashed into the ground, but the entire Chorwan area would have been turned into a battlefield. As the two strongest swords stood with a dejected look, Yongwu observed their attire and asked, "Are you both soldiers?" As Yongwu pointed out, they were both dressed in military uniforms. The difference was that Yonkian's strongest sword Jo Songsik wore the rank insignia of sergeant, while Chorwan's strongest sword Kim Kwangyong wore the insignia of a corporal. Yes, somehow, Kim Kwangyong, a corporal, was the first to smile awkwardly and answer. On the other hand, Sergeant Jo Songsik's position was clearly different. Although late, let me introduce myself. I am Sergeant Jo Songsik, 2nd Platoon Leader of the Army's Temporary Headquarters Firearm Company in Yonkian. Then Jo Songsik raised his palm and saluted like a knife. Thunk! It's an honor to meet you, Sergeant Jo Songsik. Yongwu, thinking it might be rude to salute back, nodded with a slight bow. By the way, is there still a firearm company? Upon hearing Yongwu's inquiry after hearing his introduction, Jo Songsik turned his head with a bitter expression. All of us perished on the second day. I'm sorry. It's okay. It was my mistake. Jo Songsik's explanation was that he thought the second day mutant would be similar in difficulty to the first days. So, like the previous day, he had dedicated himself to handling the mutants with his platoon members. But only he, Joe Songsik, the strongest sword himself, survived. Still, it was fortunate in misfortune that many of the other unit members who had been responsible for clearing the monsters in the Yankian area had survived. Then the soldiers I saw in Yankian earlier must be the survivors from back then. Yang Wu had grasped the situation to some extent. The predecessor of the Army's temporary headquarters was the 36th Division of the 5th Army. Of course, the 36th Division was the unit with the highest ratio of remaining personnel after the reset. But in reality, there were a few soldiers from other nearby units mixed in, according to Joe Songsik's explanation. In simple terms, the soldiers who had been guarding the Yankian area had gathered themselves after the reset to maintain a makeshift form of the army. So, you haven't made contact with other units yet? Yes. Currently, stabilizing our jurisdiction takes precedence. In fact, it was only natural. Isn't it just the 4th day since the reset? While Yangwu has been busy shuttling between South Korea, North Korea, and dungeons in just one day, the majority of survivors were already out of breath just trying to fend off the mutants and monsters that come every day. Right now, it's only a name. But anyway, there's a provisional government set up in Seoul. How about visiting and having a chat with the government officials? Oh, really? Although Joe Songsik hesitated, he couldn't hide his suspicious gaze. Given that they are practically fighting a war every day, it's hard to believe that a new government has been established in Seoul. Understanding this, Yang Wu concluded the conversation by informing him of the location of the government office at the north end of Yongsan Park. Then, are the soldiers maintaining security in Chorwon? At this point, the previously silent Chorwon strongest sword Kim Kwangyong widened his eyes. No, Chorwon doesn't have its own regular army. When Kim Kwangyong couldn't continue his words, Corporal Joe Songsik spoke instead. Chorwon is being led by our Kim Kwangyong, the strongest sword, and our provisional headquarters is assisting with civilian security. Strongest sword Kim Kwangyong. It's an expression that means a lot. Because Corporal Kim Kwangyong holds such great power, the temporary army headquarters can't treat him as a corporal. Anyway, it's fortunate. I didn't know you were putting in so much effort at the front lines. Thanks to you, Seoul was safe. When Yang Wu said this with sincerity mixed with formality, Joe Songsik's eyes widened. Seoul is safe because of us. Did I make a mistake? Surprised by the other's reaction, Yang Wu found himself bewildered. Then, Corporal Joe Songsik explained, tilting his head. No, you didn't make a mistake. I was just curious about how the problem in Wajongbu was resolved. After all, they were so powerful. As Joe Songsik tried to retreat, Yang Wu grabbed him. No, about the problem in Wajongbu. I'm hearing about it for the first time. How could that be? I thought Wajongbu was completely destroyed because of the problem. Wouldn't they have gone to Seoul? At this point, Yang Wu realized that he had completely missed one of the major events in this world. After all, he had only just arrived in the northern part of Gyeonggi province today. Who exactly are they in Wajongbu? When Yang Wu asked this, Joe Songsik pointed south. They're the prisoners of Wajongbu prison. As Yang Wu nodded, following Joe Songsik's gaze to the south, a small vibration occurred in his arms. So, rummaging through his embrace to find the source of the vibration, he pulled out a fountain pen that he hadn't used in a while. Want a poster? Epic. What does this mean? As Yang Wu looked surprised while holding the fountain pen, Sergeant Joe Songsik tilted his head. Why are you doing that? That's... Yang Wu hesitated, then closed his mouth again. Why would the wanted poster set up to find his father react at this point? Could my father have any connection to the prison? He couldn't help but think so. The wanted poster that reappeared in his sight pointed south, towards Wajongbu. Yang Wu glanced vaguely to the south, pondering his own background. This individual is a random combination of level 4 settings. Influenced by parental settings, they possess the following immutable elements at birth. Level 4 #orphaned. As a level 4 combination, they receive retroactive adjustments to acquire settings of level 2 or higher throughout their lifespan. The ruthless preface of the Fate record, which even evoked fear at the time. But now, Yang Wu wasn't afraid of those ominous words anymore. He had become the person he was now, facing much more terrifying things than those mere phrases. Zhang Yangwu 07. The daring Zhang Yangwu, seventh of all the Zhang Yangwus on Earth to contact the currency exchange and the strongest sword of Gyeongbuk Province, Gangnam, and Joseon, also known as the advertising model for the universal weapon brand Dogo. And at some point, he would compete with Kim Jong-un and who would emerge as Jumgangik-sha. However, despite all that, father, grade 6 extra, mother, grade 1 supporting role. Faced with the clear confirmation of his own origins in the Fate record, Zhang Yangwu 07 couldn't help but feel diminished. Of course, it was natural. Zhang Yangwu 07 was also born between a man and a woman and inherited much from them. A random combination of level 4 settings. When certain settings from his grade 6 father and grade 1 mother were appropriately integrated, it resulted in the system-designated stubborn being born. What exactly happened in Wajongbu? Did the prisoners conduct a mass breakout? Yang Wu asked, hoping it wasn't true. In response, Lieutenant Jo Song-sik gave a merciless answer. Yes, it said that several currency exchanges even fell on top of the prison. Because of the chaos, it seems prisoners poured out. Oh, Yang Wu rubbed his forehead. This meant that his father was most likely one of the criminals imprisoned in Wajongbu, and he would soon have to identify him among those sinners. Does the wanted poster pinpoint the exact target I'm looking for? So far, it seems to only vaguely indicate the direction. Would it leave a mark like a target above the opponent's head when he got close enough? He could only find out by meeting the target himself. Yang Wu stared anxiously southward. At that moment, Zhang Song-sik cautiously asked, "Are you planning to go to Wajongbu?" "Yes. If the city is in such chaos, I need to see it for myself." There is no need to explicitly mention that his father might be there. But apart from that, there was one other question. If there was such a big uproar in Wajongbu, why doesn't Seoul know about it yet? At least the members of the strongest swords assembly, who had started the alliance early, should have been aware, shouldn't they? In the end, he would have to go to Wajongbu himself to find out. With determination, Yang Wu reached out his left hand into the air and summoned his black sword. Swish! Noel's iron belt, mutant belt. Remotely retrieve weapons dock. Instantly, the black sword lying on the ground flew back like an arrow and stabbed itself into Yang Wu's waistband. Clang! Huh. Once again, Lieutenant Jo Song-sik was greatly surprised. Meanwhile, Yang Wu was climbing on top of the Negwig with the golden goblin. Tap! As Jo Song-sik inserted the sword he was holding into the waistband, he bid farewell to strongest sword. "If I visit Seoul, can I see you again?" "Yes." Every day at 3 p.m., the strongest sword of Seoul gathers in Yongsan Park. "You can see me then, too." Yang Wu added that if it wasn't at that time, he would have to come to Gangnam himself. It also implied that he wasn't often attached to Seoul. Oh, so there's a strongest sword gathering. For Jo Song-sik, who had been guarding the front, everything he heard from Yang Wu, who came from Seoul, was new and surprising. Please be careful. Pocheon is close to a gray area, but you should be a little cautious from Yangju onwards. Of course, whether there was anyone who could deal with this monster over there was another matter altogether. Jo Song-sik advised with concern. "Yes, thank you. If there are any problems on the way, I'll take care of them." Meant that Yang Wu would kill any threats to himself and Seoul as he passed through. Song-sik realized the meaning of Yang Wu's words belatedly and felt a chill run down his spine involuntarily. Clunk! Finally, the Negwig carrying Yang Wu began to move its iron hooves slowly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Pyeongtaek, Gyeonggi Province. Before the reset, its population was only 140,000, making it one of the cities with very few people compared to its size. Even Gangnam had a population of 540,000. There's literally no one there. It's closer to a ghost town than a gray area, Song-sik remarked. According to him, Pyeongtaek had become a sort of public hunting ground where all nearby strongest sword and monster hunters gathered around 1 p.m. to earn money. It's true that Yangju's strongest sword serves as the protectors of this city. So people must be living here. Current location, Pyeongtaek. There is no strongest sword in this area. There is no strongest sword acting as the defense force here, and consequently, there were no residents either. Therefore, most of the buildings along the path Yangwu was taken were severely damaged, to the extent that one might think rental services were available in them. Perhaps these were traces left by monsters or mutants that had been summoned here, freely wreaking havoc. This is what happens when there are no people around. At 11 p.m. every night, those who couldn't find a place to stay died for the most part. Thus, Pyeongtaek, with hardly any intact buildings left, was practically uninhabitable. There hadn't been any way discovered yet to restore the destroyed buildings. Still, the fortunate thing was that there were many areas Yangwu could leave Pyeongtaek for. Even neighboring areas like Chorwon, Hwacheon, Yangju, Dongducheon, and Namyangju were difficult to count with one hand. People probably scattered to the east and west, as they wouldn't have stayed near Wajongbu. Yangwu confirmed that even the fearful cat was closing its eyes, then increased Negwig's speed. Vir and Vroom, since there were no people living in Pyeongtaek anymore, there was no need for him to be there. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. There aren't even any merchants here. The sky over pristine Pyeongtaek, as it was known as the gathering place for strongest sword and monster hunters from various regions. Merchants who came here likely sold out their goods in an instant and left. In other words, they were leaving work early. Yangwu continued to traverse the desolate city of Pyeongtaek. Then, current location, Yangju. The strongest sword in this area is Choi Jongseon 02, rank 2, defense 233 times. Finally, as the location status changed to Yangju, the information about Choi Jongseon 02, the strongest sword of Yangju, was revealed 233 times. What caught Yangwu's attention was the number of defenses by Choi Jongseon, which was over 200 times. Such high defense counts were usually only seen in North Korea. But with such a big uproar around here, how did they manage to defend 233 times? This not only hinted at the rough atmosphere of the Yangju area, but also meant that Choi Jongseon was not an ordinary person. Vir and Vroom, as they passed through the entrance of Yangju and began to see houses scattered around, people started to appear here and there. It's definitely different. There wasn't a single unarmed person among those caught in Yangwu's sight, each maintaining a sufficient distance from each other. About 40 meters apart. It was probably a safety distance learned through experience over the past few days. That is, in Yangju, if someone breached that distance, people would either flee or prepare to fight. **nay**. Of course, Yangwu was riding a horse from another world. **wying**. Wearing a flying greatsword shining with golden light. The rules of Yangju did not apply to him. Virum, since his speed was too fast, and those he encountered were busy avoiding him first, not many people paid attention. What's that? Whoa, it scared me. What's going on? Riding a horse? The survivors of Yangju were captured by an ominous sense of foreboding as they looked at the unidentified cavalryman who had suddenly appeared. Because Vir and Vroom, the familiar figure of the dark light pillar that had almost disappeared from their sight, was moving towards the city center. It was heading towards the location where the remaining merchants were staying in Yangju. Oh, there's still merchants here. As Yangwu, riding atop Negwig, also fixed his gaze on the distant dark pillar, which indicated the location of the merchants, he naturally entered Yangju. Then, he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat different from the outskirts of the city. For one thing, there were no people walking alone, but instead, everyone was moving with about a 20-meter safety distance between them. Perhaps, in the city center, people mostly knew each other, so that might be the reason. Still, it's somewhat unusual to maintain the safe distance. Usually, the atmosphere in the city center is more relaxed. Could it be related to the unusually high defense count of the strongest sword? But it didn't seem like they were indiscriminately killing everyone they saw. If that were the case, there shouldn't be anyone in the city center, just like in Pyeongtaek. It's a peculiar city. However, There seemed to be hardly anyone here who could be considered ordinary residents like in Seoul. Most seemed to be combatants with a high level of self-defense ability. That meant living in this area was not easy. As the distance with the black light pillar gradually decreased, Yangwoo pulled on Negwig's reins to slow down the speed. Gradually, he felt the residents of Yangju, who had been hiding between the buildings, narrowing the distance as they approached. But they were all staying behind him. What's this? Riding a horse looked strange to them. In just a few minutes, the number of people following behind reached about 20, but Yangwoo wasn't tense. In a similar situation, he was confident that he could fight them all at once and survive. And above all, the eerie atmosphere characteristic of the black light pillar was emanating from ahead, almost reaching the vicinity of the merchants in Yangju. I have plenty of cash right now, so I'll meet the merchant and head towards Wujongbu. As Yangwoo thought so and continued to move Negwig forward, the scenery under the black light pillar, hidden behind the buildings in front, caught his eye. And now, Yangwoo finally understood why the cautious residents of Yangju had started following him. As Yangwoo involuntarily sighed, a woman sitting in front of the merchant on the other side turned her head towards the visitors. Yangju's strongest sword. With this title shining brilliantly above her head, there was no room for doubt. She was Choi Jongxian 02, the strongest sword of Yangju, with 233 defense counts. Studying Yangwoo's appearance carefully, Choi Jongxian, the strongest sword of Yangju, made a troubled expression, then picked up the sword lying on the ground, and suddenly an unexpected sound came. Wah! This was undoubtedly the cry of a baby. Surprised by this, Yangwoo blinked his eyes, and he saw a baby wrapped in a swaddle lying on the ground, struggling at the feet of Choi Jongxian. If you're going to fight, let's do it quickly. Choi Jongxian urged Yangwoo with tired eyes and a weary voice. So Yangwoo, clunk thud, dropping all the bows and swords he had on him to the ground, Yangwoo spoke. Madam, I am an orphan on my way to find my father in Wujongbu. If it's all right, may I meet the merchant for a moment? Orphan, a term used to refer to a child who has lost their parents or has been abandoned by them and has nowhere to attach themselves to. Therefore, Yangwoo was undoubtedly an orphan. It was certain because he had been abandoned by his parents. However, in order to be fully recognized as an orphan even by the achievement system, he had to perfectly fulfill the literal meaning. Complete orphan, find and eliminate parents. 1/2. The system considered only children who had no parents in this world as complete orphans. Then am I an incomplete orphan now? Nevertheless, he wouldn't be wrong to introduce himself as an orphan externally. As Yangwoo spread his arms with all the weapons thrown aside, Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian, swallowed heavy saliva. Gulp. An orphan? What should I do? I'm sorry. Although she was taken aback by the sudden confession of her opponent's unexpected situation, she kept her composure. Because Choi Jongxian was once a mother before she became Yangju's strongest sword. As a mother who wielded a sword to protect her child, how could she ignore someone who openly admitted to being an orphan? However, there was never a trivial problem, and that was precisely why, behind the opponent who had seemingly given up fighting by discarding their weapons, there was still a heavy golden greatsword floating, with a grand shadow cast on the ground as if showing off. Yangwoo belatedly realized the situation as he looked at Choi Jongxian's strange gaze and hurriedly grabbed the handle of the greatsword and stabbed it into the ground. Clang! I'm sorry. It's a sword I recently acquired, so I'm not good at controlling it. At that moment, Choi Jongxian, who had been tense until now, let out a forced laughter and relaxed her expression for a moment. Even forced laughter was laughter, and unknowingly, her guard had loosened somewhat. Then, shortly after, is your father really in Wujongbu? She asked cautiously again, now with a solemn expression. It was because she felt trust in Yangwoo, perhaps due to his sudden confession earlier, despite her previous flustered state. So her earlier greeting, calling herself an orphan, was definitely not a lie. Yes, as far as I know, he is. As Yangwoo answered like this, he glanced briefly at the tracking marker in his field of vision. The arrow was still pointing south, unchanged. Ah, I see. Choi Jongxian looked at Yangwu with an even more pitiful expression than before. If this man's father was a resident of Huizhongbu, by now he would most likely be either a corpse or have fled to a completely different area. Even in her dreams, she could not have known that this orphan had an achievement that allowed him to know whether his parents were alive or dead, and that the name of that achievement was Complete Orphan. So in the end, although it's unusual, if that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. It means I hope you can meet your father safely. Swish. She extended her kindness to the outsider, opening the way as a merchant. Ah, thank you. Upon this, Yangwu bowed deeply to the other person. It was a sign of gratitude and respect. Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian, is a courageous person who did not avoid a fight even after seeing the Golden Trail. And at the same time, she is a mother of one child. Yangwu didn't want to fight such a person, so he had confessed to being an orphan first. Even if she was a person who felt inflammation in this world, wasn't she someone who protected a child? Therefore, he thought she couldn't help but react to the keyword orphan. And fortunately, clack, clack, Yangwu could open the way without swinging his sword once. Being an orphan can be helpful sometimes. As Yangwu made his way towards the merchant with the clanking sound of his shackles, Choi Jongxian picked up the child from the ground and stepped aside. Growling, the fourth-day merchant of Yangju City was a toad with fancy patterns. However, if there was a difference from those on Earth, it was in its legs. No, it had an extra pair of arms. Gruck. Supporting its body with its thick legs, the creature felt the surface of the black, shiny pillar with its numerous arms. It was as if it were contemplating whether it could not go beyond this barrier. So, this guy's a merchant too? He seems quite proactive. As Yangwu watched the constantly moving eyeballs of the extraterrestrial merchant without pause, the space in front of the shiny pillar split open, and the mediator Kubu appeared. SSSRR. A space broker of the universe who used the vast area of empty space as his eyelids. As soon as Kubu revealed himself on Earth, he blinked his big eyes once and made a surprised sound. Huh. And then, a sentence that was clearly different from before. It is an honor to meet again, Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07, a human of Earth, the strongest in Gyeongbuk, Gangnam, and the northern part of the Korean peninsula. During the time he hadn't seen him, Yangwu's record had become much more glorious. I am Kubu, the owner of Tinta and the guardian of Daro, who will be mediating this transaction. At last, Kubu's greeting, as if heard after a long time, flowed out. Then, the Yangju's strongest sword, too, widened her eyes. Although she, as someone who had traded with merchants before, wasn't surprised by the presence of a mediator, but the expressions used to describe the orphan just now were completely unexpected. The strongest in Gyeongbuk, Gangnam, and the northern part of the Korean peninsula, while the Yangju's strongest sword pondered the meaning of the northern part of the Korean peninsula, Kubu spoke the next lines. The intermediary fee for this transaction is 10% and is included in the price of the goods. However, since the transaction has already been made, changes at the top are not possible. I see. It's been a while. Please proceed with the transaction. As Yangwu lightly greeted and approved the transaction, Kubu blinked his huge eyes. The target of this transaction is the tattoo of Pegwa. Let me show you the product list. As Kubu rolled his eyeballs, something like a blue blotch appeared in front of Yangwu, then gradually changed into the shape of human characters. Two's Mark of Endurance, Artifact Tattoo. All resistances increase by 1%. 330,000 Karma. 3. Eye Protection of the Night, Moon. Acquire 15% damage reduction at night. 750,000 Karma. 5. White Space, Epic Tattoo. Allocate advertising space to the body. 3,400,000 Karma. This time, the merchant was someone who sold tattoos. But, as Yangwu carefully examined the product list, the Yangju's strongest sword, who had been watching him, involuntarily grasped her sword, surprised. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Why? Why are you like that? While it was true that she had opened the way for Yangwu out of kindness, She couldn't ignore the fear that the epithet the strongest in the northern part of the Korean peninsula instilled in her. What other way was there to prove oneself as the strongest in the northern part of the Korean peninsula in this reset world? Wouldn't it be nothing more than having killed numerous strong individuals in the northern part of the Korean peninsula? Especially since it was a fact spoken directly by the mediator from another world. Goodness. Meanwhile, Yangwu was in a state of shock at the fifth item left by the Yangju sword, white space. This was something that only someone who had been active as a model in another world could appreciate. Could it be that I'll have to engrave some sort of alien text on my body? Whatever it was, there weren't many people on Earth who would invest 3.4 million karma into such an odd tooltip. And coincidentally, I definitely have to buy this. Zhang Yangwu07 was one of those few individuals. Asterisk available karma, 8,694,000. Yangwu currently had approximately 8.69 million karma. And to buy all the items sold by Paigua, he needed 4.48 million karma in total. This might actually leave me with a deficit. I also have to meet merchants in Paiyu, Gangnam, and Gwangjinggu. However, it wasn't worth taking up the other two tattoos besides space. The effect of the mark of endurance, granting the maximum resistance, was literally breaking through the limit of each resistance value. Without obtaining such effects in advance, there was a high chance of regret later. And as for the protection of the night, moon, acquire 15% damage reduction at night. This is for sniping in night dungeons. Especially since, unlike other equipment, one could wear multiple tattoos at once as long as there were empty spaces on the body. And there's also the possibility of a tattoo encyclopedia existing. It's not a deal that will only result in losses in many ways. After reaching a conclusion, Yangwu decided to purchase all the items from this merchant. I'll buy all 3 remaining tattoos. Once Yangwu gave his final approval, Kubu rolled his eyeballs once again, and Paigua's Dorgan also showed a reaction as if he were delighted. Crash! Making a completely different sound from before, he repeatedly pounded the walls with his 2 pairs of arms radiating light. The transaction is complete. Thank you as always. Finally, as Kubu announced the completion of the transaction, Yangwu's karma balance plummeted rapidly. Plundered. Asterisk available karma, 4,214,000. The balance was 4.21 million karma. Even though he had spent half of what he had, he still had a considerable amount left. I'm leaving now. Please stay well until next time. With these parting words from Kubu, Yangwu hastily reached out, grabbing his arm. Wait, just a moment. This unexpected action halted Kubu, who was about to roll his eyes, and the Dorgan, who was lifting his head to the sky. Seeing a mediator already done with his work being held back was a first for Kubu, so he blinked his eyes and just looked at the traitor. I have something to ask. It's something only you, Kubu, can answer. Yangwu said, prompting Kubu to glance briefly at the sky before responding. Please speak. With Kubu's permission, Yangwu asked his question without hesitation. What about grade 2 or higher beings from other worlds? What level are they? Have I met any grade 2 or higher beings among the traders I've encountered so far? Or does your grade fit into that category? This was to understand the conditions for the new Golden Vow achievement, Golden Typhoon. However, the other person's reaction was unexpected. Upon hearing the question, Kubu's eyelids began to flutter violently. He was clearly very anxious. I dare not describe their dignity. And surprisingly, Grung, the Dorgan of Pergua, unlike before, spread out his 4 arms and assumed a very humble posture. In the realm of otherworldly beings, the status of grade 2 beings was such that even discussing them was off limits. So what grade are you, Kubu? Can't you tell me that? As Yangwu realized his impropriety, he suggested a different route, to which Kubu blinked his eyes. Kubu, the owner of Tinta and the guardian of Darzuro, is a humble being of grade 9 in the law of universe. Grug, a being of humble origin and unnamed. Pergua's Dorgan is a being of grade 11 according to the laws of the universe. Upon hearing their self-introductions, even Choi Jongxian, who was listening alongside Yangwu, wore a sad expression. Meanwhile, Yangwu, after hearing the grades of the two beings from other realms, was biting his lip as another question arose. Can I ask this? So, what grade am I according to the universal law? Perhaps Kubu would know. It's about the universe law ranking of Josian's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu 07. Doesn't it seem unreasonable not to know at what level the counterpart one is dealing with is? And whatever the answer, Yangwu was fine, having been shocked by the existing destiny record that Zhang Yangwu was no longer there. It doesn't seem like the ranking would be that high. It could even be the lowest ranking, as long as it's not said that they don't know. Curiosity. The question Yangwu threw was purely out of curiosity. After hearing one by one the universal rankings of cosmic beings, why wouldn't Yangwu be curious about his own ranking? Madam, are you curious too? From a cosmic perspective, what grade is the strongest sword of Earth? When Yangwu asked Zhongxian, she hesitated for a moment. Since he kept calling her Madam from earlier, it was probably because their ages were quite similar for her to hear such a term from the other person. Anyway, Zhongxian reluctantly nodded her head. Oh yes, I suppose I am curious. Then she glanced at Kubu as she added a word. But wouldn't it be a bit awkward from that person's perspective? However, before Zhongxian could finish her sentence, Yangwu was already pressing the pitiful intermediary for answers. Mr. Kubu knows, right? My ranking. If he says he doesn't know, it's obviously a lie. Yes, that's correct. Eventually, Kubu admits it. Indeed, he knew what grade his trading partner existed at cosmically. Then what grade am I? Yangwu asked with a voice full of anticipation. Internally classified as a fourth-class extra within Earth. A being that didn't even have an identification number like 07 until the reset happened. In other words, not only among numerous humans on Earth, but also among individuals like Zhang Yangwu, he was not specifically identified. So, the probability of being below 11th class, according to the cosmic standard, like the Dorgan of Pegua, which didn't have a name due to its humble origin, was quite high. Well, it's only natural. Yangwu awaited Kubu's response with humility. And then, the current universal grade of Zhang Yangwu 07, the strongest in Gyeongbuk and Gangnam on Earth, and in the northern part of the Korean peninsula, is... Finally, Kubu gave an answer. Initial grade, 12th class. Huh. At Kubu's first words, Yangwu tilted his head. The word initial grade implies that it's different now, doesn't it? So what about now? Did the grade change by any chance? As Yangwu prompted for the next line, Kubu blinked his large eyes once again. Yes. According to the universe law, the current grade of Zhang Yangwu 07 is 7th class. 7th class. This time, Zhongxian expressed her surprise. Hadn't she heard Kubu say 9th class? But even if he was called the strongest sword of Josian, isn't it strange that he's only 7th class? Essentially, just an earthling? Didn't he even start from the 12th class? Are you sure? We only met a few days ago at most, and during that time, did my status change from 12th to 7th? Yangwu also questioned in a tone of disbelief. No, if it's a universe law grade, what kind of promotion system is this? As Yangwu was about to continue his words, something crossed his mind, and he shut his mouth. Then, as if knowing exactly what he was thinking, Kubu provided additional explanation. The current classification of Zhang Yangwu 07 is an advertising agent, a skyrocketing stock. Oh, that makes sense. Yangwu's mouth gaped. My grade shot up while doing Dogo's brand advertisement. Then what would be a skyrocketing stock alongside the trait of advertising agent? Yangwu was about to ask about the skyrocketing stock, but Kubu cut in. As all transactions are completed, I will return. He hurriedly closed his eyelids. Swish. Erasing even the horizontal dashed line that was dividing the air, he completely concealed his presence. And then, whoosh, the nameless one, the Dorgan of Pegua, also quickly raised its head and disappeared beyond the sky, along with the black light column. Shua, two beings from another realm, clearly fleeing as if hiding. Thanks to them disappearing, Yangwu and Zhongxian who were left in their place, could only look at each other with bewildered faces. What's all this about? In response to Johnsian's question, Yang Wu shrugged. Merchant, thank you for letting us meet. Johnsian's expression showed disbelief. Then, on the other side, the Yangju citizens who had gathered to watch this bizarre event began to disperse one by one. It seemed that since the two strongest swords weren't going to fight each other, and all the merchants had left, they deemed the show to be over. But the major event involving Yang Wu. Finally, it was starting now. Swish, SWI. Perhaps the tattoos he purchased from the potter had finally arrived, as he could feel alternating warmth and coldness throughout his body. Next, in front of Yang Wu, tooltips appeared one by one along with the shape of each tattoo. Pop pop. Mark of Endurance. Artifact tattoo. All resistances increase by 1%. Protection of the night. Moon. Acquire 15% damage reduction at night. White space. Epic tattoo. Allocate advertising space to the body. The Mark of Endurance was in the form of a circular pattern placed within a slightly smaller circle than the palm of a hand. It was probably going to be tattooed on his body exactly as it appeared in size and shape. Oh, are they showing the design before tattooing it? It's quite considerate, perhaps because I purchased it directly. The only tattoo currently on Yang Wu's body was the covert mark, received as a reward for unlocking the Golden Ratio achievement. Covert mark, artifact tattoo, can conceal titles. This tattoo, shaped like a spiral flame, was embedded on the left side of Yang Wu's chest and couldn't be moved arbitrarily. But what I bought seems a bit different. Yang Wu shifted his gaze to the next tattoo, Protection of the Night. This one was slightly larger than the Mark of Endurance. It was a sizable cloud-like shape that could probably fill one side of his chest. Not easy. At this rate, I'll end up looking like a walking canvas. Next was the last tattoo, White Space, but there was nothing there. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. More accurately, he could feel that white space had been allocated, but there was nothing visible to the naked eye. Just as its name suggested, white space. It was a tattoo meant to be filled in through post-processing. The contents of the tattoo are probably determined by the advertiser. I expected this. Intuitively, the size of the white space tattoo seemed to be about the size of the front of his abdomen. I'll have to decide on the location carefully. Yang Wu considered his options between the back, abdomen, or shoulders, if he could choose the location himself. After Yang Wu confirmed the designs of the 3 tattoos, a new system message appeared. Please designate the location where the tattoo will be inked from now on. Warning, after this procedure, the tattoo's location cannot be arbitrarily moved. Please consider carefully. Of course, I'll consider it carefully. As Yang Wu read the system message twice, the next guidance appeared. Drag the displayed designs with your hand directly onto your body or place them on a human body model on the left. Wow, why is this so systematic? Yang Wu exclaimed in admiration as he saw a holographic model of himself with the same physique as him appear to the left of the tattoo designs he had been looking at. With this level of detail, there must be a tattoo encyclopedia. Swish! Following the guidance, Yang Wu dragged the design of the Mark of Endurance onto the humanoid model, and the size of the design adjusted to match the proportions of the model. Since it's a functional tattoo, as discreet as possible, Yang Wu decided on the inner side of his thigh, or perhaps inside his leg, in the groin area, for the Mark of Endurance. After all, the groin is not easy to see even when wielding a weapon, but it's not so for the abdomen. And in terms of difficulty of movement and maintaining dignity, the armpit side was much better than the groin. In the future, I'll place functional tattoos mainly on the lower body and advertising tattoos on the upper body. After Yang Wu established his own placement principle, he moved on to the second tattoo, Protection of the Night, and placed it opposite the Mark of Endurance. Thunk! Then, the area near his groin became somewhat noisy. Now all that's left is the most important tattoo, White Space. White Space, Epic Tattoo. Allocate advertising space to the body. This one also allowed him to drag the intangible design with his hand anywhere on his body. Since it's ad space, It should be in a visible location. But he didn't want it on the front of his abdomen or back. It was still too early to sell those spaces as advertising, as he didn't know much about the cosmic advertising ecosystem yet. Was this the only way to allocate ad space on the body? Especially since he had just been referred to as a skyrocketing stock. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but one thing's for sure. The fact that the stock here was high, and there was potential for something to keep rising, be it body value or grade. Therefore, I should leave the prime advertising space intact. But since this was his first body advertisement, it needed to be in a position with sufficient meaning and promotional effect. So, after much deliberation, Yangwu chose the right upper arm. In other words, from the right shoulder to the elbow. Since I'm right-handed and mainly use this arm, it also has a significant exposure effect. Of course, since the advertising space would wrap around the upper arm and shoulder, there was only a limited visible area, such as the back or abdomen. But whether standing in front or behind, it will always be exposed, especially during combat, making it one of the most noticeable areas. It's sufficiently marketable. For these reasons, Yangwu allocated the right upper arm as the first advertising space on his body. Thunk! Then the tattoo interface finally asked whether the placement was confirmed. The tattoo design placement has been completed. Do you want to proceed like this? Yes, it will be like this. As he confirmed the placement, a sensation akin to burning spread over his groin and right upper arm. TSSS. Ouch. With the confirmation of the placement, the tattoos were inked onto his body. Are you okay? Choi Jongxian, who had been watching the orphan gesturing at thin air, asked with a mixture of concern and apprehension. Upon hearing this, Yangwu looked at her as if momentarily forgetting her presence, then threw the black cloth covering his shoulders onto the ground before replying. Madam, if it's all right with you, could you take off your clothes for a moment? No, I'm fine. Are you out of your mind? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Josian's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu. To Zhongxian, who had explored this world to the fullest, the orphans seemed different somehow. It's like their style doesn't match this world. Right now, she was watching the orphan, while tightly hugging her baby, about to leave for Wijongbu to find his father, while taking off his clothes. Considering the 3.4 million karma he spent on the advertisement tattoo, he had a check. Even though Zhongxian had seen this absurd tattoo during her dealings with merchants, she eventually accepted it. The reason the orphan needed to check his body after taking off his clothes. Well, it's not like it's 3.4 million won. But she couldn't stand seeing him constantly stare at his groin. Could you stop looking down there? You didn't get a tattoo there, did you? Well, yes, but still, I apologize. It's not easy to see, so I keep checking. I suppose. Zhongxian sighed as she looked down at the ground. It wasn't bad because I was able to have an innocent conversation for the first time in a while, but I was slowly starting to wish that orphan's strongest sword would leave. Because if she left that person alone, she felt like another incident would happen soon. It was a gut feeling she had developed surviving in this harsh world. Are you done now? Since the merchants have all left, can we stop? Finally making up her mind, Zhongxian lifted her head while holding the baby. Shoo! She noticed the half-naked Josian's strongest sword muttering something strange while looking up at the sky, looking for someone to advertise in the white space. Oh, no! Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian, didn't really understand. Is it possible to bring out something real with a weak line like that? But for some reason, it seemed very likely with that crazy orphan strongest sword. The plan is to find an alien to place an advertisement on the tattoo that he spent a whopping 3.4 million karma on. No, damn it, go do it in another neighborhood. In the end, Choi Jongxian, the mother's strongest sword, reached her limit and drew her sword. She couldn't tolerate anything that could threaten Yangju. This city was also a sanctuary for children in the future. Now stop it, you crazy orphan! Choi Jongxian threatened the orphan with harsh words and a menacing sword. As someone who prioritized her child's safety, she could say even harsher words. But, sorry, I got carried away. I should have thought about the child. Surprisingly, Zhang Yangwu's sensible reaction made Zhongxian feel awkward. I sometimes get narrow-minded. With a truly apologetic expression, the strongest orphan of the North Korean peninsula hastily picked up the equipment on the ground. Watching him blankly, Jong Sien eventually softened her voice and asked him to be slow. Take your time. I might have been a bit harsh just now. It's not like aliens will really appear just because you call them from the sky. After Jong Sien said this, Yang Woo awkwardly smiled and silently finished picking up the equipment. From Jong Sien's perspective, it was a reaction that could only make her spine chill with the thought of what if. All right, aliens aren't coming. I'm really sorry. Kid, why did you pretend to pick up the equipment? Then Jong Sien poured out very harsh words, but they were not transmitted to Yang Woo due to the deafening roar from the sky. Phew-yuck! A cannon blast came from high above, and a crimson pillar of light was driven into the center of Yangju City. At the same time, the sky, which had turned pitch black, swayed heavily like the night sea. Someone's really angry. Looking up at the sky, Yang Woo snorted. The one he just thought of as angry internally was none other than Yang Woo, the shareholders of the intergalactic weapon brand, Dogo. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Quark. Thunder roared loudly from the pitch-black sky. Then, a more intense voice spewed out from the tip of the crimson pillar of light. Yang Woo, whether it was because they were in a hurry or because they were very angry, the shareholders of Dogo sent their voices before revealing themselves on Earth. Zhang Yangwu, contractor of Dogo. In response, Yangwu waved his arms as if directing parking in front of the crimson pillar of light. Yes, over here. Then, as if he suddenly remembered, he turned to Jong Sien. Wait, is the kid okay? The shareholders of Dogo were beings that were difficult for humans to perceive with a clear mind. In fact, when they first called him on Earth, Kwon Tae-young was unable to contain himself and was lying on the floor vomiting. That's why Yang-woo suddenly remembered the child's condition. However, surprisingly, Jong Sien's child was not affected by Dogo's presence at all. Instead, he even pointed at the crimson pillar of light with his finger and laughed. My kid seems fine for now, but what are we going to do about this? The city is completely ruined. As Jong Sien said, Yangju City was now completely devastated. What on earth is that? Run away. An untimely crimson pillar of light. Moreover, a crimson pillar of light in the form of a tornado, which had never been seen since the reset, appeared, causing everyone to flee the city. And to make matters worse, Go, Zhang Yangwu, we're here. Finally, as the shareholders of Dogo revealed themselves in a rainbow-colored glow, even those who trusted strongest sword nearby began to flee. In an instant, the city was destroyed. Seeing the desolate surroundings, Yangwu looked around and then alternated between Jong Sien and the baby before saying, Well, then, how about moving to Gangnam? What? There are vacant properties all over Seoul. I'll arrange a place for you and the child in Gangnam. You can commute to Gwangjin-gu if you want. What on earth? The conversation between the two strongest swords ended here. White space belongs to our Dogo. The reason the shareholders of Dogo, who had descended to the bottom of the pillar of light, began to voice their anger more fiercely than before was because of what had happened earlier. Of course, Dogo had come looking for Yangwu in surprise, as he had returned white space through an open bid. That's understandable. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. In Yangwu's sight, the advertiser timer was already displayed separately. It seemed that his advertisement-exclusive tattoo, white space, had once again summoned another advertiser. Dogo seems to have come to me as if we already had a contract. Then who is the timer pointing to? As Yangwu chuckled while looking at the timer, the Dogo shareholders wrapped the pillar of light around even more tightly and shouted, Zhang Yangwu 07. Remember our contract. Large-scale entities like Dogo's shareholders were capable of compressing large amounts of data or emotions into a single word. For example, even to entities that had no idea what Dogo was, conveying voices or text alone could help them understand new concepts. So, as soon as Yangwu heard Dogo's pronunciation of contract, he could vividly recall the details of the contract he had made with them before. Of course, even without that, Yangwu had memorized the contract details down to the last detail at the time. Contract, Dogo, 49523, 3I_2, Tier 2. Grade, 2 advertisement space utilization. The Dogo logo will be printed on the trajectory of the weapon. Before major battles, you must announce loudly that you are fighting with the support of Dogo. Grade, 3 exclusive quests. Receive bonuses for completing exclusive quests. Grade 2 exclusive quests. Receive split payments for advertising fees only through the completion of exclusive quests. The total advertising fee executed increases by about 40 times. Hashtag basic advertising fee. Estimated 10 million karma per week. Hashtag basic contract period. For weeks. Maximum weekly payment of a 400 million contract. Translator night. Proofreader gun. However, the salary can only be obtained through the completion of Dogo quests. I've already received well over the basic advertising fee, but I'm still far from 400 million. After double-checking the contract details, Yangwu addressed the Dogo shareholders. I'm grateful for the contract you made with me, but isn't the advertising space we contracted for the trajectory of the weapon in my advertising slogan? If you want to include advertising in the tattoo, you'll have to make an additional contract. This was also strictly business. Yangwu spoke as firmly as possible, ensuring that his relationship with Dogo would not be compromised. Nevertheless, the shareholders of Dogo, with dilated pupils, seemed displeased from the listening position. 1 minute and 13 seconds. Meanwhile, Yangwu's advertiser arrival timer was still a minute away. A new bidder will be coming soon. Please keep the contract proposals in mind. We should try to maintain loyalty with Dogo, but if the conditions differ too much, there's nothing we can do. Yangwu said this while hurriedly putting on his pants. Since the area with white space engraved was on the upper right arm, he only needed to remove his upper armor. Then he turned his head back to where the baby in Choi Jongxian's arms was, and saw the baby looking at Dogo's unique iridescent color with an even happier expression than before. Could it be that children are completely unaffected by prestige? This was a hypothesis with some basis. Even when the strongest swords exuded prestige among the crowd, only children were not affected. Why could that be? It doesn't make sense for the system to only favor children. Karma. So, the only possible reason for children being exempt from many threats of the system, due to not having any karma, could be enough. Then what about Dogo? To what extent are beings from other worlds affected by Earth's rules? I don't know. Perhaps the prestige of the strongest swords and the aura emitted by beings from other worlds are fundamentally similar. After all, there were no strongest swords like them on Earth originally. As Yangwu pondered this far, the advertiser timer hanging in his sight fell below 10 seconds. 9 seconds. With 9 seconds left until the arrival of the bidder for white space. Shareholders, are your contracts ready? Yangwu asked his first advertiser with an excited voice. Another color appeared in the sky, which had been a deep shade until now. Kuya. With an unusual atmosphere, the sky began to turn cyan. The representative color of the new company was overlaid on the space that Dogo had painted pitch black. At this, the shareholders of Dogo raised dozens of heads towards the sky and showed surprised expressions. Lemu. The scene unfolds with the reactions of the shareholders of Dogo, who raise their heads to the sky in surprise. Lemu. Lemuyu. Wretched Lemus. Lemu. Filthy creatures. The Dogo shareholders began chanting the name Lemu. Sensing their reaction, Yangwu had a hunch that a company preferring cyan as their color, like Lemu, did not have the financial power of ordinary people. Why would they act like this? There seems to be some discord between Lemu and Dogo. Yangwu thought to himself. With Dogo deliberately withholding the meaning of Lemu, Yangwu had no choice but to wait patiently. 5 seconds. With just 5 seconds left, Yangwu anticipated their appearance. It's about to reveal itself, Yangwu thought as he observed the increasingly intense cyan sky. Then, a thin laser guidance line shot down from beyond the sky. Payet. about 100 meters away from Dogo's appearance point. What's this? It's quite neat. It was a method that was contrary to the Dogo method, which announced the location of the appearance with a huge pillar of light. And finally, midnight. Finally, as the timer hit 0, changes occurred in the cyan sky. Zwing! With a loud crack, a space near the guidance line opened up, and from within it, Schwad, a brightly glowing, pure white cuboid descended as if sliding. That, Lemieux. Lemieux felt more like an object than a living creature, unlike the residents of Dogo. It resembled a television with 6 sides, all made of screens. Eventually, the problematic cuboid blinked, and large characters appeared in the air. It looked like hieroglyphs displaying the logo of Lemieux. Lemieux. It also served as a company pamphlet offered to Yangwu, who was looking for a second advertiser. These guys, they're a universal pornography production company, aren't they? Lemieux. A universal pornography production company. As a company that must satisfy desires of numerous species, there were no limits to the forms of products they created. If they could satisfy their customers, they made everything from text, pictures, sounds, videos, to even immediate consumption emotions or biologically engineered tools to assist and induce arousal. In Earth terms, it's like an adult entertainment company producing drugs and sex robots. These guys are extremely aggressive in their business. Yangwu, who had been quite accepting of Earth's sensationalism, couldn't help but hesitate at this moment. Even if the system officially endorsed them as old-fashioned, fundamentally, they were still Earthlings. So, there's a minimum of humanity, or rather, a minimum of decency for him. For example, worrying about a baby's safety before entering into negotiations with universal companies was a minimum level of humanity. So, when he realized that Lemieux could make anything if it meant money, he became scared. If I contract with them, I can't even guess what I'll end up advertising. It was the moment when he realized why Dogo criticized Lemieux as soon as they heard it. The reason they labeled Lemieux as wretched, filthy, was to criticize both the industry and its business practices. Of course, even brands that make lethal weapons would find it hard to escape criticism from a moral perspective. But Dogo probably has its own standards unlike Lemieux. So, there's resentment towards Lemieux. It was just a guess, but if it were true, it would be somewhat reassuring. This meant that there were concepts like ethics and dignity, even in space, in a form that Earthlings could understand. Well, since our ways of thinking are somewhat similar, we could communicate with each other. Yangwu stood in the tense space between the two companies, looking back and forth slowly. Dogo, crowded with dozens of shareholders, and Lemieux, appearing very clean, unlike its external reputation. Actually, he wanted to tattoo Dogo's first advertiser, but from a distance, it was definitely not a good idea. Don't forget, this is a public contract. Summoning Lemieux was quite simple for Yangwu. He bought an ad space and then shouted to the sky, asking for companies to put ads in the tattoo. This surprising thing happened. A universal pornography production company, which had no contact with them, visited Earth. In other words, surely all of this is being broadcast somewhere. Like a show. The starting point might have been when alien merchants wandered around Earth, but it wasn't important right now. The most important fact at this point is, other companies must be watching this scene right now. Other companies. In other words, potential advertisers. If I refuse to contract with Lemieux just because I think it's merely about money or a vulgar industry, not many companies will respond to my call in the future. Knowing that there are other companies in this vast universe, should I choose advertisers based on my taste from now on? Now is not the time. Moreover, rookies in the industry don't pick and choose their work. Isn't that one of Earth's virtues? So, Yangwu decided not to discriminate against Lemieux. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who visited on behalf of both parties today. As Yangwu cautiously spoke, dozens of Dogo shareholders turned their gaze to their advertising models. Meanwhile, Lemieux simply rotated their rectangular shape as if to express that they were listening to the conversation. Yangwu finished his words. While loyalty is a very precious value to me, I also think it's very important to observe etiquette. Then Dogo's shareholders, who immediately understood the gist of what he said, opened their eyes wide. Oh, no way. Zhang Yangwu 07. I maintain your dignity. They realized that Yangwu, as a potential advertiser, was trying to show courtesy to Lemieux. This contract will proceed with the company that offers relatively better conditions. Eventually, Yangwu set the premise of the contract, and as a result, Dogo's side began to murmur with discontent. I therefore is proportional to reverse tilde is proportional to reverse tilde. I angle is parallel to angle. This time, since the shareholders were not using Earth's language but their own, Yangwu couldn't understand what they were talking about. They were probably discussing things like the current executable advertising budget. I wonder if they sold a lot of weapons so far. To compete in advertising contracts with a pornography production company, they must have immense financial power. While silently cheering for Dogo's shareholders, Lemieux sent down transcendental characters implying the contract details. This was a character with a square shape, like the cube that existed on Earth. Was this the contract? Swish! With a soft sound, Yangwu placed his hand on the intricate characters, and immediately the advertisement contract presented by Lemieux was displayed as a system message. Contract. Lemieux. 8739. 3I_2. Tier 2. Required. Permanent advertisement space. Tattoo. The headquarters composite advertisement will be broadcasted in the tattoo blank space. Optional. Indirect appearance. During the validity of this contract, parts of your appearance and actions may be indirectly used in the company's products. A minimum of 5 million karma will be paid as a reward for each indirect use. If this option is selected, the basic advertising fee will triple. Optional sound test. Whenever you are hit, the company's sound-based products will be demonstrated. 50,000 karma will be paid immediately per hit. If this option is selected along with indirect appearance, the advertising fee paid by the company will be doubled additionally. Hashtag basic advertising fee. 30 million karma per week. Hashtag basic contract period. 2 weeks. Crazy! Yangwu exclaimed without realizing it. The basic advertising fee alone was 30 million karma per week, 3 times higher than what Dogo had offered in the initial contract. And on top of that, if you choose both optional options, the basic advertising fee will increase to 180 million. Plus, all incentives will double. Moreover, the 180 million won was not conditional like the contract with Dogo, but was paid out weekly. Additionally, individual rewards were paid separately in exchange for selling one's portrait rights and dignity. But all of this is only if I accept all 3 contracts. If even one is rejected, the total amount received will decrease significantly. Yangwu immediately realized that Lemieux was a rather wicked company. Well, with this level of planning and financial power, it's not surprising they can engage in the adult entertainment business in space. The headquarters composite advertisement will be broadcasted in the tattoo blank space. What does composite advertisement mean exactly? Could it include videos or something, not just simple drawings? Although Yangwu expressed his doubts, Lemieux did not provide any further explanation. After all, as they had offered an offer of money that couldn't be refused, they didn't provide any clues that could work against them. If it's about adult content production, on Earth, it was traditionally an industry where money flowed freely. Yangwu admired Lemieux's financial power once again and turned his head towards Dogo, his original advertiser. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Then he noticed that the Dogo shareholders, who had been making noise, their faces were so downcast, it was almost comical, especially the shareholder with the fish head whose ugly downern mouth made the scene even more ridiculous. Is the contract ready? As Yangwu asked in a somewhat trusting tone about the contract, the Dogo shareholders looked as if they had lost their country. It seemed impossible for Dogo's corporate image and core values to align with those of a universal adult content production company. However, due to financial pressures, they reluctantly agreed to have Lemieux's advertisement tattooed on their model, who were currently in high demand in the market. It was a heartbreaking decision. You already know you're going to lose, don't you? Yangwu also watched with a melancholic heart as the Dogo shareholders reluctantly handed over the brightly shining contract. Suyut, brief but significant memories with Dogo flashed through his mind like a meteor streaking across the sky. The day the Dogo shareholders, on their first visit to Earth, learned to speak human from the first syllable. The first Dogo quest, where they encountered a ferocious tiger. The surprise quest where they were asked to fight a boxing gold medalist barehanded. And the urgent request for rescue in the nighttime dungeon, which led to equipment sponsorship. But that's all over now. Lemieux will essentially become the main advertiser from now on. Nevertheless, if he ever had the opportunity, Yangwu vowed to repay Dogo in some way. With his own determination, Yangwu reached out his hand towards the contract prepared by the Dogo shareholders. Soot, if the conditions inside were worse than Lemieux's, they would have no choice but to proceed with the tattoo contract with Lemieux. But there won't be any surprises. Look at the shareholders' faces already. Just as Yangwu's fingertip was about to touch the Dogo contract. Oh, okay. A sense of impending doom washed over him as a massive presence covered the entire sky. Looking up, Yangwu saw the center of the turquoise sky gradually turning dark. Then, suddenly, wah! A gigantic metallic object, resembling an anchor, tore through the turquoise sky and landed in the middle of the city with a thunderous crash. Quam! As a result, buildings were destroyed and dust flew everywhere. But fortunately, due to the appearance of the two preceding companies, there were no casualties among the residents. However, isn't this a clear case of unauthorized intrusion? Among the beings that came from other dimensions, except for mutants who were originally from this planet, nobody dared to damage Earth's property. This might be due to the laws of the universe. For example, there might be rules stating that when entering other planets, one should avoid causing physical harm, etc. Or perhaps, since the majority of visitors come as traders, they naturally observe etiquette. Regardless, it was a clear fact that the sudden appearance of that being was extremely rude. No, who the heck? Just as Yangwu, who was responsible for the visits of the beings from other dimensions to Earth, was about to protest on behalf of the planet, an unexpected line came out of the mouths of Dogo shareholders. Chairman! Chairman! Oh my! The chairman has arrived. What? Chairman? On Earth, it generally refers to the head of a large company. Usually, the largest shareholder or founder of the company sits in the chairman's seat, and judging from the atmosphere, the meaning of chairman in space didn't seem much different from Earth. So, the intruder who just appeared. Dogo has a chairman. No, that chairman is here. As Yangwu's mouth fell open, a massive steel plate, the size of a high-rise apartment building, slowly descended above the anchor that had been embedded earlier. Unbelievable. Yangwu widened his eyes at the tomb-like gigantic metallic structure, and Choi Jongxian, who had been wrapping her child to protect him from the dust, also showed a shocked expression. What? What did you summon this time? All Yangwu could say was, the chairman. Then, a booming voice echoed from the tomb. I am Dogo, the king of destruction, the one born on the battlefield, the master of the 100,000 Swords Mountain. Zhang Yangwu 07. I will write the contract with my sword. As expected, the chairman had come to propose a new contract. More precisely, it seemed like he had come to prevent any dealings with the lowly Lemieux. But wait a minute. As Yangwu watched the bottom of the tomb gradually open, he raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the brand name is his own name? Born on the battlefield, owner of the 100,000 Swords Mountain, the Destruction King Dogo. Also the chairman of the intergalactic weapon brand Dogo. He was a giant standing at a height of 4 meters, his entire body covered in armor. Wow, what's this? That tombstone was some sort of flying ship. Clang, clang. As the bottom of the tombstone opened, Dogo appeared suspended in midair, leaving Yangwu unable to help but admire. It was astonishing that the founder of this megacorporation, with shareholders spanning across the universe, was of a humanoid race. At least outwardly, Dogo's body proportions and number of limbs seemed identical to humans. Of course, With a helmet completely covering his face, it was impossible to tell if his eyes, nose, and mouth were intact. But we've seen humanoid species before. Perhaps the chairman is the same. Meanwhile, as Chairman Dogo effortlessly soared dozens of meters above, he murmured while gazing at Lemieux's cuboid structure. Be thankful that this is a commercial zone. At that moment, Dogo's right hand rested near the sheath at his waist. Had this not been a commercial area, he would have drawn his sword without hesitation, truly befitting of the head of a weapons manufacturing company. Simultaneously, it indicated that even Dogo couldn't defy the universal laws. How does the world outside Earth function? Dogo, the founder of a weapons company born on the battlefield, and Lemieux, a cosmopolitan pornography producer whose species remains unknown. Just by observing the two major corporations present here, one could understand the vastness of the universe, as evidenced by the expressions used by the traders encountered thus far. And there was undoubtedly a clear hierarchical system. If what Kubu says is true, then my current universal ranking is grade 7. Just judging by the rank, I have a higher status than those who trade across multiple planets. How is this possible? Initially, I was even grade 12, they said. In other words, one's status in the universe varies depending on what one achieves. Then, could someone who is just a resident of a single planet establish a cosmic enterprise like Dogo and make a name for themselves? As Yangwu stared blankly at Dogo hovering high in the sky, he soon began descending towards him. How has he managed to float in midair like that? Is it a feature of his equipment, or a racial characteristic? As Yangwu scrutinized the figure before him, Dogo, approaching within 3 meters above his head, glanced down at him. No, at least that's what it seemed like. Dogo wore a helmet shaped like some sort of beast, with no exposed areas for the eyes, hence no gaze was visible. Chairman, nice to meet you. Yangwu managed to correct himself from stumbling over his words as he faced the founder of Dogo. While he didn't exude a unique aura like Dogo's shareholders, his mere presence was imposing. However, whether it was due to his position or his actual skill, Yangwu couldn't tell. At any rate, one thing was certain. Looking at you like this, I can see that you have grown taller. Dogo, the founder of Dogo, who was also occasionally observing the daily life of the new advertising model Yangwu. It's an honor. Yangwu expressed his gratitude even though he wasn't sure what he was honored for. While doing so, he noticed the damaged and dented parts of Dogo's full-body armor. Unbelievable. Who or what could inflict physical damage on such a giant? Or maybe it's his sense of aesthetics? A testament to his various battles. In any case, from the fact that he could threaten Lemieux, it seemed that the chairman's status was extraordinary even on a cosmic scale. So Yangwu had no choice but to ask before accepting the contract. Chairman, if I may, I'll speak. It may be an intrusive question, but what is your rank? If Dogo were grade 2 or above, he would have to use the golden orb right here and now. After this moment, there might never be another opportunity to see someone of grade 2 or higher. After receiving Yangwu's question, Dogo, who had been gazing at this Earth-originated advertising model for a while, placed his hand on the dented part of his armor. As for myself, the Destruction King Dogo is a grade 3 entity in accordance with universal law. Regrettably so. Regrettably, indicating that Dogo already knew about Yangwu's achievements. Then Dogo raised a finger encased in armor, pointing towards the distant cuboid. Swish! The despicable Lemieux is a grade 4 entity. Since he will leave no achievements behind, he will remain there until his demise. In other words, a being of a cosmic business level is roughly grade 4. If one reaches the level of founding such a business, they move up to grade 3. Of course, judging by the expressions used to describe Dogo, he didn't seem like a mere elder merchant. The titles used by cosmic figures are based on factual achievements. It is as if Yangwu can use the epithet, the strongest in the northern part of the Korean peninsula, a human of Earth, just like that. In other words, Dogo is essentially recognized as a destroyer by the universe. Well then, just how high are grade 2 entities? Suddenly, memories of when Kubu was just grade 9 resurfaced, unable to even dare to describe Grade 2. Perhaps achieving the Golden Storm accomplishment, which he once thought could be easily achieved, had become more elusive than ever. Then, how can one meet entities of Grade 2 or higher? Have you ever met them, Chairman? When Yang Wu asked again, Dogo chuckled softly from within his distant armor. If you cause enough trouble, you will undoubtedly meet them. There's a possibility for you as well. Although it was an ambiguous expression, Yang Wu interpreted it as meaning that Dogo, too, had encountered Grade 2 entities due to his cosmic troubles, and also known as stubborn by the system, Zhang Yangwu 07. At this rate, I might meet them someday. In truth, to truly cause trouble, perhaps the lewd advertisement side. Swiftly, as Yang Wu's gaze unintentionally shifted towards Lemieux, Dogo, sensing it like a ghost, swiftly drew his sword like lightning. Yikes! Whish! In the blink of an eye, Dogo's sword was inches away from Yang Wu's nose. However, neither Yang Wu's Josian swordsmanship nor Rome's bottom embedded in the golden trail on his back responded. Perhaps because there was no intention to harm the opponent, neither Yang Wu's martial skills nor Rome's bottom reacted. Becoming vulgar is not a bad way to become famous. But, as Dogo slowly pulled back the sword he had thrust at Yang Wu, creating a straight line, spikes spread out around that line, emitting a bright light. So this was a contract written with a sword. It was exactly what Dogo had said when he first arrived on Earth. He had actually written a new contract with his sword, and at the same time, the contract given by Dogo's shareholders disappeared without a trace. Your battles already belong to Dogo. Do not fight with mud on you. Dogo used surprisingly poetic expressions for a destruction king. But if the power of the contract he offered wasn't impressive, then those words would just be empty. With a tense heart, Yang Wu reached out towards Dogo's new contract. Translator Knight, Proofreader Gun, and as his fingertips touched the contract with a spike pattern, a completely different format appeared before his eyes for the first time. Whoa! Suddenly, as if a space opened up before his eyes, characters began to appear within. Most notably, the name of the original contract attached to the top of the contract caught Yang Wu's eye. Contract, Dogo 107, 3I_2, Tier 1. Tier 1? Is it because it's a direct contract with the founder? The name Dogo on the contract represented the subject of the contract or the party executing the contract. And the barcode following it was Yang Wu's unique code. So, the number 107 between the names of the two parties was probably the number of one-tier contracts Dogo has executed so far. It was a reasonably based inference. Previously, the number attached to the advertising quest contract with Dogo was an astonishing 49,523. Contract, Dogo 49523, II_2-2 tier. In other words, Dogo had generated nearly 50,000 Tier 2 contracts thus far, and there were 107 Tier 1 contracts, including this one. Then what about Lemieux? Contract, Lemieux, 8739, 3I_2, Tier 2. Although the contract Lemieux offered was also Tier 2, the number was only 8739. That could mean his experience was much shorter compared to Dogo. Now I've learned a bit about reading contracts. As Yang Wu finished reading the contract's header, the main content finally appeared line by line. Required, permanent advertisement space, tattoo. The headquarters mixed advertisement will be broadcasted on the tattoo space. Oh, this seems to be a standard contract, similar to Lemieux's. So, the characteristics of the company would be revealed in the subsequent optional selections. However, in this contract from Dogo, there were no optional selections. Hashtag basic advertisement fee, 10 million karma per week. Hashtag basic contract period, for weeks. Immediately, the standard payment for a Dogo contract was indicated. What? It's supposed to be a Tier 1 contract. But this is much worse than Tier 2. Just as Yang Wu was skeptical at the moment when he had doubts about the level of salary that cannot even follow Lemieux's proposal. Boom! A condition labeled Special Agreement appeared beneath. Special Agreement, owner of myth. Upon the conclusion of this contract, the headquarters must provide you with one piece of equipment of myth grade. Special agreement. Expensive beads of sweat. Dogo will obtain an encyclopedia. If you choose a type, Dogo will acquire one within 2 days. In case of failure to meet the deadline, the headquarters will pay a penalty of 100 million karma. My goodness. Seeing the contents of the special agreement, Yangwu couldn't help but be astonished. Especially the last item, Dogo, referred not to the company but to the founder, Dogo. If you specify the type of encyclopedia you want, Dogo will personally fetch it for you. Is the chairman going to venture into the higher dungeons himself? This was something that couldn't be valued in terms of money. And above all, mythical equipment. You can't even buy it with millions. The merchants from other dimensions sell at most legendary grade items for legendary accomplishments. And the grade above legendary would be mythical. How would one obtain mythical grade equipment? Yangwu couldn't even imagine, which is why he was captivated by the contract directly proposed by Dogo. And it seemed Dogo doesn't have much cash on hand right now, probably because they have so many contracts in progress. With already executed Tier 2 contracts alone, Dogo had nearly 40,000. There were all reasons why Dogo's shareholders were dismayed when Lemieux appeared as a competitor. So, in the end, the chairman is selling off his own inventions. Your battles already belong to Dogo. Do not fight with mud on you. Yangwu recalled the chairman's words once again. All right, chairman. Is the contract concluded? Yes. I will contract with Dogo. With the chairman. As Yangwu finally approved the contract with Dogo, he could feel the chairman nodding inside his helmet. A wise decision. And then he addressed the shareholders who were still waiting in the background. I will call for 100,000 Swords Mountain on this planet. Erect a defensive barrier. And then the shareholders started to murmur with astonished eyes. In fact, the mythical grade equipment offered as a special agreement was the chairman's personal possession. And Yangwu could sense this fact discreetly. Mythical equipment is not something you can easily come by. On the other hand, witnessing the entire process of this great undertaking, Yangju's strongest sword, Cho Zhongxian, muttered in disbelief. 100,000. What? What's coming now? TL/N. Poor woman. PR/N. Let her and her city be man, while her city doesn't exist anymore. 100,000 Swords Mountain. When Yangwu heard that Dogo was the owner of the 100,000 Sword Mountain, he was captivated, recalling the first day of the reset. It was because the name evoked memories of the Mountain of Swords, which supplied weapons all over the country. Could it be that the weapons back then were also provided by Dogo? As Dogo was a war weapon manufacturer, it was entirely possible. Supplying weapons to a planet scheduled to open its gates due to the reset would undoubtedly be helpful from a marketing perspective. Rumble. Eventually, thunder roared from the sky, indicating that something was about to happen. With a beam of light, Lemieux, who had lost in the contract competition, soared into the sky. Piot. As Dogo's shareholders jeered at Lemieux, who was quickly moving away, he ascended into the sky with a cubic shape. Boo. Lemieux. Boo. Lemieux. Get lost. It seems since they are a weapons company, they are extremely belligerent. Yangwu shook his head nervously. Of course, the shareholders were quite upset. They almost lost in the bidding competition. But with the chairman's dramatic intervention, they managed to turn the tables, causing the shareholders' morale to soar. It seems like even those giants change in front of the chairman. As Yangwu shifted his gaze back to the chairman, he noticed Dogo, the founder, looking up at the sky. Then, quack! The same sound he heard on the first day of the reset echoed again. The sound of the sky tearing apart, with tens of thousands of feathers falling. Quaya! All sorts of weapons began to pile up on the ground, making the same sound as a train passing on a railway. The sight was reminiscent of the Mountain of Swords. The only difference was that the equipment piling up here started from at least the unique grade. Chairman. This. As Yangwu looked at the 100,000 Sword Mountain with wide eyes, Dogo slowly flew up to the mountain and said, "What you saw was a product made to mimic the 100,000 Sword Mountain." Upon hearing this, Dogo's shareholders elaborated. It's also a product that we generally provide to our customers. Calling the 100,000 Sword Mountain in the Tier 4 contract is an honor. Praise be to Dogo. Oh, the intergalactic war weapon brand Dogo. In fact, Earth was just one of the many customers for them. So when I used the Morningstar, Dogo was the first to detect it. Seeing that Earth was a Tier 4 contract site, the contract between Dogo and Earth was also Tier 4. In other words, until the appearance of the individual known as Zhang Yangwu 07, Earth was not significant to Dogo. So Earth, or rather, are those council members the ones who have contracted with Dogo? As Yangwu pondered this, Dogo, who had reached the top of the 100,000 Sword Mountain, reached out his hand into the air. Swish! Then, from inside the mountain, a shimmering light emerged, and a single sword rose among the myriad of equipment. Oh, that was the mythical-grade equipment promised by the Dogo chairman. Take it. With this, the first promise has been fulfilled. Special clause. Owner of the myth. Upon the signing of this contract, the headquarters must provide you with one mythical-grade equipment. Special clause fulfilled. As Dogo snapped his fingers, the unknown sword that had risen above the 100,000 Sword Mountain flew towards Yangwu like an arrow. Shot. Naturally, Yangwu thought the sword would hit the ground and step back. Shot. But to his surprise, the problematic sword, instead of falling to the ground, remained suspended in the air. Like the Golden Trail with an automatic combat function. Shweet. Wrapped in crimson magic, the sword had a unique appearance, resembling a thorny vine. Wow, it feels very evil. The expectation of something dignified like the dragon's legacy shattered completely upon seeing it. Moreover, it was impossible to read the tool tip just by looking at it. Do you have to touch it to read the tool tip? If not, perhaps only the owner could know its functions. After all, it was a mythical-grade equipment. Swoosh! As Yangwu cautiously reached out his hand, the crimson energy enveloping the sword began to flow towards his fingertips, as if it were alive. Yangwu was somewhat surprised to see the magic winding around his fingers, but he remained silent as the chairman spoke. The sword has simply detected its new owner. I see. Were mythical-grade equipment originally like this? Receiving mythical-grade equipment for the first time in his life, Yangwu watched with a tense expression as the crimson magic permeated his body. Finally, you have become the owner of the myth. You will be able to maintain dignity in the presence of transcendence. Existence will no longer break. Some unknown procedures were carried out through the system notifications that Yangwu couldn't understand. What's this? As Yangwu looked at the bizarre notifications, Dogo, looking towards the sky, said, This means that from now on, you can showcase Dogo anywhere. Though it was a cryptic statement, the chairman seemed to think he had done what he needed to do. If you have any desired encyclopedias, feel free to request them. You will receive them within 2 days. With Dogo's words, the anchor that had descended onto Earth floated back into the air. As countless weapons that had formed a giant mountain soared back into the sky, Yangwu forgot even to bid farewell to the chairman, gaping in awe at the surreal sight, as if rewinding a scene of rain falling. And the same went for the Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian. Perhaps it was because she had seen too much in such a short time. She felt not only amazed, but also fearful. Is this the world I have to live in from now on? Moreover, it was also the world the child in her arms would have to navigate. As the giant tombstone that Dogo's chairman had ridden on gradually floated up, Yangwu finally came to his senses. Chairman, Yangwu called out the title of Dogo, who had already entered the tomb, somewhat belatedly. Then Dogo, as if glancing back slightly, closed the tomb's door. As Yangwu looked disappointedly at the tomb that had already risen far away, Dogo's shareholders bid him farewell. Zhang Yangwu 07, may glory be upon you, owner of the myth. Then, amidst a moment of brilliance, Paya, with a loud roar, they disappeared into the sky as if being sucked in. And as all beings disappeared from sight, Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian, cursed into the sky. You lunatics! But little did they know that countless beings in the universe were listening to this sound. "Madam, I'm terribly sorry." Yangwu bowed to Yangju's strongest sword, who was completely taken aback, again belatedly. Upon this, Yangju's strongest sword, with a look of disbelief, surveyed the completely devastated cityscape, then pointed to the sword still floating in front of Yangwu. "That thing looks too ominous. Take it away quickly or do something." "Oh." As Yangwu grabbed the handle of the eerie-looking sword at her words, tooltips for the mythical grade weapon, which had not been visible until now, appeared. "Ha! Bastard! Mythical one-handed sword. Authority obstruction. Contempt for the weak. Challenger. Translator knight. Proofreader gun." Wow! Each of them were unique effects that felt rather ominous. And following that, detailed tooltips for each effect appeared. Authority obstruction. Weakens the authority of transcendence. Contempt for the weak. This sword's attack can only be blocked with mythic or higher equipment. Challenger. Combat abilities increase dramatically when fighting beings of higher rank. Crazy. Mythical grade equipment transcends the concept of ordinary equipment. Although contempt for the weak, which prohibited even confronting the sword, was an insane effect, what caught the eye more was authority obstruction. Do you need mythical grade equipment to maintain dignity in front of transcendent beings? But isn't this sword a weapon to fight against those transcendents? Yangwu became lost in thought. Because Dogo deliberately chose this weapon from the 100,000 Sword Mountain. Even if mythical grade equipment was precious, would the chairman have only this sword? He had other mythical grade equipment, but he deliberately handed this one over for a reason. Then what was the reason? I'll have to ask next time I see him. Yangwu thought to himself, as one agreement had not yet been fulfilled, giving him a reason to summon Dogo again. Special agreement. Expensive beads of sweat. Dogo will obtain an encyclopedia. If you choose a type, Dogo will acquire one within 2 days. In case of failure to meet the deadline, the headquarters will pay a penalty of 100 million karma. Although he could immediately issue an encyclopedia search warrant, Yangwu's thoughts were different. I'll be going to the dungeon again tonight anyway, so it won't be too late to request it after checking what encyclopedia comes out from there. Therefore, the remaining tasks for today were meeting the merchants in Seoul and Payu to gather more equipment and find out about my father. At least until entering the nighttime dungeon. That was the main agenda. Swoosh. The tracking mark still in sight was still pointing south towards Wajongbu. If Wajongbu is such an ominous neighborhood, then it's better to start looking for my father. He might end up dead before I even get to see him. As Yangwu pondered alone, while looking south, Choi Jongxian approached cautiously. "Now you're really leaving? I mean going?" Jongxian had initially thought she would finally see Yangwu off, but she changed her mind. Because of the kinds of things that the orphan's strongest sword had brought, Yangju City was no longer at a level where it could be considered city. The story about Gangnam earlier. Is it true that you'll give me a home and a job if I go there? Yes, of course. To reassure Jongxian, Yangwu temporarily changed his title to Gangnam's strongest sword. Seoul is quite different from what you think. It's quite systematic and political. But thanks to that, when he was around the level of Gangnam's strongest sword, finding a place for a friend in Gangnam wasn't a problem. You can live in Gangnam and commute to work in Gwangjinggu at the time of mutant emergence. I'll take care of the mutants in Gangnam and move on, so it won't be too dangerous. The danger that Yangwu mentioned referred to when reinforced mutants appeared in Gwangjinggu. As long as he survived while organizing Gangnam, he could handle any mutants that appeared in Gwangjinggu. Are you sure? It was a story that Jongxian could not easily believe, but there was no other option in her current situation. Isn't it impossible to raise a child in this ruin? And even though the orphan in front of him was a lunatic, knowing that he had some faith also helped her calm down. Okay, let's do it that way for now. Yes, you won't regret it. Then are we moving to Gangnam now? As Jongxian looked to the south, hoping for a comfortable future, Yangwu shook his head. I've said it from the beginning. I'm someone who's on my way to Wajongbu to find my father. What do you mean? No way. It's the same way anyway. I'm just going to briefly meet my father on the way. But that's what Zhongbu, entering the worst lawless city with a child. Seeing Zhang Xian's horrified expression, Yang Wu showed her bastard and reassured her. I promise, I won't let a drop of blood spill on the baby. Wuzhongbu, a northern city in Gyeonggi-do with a population of 460,000 before the reset. To the north, it faces the boundary with Yangju City, and to the south, it is connected straight to Seoul Dabong and Noan districts. In other words, Wuzhongbu serves as a bridge connecting northern Gyeonggi and Seoul. But the Seoul Federation was unaware of the Wuzhongbu incident. Of course, it wasn't unreasonable. Dabong and Noan, bordering areas with Wuzhongbu, had never participated in the strongest sword conference. Well, at least Dabong and Noan probably knew what state Wuzhongbu was in, but they didn't necessarily inform the conference. After the reset, most districts became autonomous regions. So, participation in the conference or providing information was purely optional. Come to think of it, there are still many areas in Gangseo that we don't know about. As Yang Wu examined the unfamiliar areas one by one, Choi Jongxian raised her hand and pointed ahead. Swish! That's with Zhongbu from there. Josian's strongest sword, Zhong Yangwu. Yangju's strongest sword, Choi Jongxian. The two of them are currently on their way to Wuzhongbu to find Yangwu's father, while being accompanied by Negwig. However, due to Jongxian carrying a baby, they needed a bit more space, so, eventually, Kick It, the golden goblin, who had been riding in Yangwu's back seat all along, had no choice but to follow by leaping with its 2 feet. Is it okay? Even if it keeps running like that. Seems like the sound of the goblin's footsteps bothered Jongxian, as she kept looking back. Upon hearing this, Yangwu also glanced back. It's fine. Probably. It's naturally quite fast in its movements. However, Jongxian couldn't relax even after hearing Yangwu's words. Kick it. Kick it. Surely, even for that clumsy goblin, there must be parents or children somewhere. She started to worry about where they left them and how they ended up coming all the way here. How did you meet that person? I bought it with money. From a merchant. Relic grade slave, golden goblin. Golden goblin, slave. Stores items in the subspace. Collects things that turn into money. When they met the wandering merchant Voltak in Munjiang, the serpent of greed pointed at this golden goblin, which they purchased together at the time. And it was also accompanied by Morningstar, who called for advertisers. In a way, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the serpent of greed had greatly changed Yangwu's life. Do you keep worrying? If it's uncomfortable for you to keep following behind, you can ride on my back. Oh, it's not like that, but still, I wonder how it ended up coming all the way here when it probably has family somewhere. Typical maternal compassion. As Yangwu looked at the goblin, he felt a similar sentiment because he had once had a similar thought. Do mothers usually think like that? They're quite generous. Well, since they have children, it's natural to have such thoughts. Even if they don't know others, mothers tend to cherish their own children. In that context, this side is indirectly making someone's precious child run aimlessly on the streets. Finally, after Jongxian made a determined sound, she asked Yangwu, that person doesn't bite people or anything, right? Yes. Probably not. Then I should carry it. With the baby? Yes. And around this time, the regional status in the corner of their vision changed. Clap. The current area is Wuzhongbu. The strongest sword of this area is Guak Songwon 04. Rank 2, defense 93 times. From now on, it's Wuzhongbu. You will be stepping into an area where your biological father may be staying. Surely the strongest sword here isn't my father, right? Yangwu looked around with a strange feeling. Anyone they meet here might have a slight chance of being his father. From now on, he will have to check the tracking mark at least once before swinging his sword. Let's go. When Yangwu commanded Negwig to move again, Jongxian, who had been holding the golden goblin in her arms, asked a question. By the way, do you know your father's name? I don't. Then his face? I don't know that either. What? Then how do you plan to find him? Are you sure your father lives here? Jongxian's face darkened again. She wondered if this orphan was doing something absurd again. At this, Yang Wu took out the pen, wanted poster, and showed it. This will show us the location of the target. If there's no error, then my father should be in Wuzhongbu. In addition to this being, Yang Wu also had an achievement, Complete Orphan, but he didn't bother to mention it. If the item is indicating it, then it's certain that your father is here. Zhang Xian's tone became gloomy. The fact that Zhang Yangwu's father was still in Wuzhongbu meant that he was most likely a villain. Since the incident at the Wuzhongbu prison on the first day of the reset, most ordinary citizens were believed to have died in the city or barely escaped Wuzhongbu. Well, looking at this person's condition, my father probably isn't an ordinary person either. At this point, Zhang Xian's eyes naturally turned to the name of Wuzhongbu, strongest sword. If he was indeed the father of the strongest sword of Joseon, it wouldn't be strange for him to be at least as powerful as the strongest sword of Wuzhongbu. As they passed through the somewhat desolate outskirts of Wuzhongbu, tall apartment buildings began to appear on the right side of the road. The buildings are very neat. Why is that? It means that any monsters or mutants appearing have been dealt with immediately. Oh, having only seen Yangju after the reset, Zhang Xian nodded after hearing Yang Wu's words. But if, as you mentioned before, the real power in Wuzhongbu has been handed over to criminals, it means that those people have been dealing with monsters at such a fast pace. In other words, all survivors in this area were on a similar level to monster hunters in other areas. No, perhaps their actual combat abilities were much better. The prisoners weren't living their lives well like others, only to have their lives ruined by the reset, but rather, through the reset, they gained a kind of freedom. So wouldn't their attitude towards this world be much more proactive than that of ordinary people? Yeah, so basically, everyone we meet here is an enemy. Before Zhang Xian could finish her sentence, she glanced ahead, and Yang Wu was already looking at a group of people waiting on the other side. Translator, night. Proofreader, gun. There were about 10 of them. The ones sticking out above the crowd were spears, and the glinting blades reflecting the sunlight were mostly early birds. There are so many early birds. That meant they were either combatants, unless the early bird owners gathered together on purpose. There could not have been so many swords that were only given out as first come, first served rewards at the exchange shop. It's not an easy neighborhood. Of course, Yang Wu was a problematic figure who made even intergalactic weapon brands troubled, and the mother in the backseat was none other than the Yangju's strongest sword with 233 defenses. So Yang Wu didn't ask for Zhang Xian's opinion and just let Negwood continue walking forward. Clank, clunk. As they approached the roadside, the faces of the Wuzhongbu residents who had come out to see the stranger gradually stiffened. What is it? Fuck, what's that? A black iron horse that was difficult to even estimate as a living being, a 2-meter golden greatsword flying in the sky, and 2 strongest swords and a baby. Lastly, is that a goblin? Even the strongest sword in the front seat had the title of Strongest Sword of Joseon. Since there was no such thing as a knockoff title in this world, it was certain that the person they were seeing was the strongest sword of Joseon. If it's the strongest sword of Joseon, what is it? Where is Joseon talking about? While they were repeatedly exclaiming, "What is that?" the iron horse carrying the 2 strongest swords approached closely. At this, the people of Wuzhongbu retreated little by little, holding their weapons firmly, and cleared the way for the stranger to pass. They couldn't muster the courage to attack first against an opponent they couldn't handle. Then Yang Wu looked at them first. Could his father be among them? However, the tracking mark displayed in his sight was tilted to the east. Although the target was nearby, it wasn't here. So Yang Wu pointed to the largest person among the people in front of him and asked with his gaze, "What's over there?" With these words, Yang Wu lifted up the bastard and pointed to the east, so everyone in the audience was scared and backed away from him. There was a sinister energy emanating from the sword, making it difficult to even look at. Well, the first thing that comes to mind is being pointed out by Yang Wu. The person stumbled, searching for the next line. A prison. The subsequent sigh was Zhang Xian's. She had a bad feeling about seeing the warm reunion of the father-son pair here today. On the other hand, Yang Wu wasn't perturbed at all, as he had some expectations to begin with. I see. Is the Wujongbu's strongest sword also in the prison now? The current leading candidate for being his father, the strongest sword of Wujongbu, Guax Songwan 04. When Yangwu asked about the whereabouts of the strongest sword, the guy scratched his forehead. Sir, I'm sorry for constantly saying I don't know, but we also don't know much about the situation in the prison. It's practically a battlefield there, so we try not to get too close. A battlefield? Are you saying they're fighting someone? They're fighting the Gangbuk Alliance. The Seoul Federation's practical backbone is here, so what does the Gangbuk Alliance mean? But at the same time, it was vaguely understood. The three areas above Gangbuk, namely Noan, Dabong, and Gangbuk-gu, have no connection with the strongest sword gathering. Therefore, if those three areas were forming their own alliance and fighting Wujongbu, that would make sense. That's why the Seoul Federation had no idea about Wujongbu. Because the front line established by the Gangbuk Alliance hadn't been pushed back yet, the strongest sword federation in the center of Seoul couldn't feel the presence of Wujongbu. If you're going to meet the strongest sword of Wujongbu, you should hurry a bit. Why? When Yangwu asked, the guy briefly shifted his gaze to the local situation. Because it's the perfect time for a fight. They've cleaned up the mutants, and the merchants have left. Then he added, even if the strongest sword of Wujongbu is powerful, wouldn't it be difficult for him if three Seoul commanders come looking for him at once? That's true. After hearing the guy's words, Yangwu also glanced at the local situation. The current location is Wujongbu. The strongest sword of this area is Guax Songwan 04. Rank 2, 96 defenses. Oh, then he noticed that the defense count, which had been 93 earlier, had changed to 96. Whether it's a real war or not, the fact that the strongest sword of Wujongbu is in combat is true. Shouldn't we go quickly? If that person is him. Zhang Xian voiced her concern, and Yangwu nodded in response. But the subsequent dialogue was completely different from Zhang Xian's intention. Anyway, if someone is going to die, it's better if I kill him. Why? Why, of course. Yangwu naturally recalled the orphan achievement, but soon closed his mouth. Complete orphan. Find and eliminate parents. 1/2. He realized it wasn't appropriate to speak in front of the mother and baby he had just met today. However, finding and eliminating parents as an achievement means I have to kill them myself to complete it, right? Yangwu believed that he had to personally perform the task of removing the parents for the achievement to be fulfilled. Otherwise, the achievement system wouldn't have used the phrase find and eliminate. Of course, if mother's already counted, I could be wrong. Yangwu hadn't even decided whether this achievement should be completed. However, if his father was destined to die, he thought it would be better to kill him himself to fulfill the achievement. Is this thought too insane? TL/N, no shit Sherlock. PR/N, OFC not Kafka. It's totally normal to want to kill your father with your own hands, for he is your hero and your villain. In fact, to Yangwu, father was more of a hypothetical figure, so he didn't feel guilty about the idea of killing him. He had never met him once in his life, nor had he ever felt his presence indirectly. At this point, the only realities that resonate with Yangwu are things like the mythic class weapon bastard and the universal weapon Brandogo. But soon, the existence of a father will become a reality. So wouldn't it be better to meet a living father rather than a dead one? I really need to hurry. I want to see father alive and moving, if possible. You're just... As Yangwu directed Negwig toward the prison, Choi Jongxian tightly embraced the baby. This was because she had become more determined not to make her child an orphan. Whiz. Finally, Negwig began to run toward the prison in the east, following Yangwu's command. Whoosh! The scenery of Wujongbu City passed by quickly. Occasionally, people appeared on the streets, but none could stop the giant running like lightning. And Choi Jongxian could finally catch a glimpse of the orphan's strongest sword, right before her eyes, and how he had been doing so far. He must have been invincible. I don't know when it started, but a golden greatsword floating in the sky, a steel horse from another world, and the ridiculous title of the strongest sword in Joseon. With one person possessing all of this, who could argue with him? For Choi Jongxian, who had faced numerous challenges in Yangju. Yangwu's existence itself was surreal. Such a life with such a powerful human existence. And now, the moment when such a person goes to find his father, I get to witness it. Truly, human affairs are unpredictable. Whoosh whoosh. Finally, Negwig, which had been running straight to the southeast, slowly changed direction. Yangwu sensed that they were approaching Wuzhongbu prison. 2 more people have joined. In the meantime, Wuzhongbu's strongest sword Guak Songwan's defense count had increased by 2. The current area is Wuzhongbu. The strongest sword of this area is Guak Songwan 04. Rank 2, defense 98 times. This meant that in a short period, 2 more people had challenged Guak Songwan. Evidence that the battles in the prison were being fiercely waged. Baby, hold on tight. With Yangwu's warning, Negwig's front legs sliced through the air fiercely, and for a moment, the scenery blurred and shifted backward. Wow, Jay just a little slower. While Zhongxian was astonished by Negwig's sudden acceleration, a large outdoor parking lot appeared to the left as the road narrowed. It seems to be up there. Yangwu sensed that they were nearing the prison because there were sporadic corpses lying among the abandoned cars, some with clean cuts like they were sliced with a sword. Also, the scattered corpses on the ground became more numerous as the road gradually turned into a mountain path. Oh my goodness! Some of them hadn't even dried their blood yet, so Zhongxian hurriedly covered the baby's eyes. Meanwhile, Yangwu, here we are. He pointed forward as if he had just succeeded in finding treasure. The tracking markers / from the wanted posters were prominently visible on the right. Whoosh! A small checkpoint appeared to the right as they continued uphill. So, this is the entrance to the prison. Yangwu confirmed that he had arrived properly when he saw that the barrier beside the checkpoint was split in half. They must have gone in noisily, or maybe it got destroyed when they came out. Whatever the case, the important thing was that Father was now in the middle of a battle inside. Indeed, from afar, the sound of clashes and the loud voices of many people could be heard mingling. It seems they're already in the midst of a fierce fight, Zhongxian said, to which Yangwu replied, looking back at her. If you're worried, would you stay here? It seems like there are quite a few people inside. Upon hearing this, Zhongxian shook her head. No, I can fight to some extent too. Moreover, where could be safer than right behind the strongest sword of Joseon? Surely, there would likely be members of the Wuzhongbu's strongest sword and the Gangbuk alliance inside. But no matter how much she thought about it, they didn't seem stronger than the orphan before them. This is because Zhongxian herself, who was tired of fighting, never wanted to fight with Zhang Yangwu. Even if there were 10 of me, would I be able to make even a small wound? I can't imagine winning this. As Zhongxian checked her waist to make sure the sword was in place, Negwig crossed the barrier and entered the prison grounds. Then they saw the white outer wall of the Wuzhongbu prison, towering like a fortress over the wide asphalt area. Especially the prison gate, wrapped in a large black stone structure, looked surreal up close. Wow, it's so different from what I saw in movies, Yangwu said, unable to take his eyes off the magnificent structure, to which Zhongxian pointed below and said, but the gate is already broken. As Zhongxian said, the blue iron gate with the correctional facility logo was heavily damaged by a powerful force. Someone forcibly pushed and entered through the locked gate. It seems like someone from outside exerted force inward. Perhaps people from Seoul. As Yangwu directed Negwig beyond the bent gate, Zhongxian muttered as she looked at the thickness of the gate. Are people from Seoul all monsters? Of course, Yangwu was included in this. Well, I'm meeting people from the Gangbuk Alliance for the first time too. Creak. As they crossed the gate and entered the inside of the prison walls, the voices of people although no one could be seen on the mountain, it was clear that many were engaged in fierce combat through the sounds coming from somewhere on the right. Do you hear that too? Let's go over there. Yangwu instructed Negwig in the direction of the sound, summoning his fearful cat. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Swoosh. As expected, the cat had its eyes closed. After all, could there be anyone here who posed a threat to the owner of a mythical grade weapon? Then let's hurry and stop the fight. According to the area's status, the neck of the Wajongbu's strongest sword was still intact, and there was a sense of noisy popularity in sync with the last-minute battle. From far away, a large hole was pierced in the inner wall of the prison. Chai Cheng, Chai Yang. Now the sound of swords could even be heard clearly as the distance shortened. Whiz! This time, the path to take was clear, so Negwig moved without Yongwu's command. Crash! The creature suddenly made a high jump. Hua! As Negwig swiftly jumped 20 meters, the shadow of Yongwu's group was cast faintly over the inner wall of the prison. And then, the scene of dozens of swordsmen scattered around the prison yard engaged in battle came into view. Click, click, click. Moreover, the battle was almost coming to an end. From the air, it was clear that the Wajongbu side was being pushed into a corner. All three of the Gangbuk's strongest swords are still alive. As Yongwu found the words No-on, Da-bong, and Gangbuk inside the stadium, Da-bong's strongest sword, who was wiping the blood off his sword, noticed the strange shadow on the ground and looked up. Swoosh! Then, his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. Whiz! Because something unidentifiable was falling, screaming. What the damn it? Together with the bewildered exclamation of Da-bong's strongest sword. Boom! Negwig, carrying Yongwu's group, landed in the middle of the playground, stirring up dust. Whiz! Strange cries, heavy footsteps, and waves of dust. Everything was exactly like the scene of the appearance of a mutant, so all the swordsmen in the stadium reflexively turned their swords towards the intruder. And then, swoosh! Amidst the dust cloud that filled the air, a metallic sound rang out first. Clank! It was the sound of Yongwu's footsteps, wearing the unique grade boots. Illusion, but no one present could discern it. After all, metallic boots were not common equipment. Following that, the characteristic vibrating sound of the golden trail softly reverberated. What is it, a mutant? At this hour? Where on earth did it suddenly appear from? The three typical strongest swords from No-on, Da-bong, and Gangbuk checked if there was no pillar of red light rising above the dust. However, naturally, there was no sign of a mutant, but instead, as the dust settled a bit, something faintly glowing, resembling a name tag, was visible at a height of over 2 meters. The letters were not yet clear, but under the circumstances, it was undoubtedly. It's a real mutant. Fuck, what's going on all of a sudden? Everyone present, including the Gangbuk Alliance, was convinced. Despite the absence of the pillar of light, all other characteristics pointed to a mutant. No matter how much we're in the midst of war, mutants are the bigger enemy. Let's deal with the mutants first. At the sudden appearance of the mutant, there was a momentary moment of cooperation between Wajongbu and the Gangbuk Alliance. Wah! A human baby's cry burst out loudly from the dust. What? At this, everyone in the vicinity fell into a momentary panic. Clank! After the initial metallic sound was heard again, someone asked, Father? Are you here? Father. Yes? Who are you looking for? Father, the magical word. With this single word, the murderous spirit emanating from those holding swords dissipated without vigor. The majority present here had either lost their families as a result of the reset or were those who, unlike others, took up arms to avoid losing their families. And because of that, wait a moment, the tension was palpable, because their own deaths were the same as the death of the family they left behind in the residential area. Everyone snap out of it. It could be a distraction tactic from mutants. Someone instinctively grabbed the sword that had been slipping out of their hands and shouted. And right on cue, there was another clang from within the dust cloud. Clang. It was the sound of Yongwu taking steps to step out of the dust cloud. Relax, everyone. Let me speak for a moment. As Yongwu waved the dust away with his arms and took another step forward, one of the strongest swords from Gangbuk reflexively extended his sword, interpreting this movement as an attack. Swish! Then the other strongest swords of Gangbuk couldn't help but intervene. Such clumsy attacks not only did not affect the mutants, but also risked their lives by inviting counterattacks. Therefore, It was an ironic situation where the three strongest swords of Gangbuk, Noan, and Dabong launched a joint attack in order to save the person who initiated the first attack. Swish! Fuck, what's going on? I don't know what kind of guy he is, but thanks to him, my life will be saved. Taking advantage of the intruder's presence, Guak Sangwan of Wajongbu's strongest sword gained some time and started looking around for an escape route. He intended to escape from the Gangbuk alliance while they were engaged in battle with a monster in the dust cloud. But before he could even take a step, something absurd happened first. Swoosh! The blades of the Gangbuk alliance, which had been cutting through the dust, were all blocked. And then, Misters, I'll retaliate from the second attack onwards. The voice of a man that had been continuously echoing from within the hazy dust finally emerged without a single break in breath. And then, thunk! As the alliance's blades were deflected onto the road, the person in question revealed himself. Clang! Father! Stop all actions! As Yangwu called out to the fathers indiscriminately and walked out of the dust, everyone on that side who had been aiming their swords at him widened their eyes. What? Huh. Everything about the opponent surpassed their imagination. A height of 2 meters. The title of Josian's strongest sword. Golden armor adorned all over the body. A golden greatsword floating in the air like a guardian deity. And even a sinister aura emanating from a cursed sword. Is he really human? He's not a mutant. Then someone finally uttered the problematic line. So whose son is he? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Father. Or rather, he was looking for his biological father. For Yangwu, there was only the one who created him, but there was no one who nurtured him. So what Yangwu was looking for now was nothing more than his biological father. More precisely, a being who passed on some of his genetic components to Yangwu, and depending on the perspective, could be considered as the original. This individual is a randomly combined composition of level 4 settings. Influenced by the settings of the parents, they possess the following immutable elements from birth. Hashtag level 4 hashtag orphan. As a level 4 composite being, they receive retroactive adjustments to settings of level 2 or higher during their lifetime. Father, level 6 extra. Mother, level 1 supporting role. The combination of a level 6 extra and a level 1 supporting role. This rather discordant combination gave rise to the problematic existence known as Zhong Yangwu 07, a stubborn acknowledged by the system and a rising star that the beings of the universe began to take notice of at this moment. However, Yangwu was also a pitiful existence who, if not for the reset, would have died a miserable death from being beaten by a drunken passerby during his return to home. So he didn't have high expectations for his father. It's not like he was a remarkable or excellent person. Before the reset, in other words, in the original world, the child Yangwu's father had made was not the strongest sword but someone who had died in the streets. Name, Zhong Yangwu. Role, level 4 extra. Function, background, supportive role. Of course, that didn't mean he wasn't curious about his father's existence. No, in fact, he was even more curious because he didn't have high expectations for his father. Because he was curious about how bad it was if it was bad. Anyone here could be my father. So for now, let's put down our swords. A mysterious man with overflowing power. As Yangwu scanned the audience and spoke, everyone hesitated, exchanging glances, and one by one began to lower their swords. Isn't he a monster who easily deflected the attacks of the 3 strongest swords? They had no choice but to listen. Moreover, the 3 strongest swords of Gangbuk Alliance knew very well that the man had successfully defended against their attacks without even using weapons. Where did this bastard suddenly come from? If it's not an illusion, he blocked our combined attack with his bare hands, even though we launched our attacks without securing the area properly. As Gangbuk, Noan, and Dabong's strongest swords reminisced about the recent events, Yangwu scrutinized the people in front of him one by one. This is tricky. The reason Yangwu referred to them as fathers was because a considerable number of the members were indeed father figures. Also, created April 8th, 1992, 11:41 p.m., unwritten and intentionally modified. As Yangwu had been abandoned due to unintentional modifications, the age range of his father was likely much lower than expected. He could have had me when he was young, so he'd be in his early 50s. Yangwu is currently 34 years old. Therefore, excluding all women and men between the ages of 20 and 40, there was a high probability that his father was among the remaining candidates. So, when counting the number of candidates, there were as many as 9. Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying your father is here? Are you sure? Soon, doubts arose among the candidates. The one who spoke was none other than Gangbuk's strongest sword, Li Jingyun. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. At the age of 66, he had a son of similar age to Yangwu living in Gangbuk. If your father is really here, there's no reason to hesitate like this. Their meaning was, why aren't you going to find your father when everyone has stopped fighting as you demanded? It's something you could tell just by looking at their faces. For those who had never experienced life as an orphan, it was a natural thought. So Yangwu looked up at the tracking marker at the top of his field of vision. Since coming here, the marker had been changed to a square. It meant that there was a wanted person nearby. I've never met my father in my life. I was abandoned as soon as I was born. But somehow I got an item that helps find people. As Yangwu took out the wanted poster, people poured out words of admiration as if they had made an agreement. Oh my, is it true? Then people's eyes began to focus on men who were the age of the monster's father. Who could have committed the wicked act of abandoning a newborn baby? Ugh, whoever did it, it's really messed up. Who is it? Confess quickly. Is it even possible for there to be orphans in this day and age? Who is it? Then the candidates began to step back, raising their arms. I'm not. I have all my children. Neither am I. I don't even have a lover, let alone a son. The scene at the Wijongbu prison, which had turned into the worst father discovery scene in a matter of seconds from a war scene. Those who had participated in this battle had begun to express their annoyance due to their own stories. For example, like Kim Jianggu of Dabong. What the hell is all this nonsense? Did we come here to fight? Or to play jokes? Kim Jianggu, 58 years old. He was here to avenge his brother who lost his life to the Wijongbu's strongest sword. How can you expect to find your father when you don't even know what he looks like? With these words, Kim Jianggu aggressively gripped his sword. Anyway, since the number of candidates is going to decrease, you'd better look carefully among the remaining people. They were going to sneak out of the war for now. At this, Wijongbu's strongest sword, Guak Songwan, who had been looking for an opportunity to escape, leaped towards the high outer wall of the prison. Damn it, Tai At, the strongest man among the Wijongbu prison inmates, Guak Songwan, moved like lightning. That bastard! Get him! Seeing this, all the strongest swords of the Gangbuk Alliance, including Kim Jianggu of Dabong, naturally lit up and jumped up. And Yangwu was no different. Guak Songwan, calling out the name of the man who might be his biological father, he sent the dragon's legacy towards his left leg. Skeet. It was the dual sword of the Joseon's strongest sword. Thanks to that, Guak Songwan was hit in the leg with the sword and slammed into the ground, unable to even cross half the distance to the outer wall. Correct. Then the enraged people of Gangbuk Alliance rushed towards him, brandishing their swords fiercely. Of course, they were soon bound by the golden waves that swept through the field. Wowit! What is this? Some of the people immediately recognized the nature of this energy and widened their eyes. This oppressive feeling, like squeezing one's heart, could only be felt when facing the prestige of the strongest sword. Joseon's strongest sword. Eventually, Yangwu, the source of this prestige, calmly walked among dozens of swordsmen, emitting golden rays from his eyes. Then, standing in front of Guak Songwan, who still hadn't removed the dragon's legacy from his leg, Yangwu looked down at him. The tracking marker was still square. After a moment of thought, Yangwu opened his mouth. How old are you now? You must be in your early 50s at most. Upon hearing this, Guak Songwan, sweating profusely, managed to answer. Well, I just turned 60 this year. But what about this sword? Even if I were your father, what good would it do to break my leg? To this, Yang Wu glanced briefly at the dragon's legacy stuck in a man's leg, and then spoke again in a harsh tone. I am currently 34. What? If you're 60, it means you had me when you were 17. W, what are you talking about? I'm saying you're not my father. With Yang Wu's last words, a long shadow was cast over Guak Songwan's head. What? This crazy bastard! Guak Songwan exclaimed with a scream. Then, Guak Songwan's body was split in half by a mythic-ranked sword, bastard. Kaya, you little... Everyone in the audience, except for Kim Jianggu, was startled and stepped back. Of course, at this time, even Kim Jianggu, who came to avenge his brother, did not have murderous intent in his eyes. The reason was that the gaze of the Joseon's strongest sword, who had just killed one of the candidates for his father, overwhelmed him. He was the enemy of my brother. I'm just sorry I didn't kill him myself. I have no feelings for him. As Kim Jong-gu said this, Yang Wu reached out his left hand and retrieved the dragon's legacy stuck in the dead man's leg. Thunk! I knew he wasn't my father. The sword didn't ignite. Then Yang Wu pointed the dragon's legacy at Kim Jong-gu. Whip! By the way, was this guy the enemy of your older brother? Big. What? While Kim Jong-gu made a puzzled expression, Yang Wu looked at the tracking marker in front of him with a very clear mind. The reason was that just a moment ago, when everyone except Kim Jong-gu stepped back, the marker changed to a circle. In other words, it seems like it might be my father. W, what are you talking about? That can't be. As Kim Jong-gu made an unjust expression and shook his head sideways. On the other hand, Yang Wu threw the question with a confident face. How old are you this year? The giant monster is asking about the age. That's right. Kim Jong-gu glanced at the lifeless body of Wajongbu's strongest sword, split in half. So, you say I can't be your father? You must have made a serious mistake. As seen before, revealing one's age often leads to death. But not revealing it didn't seem likely to save him either. What should I do? It seems like he really thinks of me as his father. The opponent was a skilled fighter, unstoppable by force. As seen earlier, fleeing from him was impossible. How did I end up meeting such a lunatic? Cold sweat trickled down. Yet Jianggu desperately calculated the age difference between himself and the giant. How old did he say he was earlier? 34. And Kim Jianggu is 58 years old this year. So if we subtract the giant's age from Jianggu's age, 24. What happened then? It was so long ago that I really couldn't remember. No. Is he claiming I had a son at such a young age? As Jianggu stood there with a face that could burst into tears at any moment, Joseon's strongest sword impatiently prompted him while gripping the evil sword menacingly. H, please tell me. W, why does that matter at all? You're going to kill me anyway once you hear my age. At this, Yang Wu looked at the sword bastard, which had already been covered in blood once. That's still under consideration. What? Kim Jianggu, who was starting to feel terrified by the opponent. In contrast, Yang Wu was serious. He was killed because he was the Wajongbu's strongest sword. His notorious reputation has spread from Chorwen to this area. Then Yang Wu scratched his chin with Dragon's legacy, thoughtfully. It was an unconscious action due to holding swords in both hands, but to those who saw it, it was a threat of murder in itself. Of course, even if he claimed to be my father, I would have killed him. Considering he was kept in prison until the reset day, he must have been a level 6 human. It would have been right to erase him as a son. Yang Wu muttered his inner thoughts. Of course, most of the people present didn't properly hear his words, but Kim Jianggu, the Dabong's strongest sword, was different. Level 6. Kim Jianggu's mouth fell open involuntarily. Then Yang Wu said, as if he had expected it, Father, you're a level 6 human, right? Am I right? Yeah. Dobong's strongest sword was visibly flustered. What are the chances of guessing the internal grade of a person you've never seen before? It was clear that the giant knew in advance his self-proclaimed father's level. And coincidentally, the internal grade of the father Kim Jianggu pointed out by the giant was, Mimi, it's true that I'm a level 6. Shivers ran down his spine, and a vague sense of terror arose. Could it be that everything the giant had been saying so far was true? Did my own child grow up without my knowledge? Chuck. As Kim Jeong-gu retreated in confusion, a woman's voice could be heard from somewhere behind. She could have given birth alone. Anyway, what he said might not be entirely wrong. The owner of this voice was Choi Jong-seon, the Yongju's strongest sword, who was riding on an iron horse with a baby in her arms. Who are you? Kim Jeong-gu looked at Jong-seon and was surprised. Could she be his daughter-in-law? Yongju's strongest sword. Fuck, what am I thinking right now? He shuddered and turned his head back towards the giant, only to see the madman approaching from behind. It's probably hard to admit it right away, since it doesn't feel real. Yongwu shrugged his big shoulders as he looked down at father. But I feel the same way. This person is my father? I don't really know because I've never had a father in the first place, but it feels a lot different than I expected. Kim Jeong-gu, 58 years old. Other than the title Dobong's strongest sword attached to his head, he didn't seem particularly special. At 165 centimeters, he wasn't tall, and his innate skeleton wasn't good either. If we only consider physical specs, it would be easy to agree that he was a level 6. But still, he became the strongest sword. How on earth? How could a level 6 human become the strongest sword, surpassing tens of thousands? The reason Yongwu couldn't dare to stab this man with his sword was because of this. Although there wasn't a movie-like incident where he instantly felt like he was looking at his father as soon as he saw this man, there was still some kind of connection visible. Despite being born as a 4th level, Jong Yongwu rose to become the strongest sword of the Gumi region. And despite being born as a 6th level, Kim Jeong-gu became the strongest in Dabong, one of the 25 regions of Seoul. Can we use the term illegitimate child here? Anyway, this man was as extraordinary as Yongwu. More precisely, his achievements after the reset were what mattered. Originally, I thought what my father had created was not me as I am now, but someone who died on the street. But I was wrong. Finally, Yongwu's gaze shifted from Kim Jeong-gu's relatively small title to his. Dobong's strongest sword. It's true that this man has partially made me who I am now. Something that produces results higher than the original grade came from this man. Then what did he receive from his mother, whom he still didn't know at this point? Yongwu closed his eyes tightly, and to his surprise, an achievement window appeared in his pitch-black field of vision. Whether it was a system malfunction or whether Yongwu unconsciously summoned the achievement window, it was unclear. What mattered now was, the fact that the complete orphan, who had been guarding the achievement list the longest since the opening of the achievement system, appeared as if waiting. Complete orphan. Find and eliminate parents. 1/2. An achievement that would complete Yongwu's core element orphan engraved in his internal settings. This was also one of the initial achievements recommended by the system, defining Yongwu as a stubborn person. In other words, although he didn't know what it meant, it implied that the reward for this achievement would likely enhance Yongwu's unique traits. Sprinkle asphalt in the eyes. Although the technique of the 4th equipment of the Golden Ratio achievement was somewhat inferior for manipulation, its effect was tremendous. Because Chorwon County Mayor Sun Jun-young, who was rushing with a fierce momentum, stopped moving all at once. No, this damn bastard. But who is Sun Jun-young? A man who was expelled from this world after receiving the majority vote of Chorwon County citizens in the extinction vote. Now his body was an ogre with a height of a whopping 4 meters, so he could easily block asphalt debris with enough distance between his eyes and the ground. The sensory value has temporarily increased from the original 1,500 to 3,647. The sensory value far exceeded that of most strongest swords. As expected, it was a reinforced type. Yongwu exhaled deeply as he looked at the sensory deprivation alert. This was a higher value than that of Death Knight Lee Seon-ho, who is also a reinforced type mutant. A guy who does this kind of thing is called the strongest sword of Joseon. Then Sun Jun-young showed an angry gesture. He was trying to retaliate for the despicable ambush. Boom! Once again, when Sun Junyong's huge muscles produced a mighty output. The strongest swords of Gyeonggi province who were watching it opened their mouths in shock. Whoa, no don't. To both of them, it seemed impossible to block the current blow. Swish! A large club swung fiercely, cutting through the air menacingly. Yet, that so-called strongest sword of Joseon remained calmly within the opponent's range. Watch out! Yankian strongest sword Jo Songsik. Chorwon's strongest sword Kim Kwang-yeong. As the two screamed, almost in panic, strongest sword Jong Yongwoo drew his sword like lightning. Slash! But it wasn't Yongwoo's sword that blocked Sun Junyong's club. It was none other than the Golden Trail, legendary two-handed sword. Golden Trail, legendary two-handed greatsword. Auto combat. Rome's bottom. It was a legendary grade, greatsword roaring with tremendous momentum. What's this? Only then did Sun Junyong realize, with a bewildered expression, that the golden greatsword was moving on its own. Of course, Yongwoo was equally surprised. What's the output? Instead of being driven into the ground by Sun Junyong's attack, the Golden Trail remained floating in the air. And in the meantime, break. The symbol of break, meaning the ability to break the opponent's posture, appeared countless times in Yongwoo's sight. So, without hesitation, Yongwoo thrust his black sword towards Sun Junyong while commanding the Golden Goblin somewhere. Underdog! Upon hearing this, the goblin sitting on the neck of Negreg opened its pocket dimension hastily. Key it. After a while, the goblin, with an urgent voice, threw the underdog spell at Yongwoo. These guys! Seeing another sword added to the battlefield from outside, Sun Junyong made a resentful expression. For some reason, he felt as if he was being ganged up on. And indeed, Yuong. At the timing of Yongwoo's black sword thrust, the Golden Trail rushed towards Sun Junyong. Swish! Being stabbed by a 2-meter-long strongest sword, and a sword with a length of a full 2 meters, was a completely different experience from the pressure alone. Of course, the more frightening one was obvious. Eek! Sun Junyong, with a frightened expression, swung his club to block the Golden Trail. Clang! At that moment, another symbol appeared on his whole body. Kill. It meant the opponent's life was finished. Is this the end? As the underdog arrived, just in time, Yongwoo threw away the black sword and grabbed it, holding the underdog. Thunk! Upon seeing this scene, Yankian and Chorwon's strongest swords looked at Yongwoo with eyes close to awe. Wow, what's that? No, damn it. The sight of them fighting, changing swords as if changing empty magazines, was a big shock to them. Adding to that was the halo effect of the title's strongest sword. Even though the level of the battle was different, it was too different. These damn! On the other hand, Sun Junyong pushed away the Golden Trail, clinging to his club with his foot, and bit his lip. In the meantime, the Joseon's strongest sword, which had changed its sword, was seen making an unusual attack. It seemed that he was resentful because he felt that something was not right. Do these bastards not know when to stop? Swoosh! Since the tip of the sword had already approached near the abdomen, Sun Junyong's best response was to dodge behind the club. Anyway, if he could somehow block a single strike, it wouldn't be difficult to turn that guy, who had already come within range, into a sitting duck. So, at the moment Sun Junyong attempted an emergency evasion. Thuwang! With an unexpected sound of impact, his lower body momentarily lifted in the air. Startled, Sun Junyong reflexively rolled his eyes downward, only to catch a glint of gold so bright it almost blinded him. It was that despicable greatsword that had knocked his legs out from under him earlier. And then, swoop! The underdog, which had been rushed forward at an early speed, pierced his abdomen. Ugh! Even the tough skin of the ogre couldn't withstand such a powerful blow, almost like cracking a coconut. Underdog, mutant one-handed sword. Power increases by 25% against targets larger than the user. But this didn't take Sun Junyong's life. What completely severed his lifeline was wing. In an instant, the Golden Trail, which had floated high into the air and then descended vertically, was there. Crunch. Translator night. Proofreader gun. As if dropping like a guillotine blade, the great sword, with a width of 40 centimeters, fell, seemingly doing nothing to Sun Junyong's head, and returned to Yang Wu's side. What? Done, and with blood smeared all over its slender blade, it seemed. Is it over? A complete orphan. Upon hearing these words, Choi Jongxian couldn't help but think that Yang Wu was generous, but Kim Jeong's perspective was entirely different. Is he completely insane? Regardless of whether he was his real father or not, saying he'd kill his father if he made a mistake was not a normal thought. Did I commit a grave sin in my past life? How'd I end up with a son like this? But he was also a top survivor who became the strongest sword in Dabong, surpassing tens of thousands of competitors with his level 6 physique. That's why. Is there no other choice? Besides dying right now. At this point, he quickly understood his situation. Yes, you said it yourself. And earlier, weren't you trying to stab me? So if I kill my father now, it's self-defense. Ah, I see. Kim Jeongu let out an awkward laugh. Then, with a casual tone, he said as he slapped his thighs with both arms. Well then, can't be helped. 3 days? Let's try it once. 3 days of challenges to avoid becoming a father. As Jeongu gladly accepted and got up from his seat, Jongxian let out a deep sigh of relief. Although she was relieved not to see the crazy tyrant immediately, the thought of going to Seoul with those 2 stubborn men still bothered her. Is this the right choice? Jongxian instinctively looked down at her child. Still, compared to life in the city, where she always had to be vigilant as she never knew when a challenger would appear, Seoul seemed better. At least for a while, there wouldn't be a challenger to defeat Yang Wu. So safety should be guaranteed, right? Heat. As the situation seemed to settle, the golden goblin that was with Jongxian darted out to the scene. Tot. It was none other than to retrieve the loot from the deceased former strongest sword, Guak Songwon, who was cut in half. Oh, I killed someone today. Upon this, Yang Wu took out the Serpent of Greed to check if there were any hidden items. And seeing this, Kim Jeongu, what the hell is this, you bastard? He clicked his tongue at the scene that seemed to have some procedure for looting. How many people did he have to kill to have a goblin picking up loot for him? Keat. Soon, Yang Wu's relic-level slave brought him the loot and reported. Keat. The first loot removed from the dead was slime fingerprint, mutant gloves. Can be attached to the wall or ceilinged. Mutant gloves, slime fingerprint. It was a special mobility-related equipment like the climbing gear or jump boots he obtained before. Climber, mutant pants. Leap distance tripled. Jump boots, unique shoes. Movement speed doubles when no enemies are nearby. It's not common, but items like this do show up from time to time. I wonder why. Increasing jump distance or being able to stick to walls or ceilings wasn't particularly helpful in regular combat situations. However, in this world, there were no items made without reason. It was like the ability resistance he couldn't understand at first. Where would I even need to climb? As Yang Wu had visited dungeons of other dimensions before, his imagination far exceeded that of an ordinary person. When he thought of climbing, it wasn't a mountain, but something like a gigantic dimensional structure. Anyway, it's good to have many things. They might come in handy someday. As Yang Wu shifted his gaze to the next loot, this time he saw the golden goblin extending a knife directly. Unfair trade, unique one-handed sword, inflicting wounds on enemies, increasing wearer's recovery rate. Kikit. As if they found remarkable loot, the voice exclaimed. Of course, Yang Wu agreed. It's a perfectly tailored gear. Among Yang Wu's survival mechanisms during battles, regeneration was undoubtedly one of the most representative. Slime core, mutation bracelet. Regenerative power increases dramatically. With an amazing regeneration ability that allowed him to recover as long as his head wasn't smashed, even if his body was torn apart. On top of that, what currently supported Yang Wu's fortitude were various damage reduction effects and resistances, since he often had to resort to self-harm to reach the bleeding state. This loot was more than welcome for him. Already a regeneration monster, if recovery rate is added to it, how much tougher would he become? If its recovery rate Is it a superior concept to regeneration? Anyway, he had something remarkable. The synergy would be tremendous. The only downside was that this equipment was a sword, not an accessory. Of course, I could ask the chairman to acquire a weapon encyclopedia. However, which encyclopedia to request would depend on the nightly dungeon that would appear today. Then next, as Yangwu shifted his gaze to the last loot, a dusky leather belt came into view. Fireproof leather, mutation belt, fire resistance 10%, empty slot, a resistance and a slot. Not bad. Yangwu nodded approvingly as he watched the goblin toss the loot into his spatial pocket. Then he titled his head. Wait, is that all? Yangwu's gaze returned to the serpent of greed once again. Apparently, the snake didn't sense any other loot nearby, as it remained quietly wrapped around Yangwu's wrist. There was only one unique item, but still, being the strongest sword, only 3 items? While it was possible that one piece of equipment was devoured, there should still be at least one more mutation gear, shouldn't there? If he had dominated all mutants while reigning as the top in Wujongbu, wouldn't he have taken all of the mutations? Without further thought, Yangwu walked briskly toward the corpse of the former strongest sword in Wujongbu. Then, schwack, he swung his sword twice, tearing apart the dead man's clothes to retrieve the loot. Oh my! The spectators in the audience grimaced at the corpse's dishonor, but at the same time, they were amazed, because there was a tattoo of a muscular large dog shape engraved on the deceased strongest sword's thigh. Ferocious dog, mutant tattoo. Strength increased by 700 dot. Once again, it was a tattoo item. Strength increased by 700. Certainly, even if they are of the same grade, tattoo items have higher values. Translator Knight, Proofreader Gun, and tattoos couldn't be taken or passed on. Neither the Golden Goblin nor the Serpent of Greed treated that tattoo as loot, which was evidence of that. It's a bit disappointing to leave behind Strength 700. But still, I've learned one more thing. Without lingering regrets, Yangwu turned his gaze away from a corpse. Then, we're done here. Let's start heading out, he said to Zhangxian, gesturing for her to come this way. Swoosh! At his signal, the Negwig trotted over, nudging Yangwu with its iron hoof. Where are we going now? Are we heading to Seoul? With her head full of surreal, tyrannical, and horrifying events, Zhangxian looked to the south with hopeful eyes. To this, Yangwu said the word she had been waiting for. Yes, we're going to Seoul now. If we go to Gangnam, people there will arrange accommodations for you and the baby. And we can also find someone to take care of the baby while fighting mutants. The people there that Yangwu mentioned refer to the Taiwan group. Is it really happening? Is the crazy development finally over? That's right. Clang! As Yangwu removed the golden breastplate that wrapped around his torso after taking off his cloak, Jianga's expression turned to surprise. It was because there was a spiral-shaped flame tattoo on the chest of Zhang Yangwu, the dreadful sun candidate. That wasn't all. Why? Why is your shoulder like that? Right now, Yangwu's right upper arm was flickering as if covered in gray noise, like a graphic error. Seeing this, Yangwu glanced at his shoulder briefly and then touched the black metal card in his hand. It looks like the screen is adjusting because the advertisement is about to be attached soon. I just received the advertising fee. Hashtag basic advertising fee. 10 million karma per week. Hashtag basic contract period. For weeks. With the basic advertising fee of 10 million karma that the chairman had promised along with 2 special clauses, it was now in Yangwu's hands. Asterisk available karma. 14,214,000. Thanks to this, Yangwu's total karma amount had increased to a whopping 14 million. The timing is incredible. I was planning to visit the merchants one by one after arriving in Gangnam. At this rate, it was almost certain that he would enter the night dungeon tonight. As Yangwu, who had finished changing his clothes, raised his head to the sky, a system message appeared in his field of vision. As of now, the combined advertisement for the Dogo weapon brand will be broadcasted on your advertising tattoo, white space. The content of the broadcast advertisement will be periodically changed, and the contract period is 4 weeks. Finally, it's starting. As Yangwu read all the messages, a large Dogo emblem appeared before his eyes. Swoosh! Then immediately, BZ, a vibration-like sound emanated from the white space covering Yangwu's right upper arm, and the screen adjustment stopped, turning black. Swish! It was like the moment before a movie started at the theater. Oh! As Yangwu searched for something resembling a mirror, he stood in front of the large two-handed sword, Golden Trail, which was floating nearby. Then, the advertisement surface covering his shoulders and elbows was reflected on the wide blade. Is that an advertisement from outer space? Both Choi Jong-seon and Kim Jong-gu, his probable father, couldn't help but be interested in the advertisement being broadcasted on the body of Josian's strongest sword, Yangwu. Gulp! As Jianggu swallowed heavily and subtly shifted his gaze towards Yangwu's shoulder, the advertisement started right on time. Angle or much less than. It was the first tattoo advertisement for Yangwu, starting with the appearance of extraterrestrial characters meaning Dogo. This caused the pupils of all 3 people, including Yangwu, to widen. Huh, can you just read that? Although the characters they saw with their eyes were strangely shaped, they could understand their meaning in their minds. Within the white space, the red atmosphere of a desolate planet was visible. Then, whoosh, the camera angle descended towards the ground, revealing a desert scattered with large rocks. It was a scene of extraterrestrial beings, small in stature with reddish-brown skin, diligently striking the rocks with their tiny fists. Then cracks started to appear in the rocks, and thick blue liquid began to pour out from the cracks. Degree or end angle. Monocular boy Jeppy from the planet Jargal had to pound the rocks every day until blood came out of his hands in order to obtain the sap. The camera zoomed in on one extraterrestrial in front of a rock. Probably Jeppy, the boy from the planet Jargal. Jeppy looked at the rock with a sad expression, then slowly raised his hand, which was covered in scabs, and extended his fingers. Swish! Suddenly, between his cute fingers, a scene appeared where a large anchor descended from afar and struck the ground. Oh, it's the chairman's ship. It seemed to be a staging of the encounter between the impoverished Jeppy of the frontier planet and Dogo. Intersection times. But not anymore. The screen faded to black with extraterrestrial text. Then suddenly the screen brightened, showing Jeppy standing on a planet with a completely different feel from before. He was standing upright, wearing a lot of unusual equipment on his small body. Much less than degree or angle superset of or equal to therefore is an element of. With the support of Dogo, Jeppy became a space pirate ruling over 6 planets. Huh, what? While Yangwu and the 2 strongest swords wore blank expressions, in the advertisement, Jeppy was kicking the inhabitants of other planets into a spaceship that he had brought along. Angle and degree. And now, Jeppy has 70,000 slaves pounding rocks for him. Jeppy, now back on his home planet, had a happy expression on his face. And by his feet, there was a slave holding a jar filled with sap, lying on the ground. Thunk! Jeppy snatched the jar away and gulped down the sap in one breath. Much less than contains as member angle less than or equal. Dogo supports your dreams. However, the camera was now zooming in on a slave lying on the ground. When Dogo said, it meant both Jeppy and his slaves. Crunch. Eventually, the slave clenched the sand on the ground with his hand, leaving a spike pattern on the ground with his fingers, and the advertisement concluded. What is this? Choi Jong-seon alternately looked at Yangwu and the white space with a dumbfounded face. Now, on Yangwu's shoulder, an alien with several tentacle-like arms was explaining the usage of dimensional bombs. These were the bombs Yangwu had received as sponsorship from the dungeon last night. What's this about? It's one of my breadwinning methods. As Yangwu said this, he hesitated as he tried to put on his armor. Wait, can I wear a top? That way, the advertisement will be completely covered. Once money is received, professionalism comes first. If Yangwu were the advertiser, he wouldn't allow the model to wear a top. Of course, the contract didn't explicitly say to keep the advertisement exposed. But logically, Is it reasonable to hide the advertisement after receiving payment? And this is also a matter of principle. However, there was another problem. The effects of the armor he was currently wearing were too good to take off and wander around naked. Golden Oath, legendary breastplate, reduces enemy attack power by 50%. Translator Knight, proofreader gun. I guess I have to wait a bit until I get the armor encyclopedia. Yangwu glanced vaguely at Dogo, then quietly put on the armor he had thrown on the ground. Clank. Nothing happened. Is it okay? Yangwu murmured as he looked at the sky, and Zhongxian tilted her head. What's wrong? The clothes. I was wondering if I could cover the advertisement completely. Oh, understanding Yangwu's meaning, Zhongxian furrowed his brow. So he was considering wandering around without a top the whole time. Shall we go back then? We need to finish our work quickly before it gets too dark. The current time was 7:10 p.m. Although it was summer and the days were long, the surroundings were already getting dark. There wasn't much time left until the notice for the lodging will appear in 50 minutes, so time wasn't that abundant. What other tasks do we have left? Kim Jianggu asked as he prepared to chase after the iron horse again. Yangwu pointed south and said, First, we need to leave Zhongxian and the baby in Gangnam, and then we'll go through the merchants. Merchants? At this hour, wouldn't everyone have taken away the goods? Jianggu expressed a logical doubt. However, it wasn't the case for Seoul, especially for Yangwu. The merchants left in Paiyu might be a little worrying, but no one would have touched the ones in Seoul. They know I'll come back. He spoke with great confidence. As someone who didn't know Yangwu's status among the strongest sword in Seoul, Jianggu could only tilt his head in confusion. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. We have invited Yangjiu, strongest sword, Choi Zhongxian, who will be in charge of Guangjinggu mutants starting tomorrow. Yangwu entered Gangnam through Pado while informing the strongest swords in Seoul about the new strongest sword they had recruited. Since it was almost time for the next lodging notice to appear, there weren't many people outside the city outskirts. At 8 p.m., the lodging notice appeared. At 9 p.m., the lodging service began. Everyone was waiting in front of their favorite residences to occupy them as soon as possible. It seems like Gangnam almost doesn't show any signs of the reset. Kim Jianggu opened his mouth in surprise as he looked at the neat buildings in Gangnam. Even Dobonggu had considerable damage on the first day of the reset, so most of the low-rise buildings had one defect after another. Yes, I heard the previous holder of Gangnam was a chaebol, so the order was established early on. Gangnam chaebol? By the previous holder, do you mean the Gangnam's strongest sword? Yes, Gangnam's strongest sword. Upon Yangwu's words, Kim Jianggu glanced at Yangwu's title, which read Josian's strongest sword. After all, the title of strongest sword could be seized. What happened to the previous holder? Of course, he died. And now I'm also the Gangnam's strongest sword. He didn't explicitly mention swinging his elbow to cut the throat of the previous Gangnam's strongest sword. Nor did he mention the presence of the son's body of the former Gangnam strongest sword at the scene. The people who used to help the previous Gangnam strongest sword run Gangnam are now helping me. It's a strange world, isn't it? The bottom of Seoul was really chaotic. Jianggu finally realized that the monster on horseback he had heard about through the wave announcement the other day was Zhang Yangwu in front of him. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to the situation in the southern part of Seoul, but now he realized that it was the time of upheaval in Seoul. Squeak, squeak. As they exchanged various conversations, the three of them entered the central part of Gangnam, and they could feel that the number of citizens along the roadside was gradually increasing. It was because there were more and more people following them as they talked. Strongest sword. Did your title change again? The rumor that the Gangnam strongest sword was riding a horse had already spread throughout Gangnam. And even if it hadn't, thanks to the golden rain that had fallen today, all the residents of Gangnam knew Zhang Yangwu's face. However, because they hadn't heard the story of him flying around with a great sword, they didn't approach the strongest sword rashly, but followed from a distance. It's fortunate. It used to be so congested that it was difficult to move. Yangwu glanced back slightly and said, making Jianga look at him with a puzzled expression, Why do the people in this area like you so much? It was understandable. All Jianggu had seen of Zhang Yongwu so far was when he had split the Wijongbu's strongest sword in half and stabbed him with a sword. I wonder, maybe because I'm the representative of their region. Yang Wu said this, looking at the COEX building and the Parnasse Hotel on the other side. It was because he could see that the protocol team of Taewon Group was already gathered there. They must have been standing there for hours, not knowing when he would return. What's that? Dobong's strongest sword, Kim Jianggu, who was once again in culture shock due to the protocol of a large company, opened his eyes wide, and a person from the Taewon side who recognized Yang Wu ran towards them. It was none other than Lim Suna from the secretary's office. Yang Wu. Lim Suna's expression froze in real time as she ran towards the Gangnam's strongest sword. It was because she had just realized that this troublemaker had brought 2 more strongest swords from other regions. Moreover, what did he do? Wasn't his title changed to Josian's strongest sword? At this point, it wasn't surprising that the golden greatsword was flying around by itself. So many things must have happened. Yes. Was there any trouble during that time? When Yang Wu asked like this, Lim Suna cautiously opened her mouth after glancing behind him. The family of Chairman Kim Tae-jun requested a meeting while you were away. Want to see me? It seems like they want to meet Kim Tae-jun again. Ah, that makes sense. Yang Wu smiled awkwardly, but it was awkward. Although there was one more chance with the whistle, it was intended to be used in the dungeon tonight at 11 o'clock. The chairman has to go to the dungeon tonight, so he can't go out. What should I do? Yang Wu fiddled with the whistle, and then his eyes lit up as if he had a good idea. Please tell his family. If it's okay with them, how about staying in my place tonight? Lim Suna, who didn't fully understand Yang Wu's words, made a face asking for more explanation. So Yang Wu made a square with his index fingers and thumbs. Kim Tae-jun will appear on TV tonight. This time, it'll be a human appearance, so it'll be more pleasant to watch. Yang Wu said this and then made a request. Oh, but it's better not to let the children see it after 11 o'clock. Why? Why is that? At that time, the chairman might be doing something dangerous. Over here is Choi Jongxian, who came from Yangju, and this is her son. As Yang Wu introduced the Yangju strongest sword and her baby in order, Lim Suna greeted the two with a big smile. It was typical of Zhang Yongwu to introduce even a newborn baby as her son. Oh, I see. I'm Lim Suna, the assistant manager of Taewon Group's secretariat. Nice to meet you. Then, Suna sent Yongwu a glance, questioning how this situation came about. It was because every time Yongwu returned to Gangnam, he kept bringing in outsiders without permission, which made Suna feel a bit awkward. Oh, I had to bring them along because I accidentally blew up Yangju. Besides, we needed someone to handle Gwangjin district, so... I see, you blew up Yangju? Suna asked with wide eyes, thinking that what Zhang Yongwu said might be a metaphor, not a literal fact. It just happened that way. How could someone just accidentally blow up a city? Then I'll arrange accommodations near the headquarters for Choi Jongxian as well. Yes. And Yang Wu then gestured towards Kim Jianggu. Quickly, this is Mr. Kim Jianggu. He's my father. At this, Suna failed to control her expression for the first time. She looked at Yang Wu and Jianggu with incredulous faces. The fact that this crazy strongest sword had a father was surprising enough, but what was even more shocking was Kim. That Zhang Yongwu and his father had different last names. Finally, she glimpsed that Yongwu's background was not typical. Moreover, wasn't Gangnam the area where Zhang Yongwu killed the previous master and his son and took over? Bringing his own father, there was quite an extraordinary thing to do. Father, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Lim Suna. As Suna bowed politely, Kim Jianggu also lowered his head with a solemn expression. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kim Jianggu. Given the situation, Jianggu didn't insist on denying that he was Zhang Yongwu's father. Shall we prepare accommodations for your father as well? When Suna asked this, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yongwu shook his head. No need. It's better to just have him stay in my place without bothering with additional arrangements. Kim Jianggu looked at Yongwu with a puzzled expression. However, since Suna was Yongwu's subordinate after all, she nodded even after seeing Jianggu's face. Yes. I'll prepare as you said. Is there anything else you need? Yes. Just in case, ask Mr. Jiangsu and Chief Inspector Quan Taeyong too. Ask them if they'd like to watch TV in my room tonight. Oh, I understand. Although it seemed like a ridiculous story to Suna, Yang Wu's intention was to provide welfare for the colleagues who had worked hard for him. Especially, didn't Jiangsu say that the reason he lived in this world was to witness extraordinary events that were never seen in the previous world? Like the sight of conglomerates turning into dragons and returning. So, Jiangsu would naturally be interested in watching TV that illuminated the rooms of returnees and the strong from various parts of the world. All right, is everything done? I still have some work left, so I'll leave it to you, Jiangxian. When Yang Wu signaled to Jiangxian that she could go, Kim Jianggu asked with a pale face, "Shouldn't I stay here too?" To this, Yang Wu gestured towards Kim Jianggu from across the window. "What are you talking about? You should ride an iron horse from another world while you're at it. We're only going to spend 3 days together, so let's make some memories." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Riding the flying horse Negwig with his father for a drive through the streets of Gangnam. Of course, there was no romance in it, since it wasn't a typical father-son relationship. "What are we doing tonight?" asked Jianggu, who was sitting in the back seat, and Yang Wu pointed to the black light pillar visible on the other side. "We have to meet the merchants in Gangnam, Gwangjin, and Payu. We need to collect abnormal climate equipment." Abnormal climate equipment? Yes. Yang Wu briefly explained abnormal climate immunity equipment and night dungeons to Jianggu. He said that if you activate the orb left by the mutants on the road at night, you can enter the interdimensional dungeons where people from all over the world gather. That's absurd. Of course, Jianggu found it hard to believe. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. People from all over the world gathering in an interdimensional dungeon to carry out cooperative missions. Even for Yang Wu, who had experienced all sorts of extraordinary events, it was hard to imagine. Then how do you communicate inside? If everyone is a foreigner. I'm not sure if it's only inside the dungeon, or if it's the same for all reset checkpoints, but communication just works. Well, I guess there's nothing impossible. Surprisingly, Kim Jianggu readily agreed. However, Yang Wu continued, adding to his previous statement. The dungeon difficulty is quite high, and if even one person doesn't follow the rules, the entire party is at risk. At least that was the case in the last dungeon. But in the end, you came back alive, didn't you? That's right. Yang Wu fell into a brief recollection. It could only be expressed as luck. The Sicily's guardian sword of Sicily, Ottavio, and the Tocantins leopard, Riccardo. Although there was some initial friction, they turned out to be excellent comrades in the end. But what if in the next dungeon, they meet his strongest sword from a country like North Korea or Japan, where the national sentiments are not favorable towards each other? There's a chance we might be lucky enough to meet good people again, but the probability of that not happening is quite high. So, Yang Wu planned to organize a party with fellow strongest swords from his own country as much as possible. That way, there would be less discord within the dungeon, and the rewards for completing the dungeon could also be directed towards their own country. Therefore, Yang Wu's father in the backseat was also one of the candidates for the party. After all, he was a figure who could become the strongest in Dabong, even as a 6th grade native. He's still my father, even if he doesn't admit it himself. Perhaps he wanted to feel something fatherly from this man before the day came when he would have to kill his father in 3 days. It was probably a desire born out of long deprivation. Whether it's a dungeon or anything else, something might happen in extreme situations, right? In movies, there's always that kind of scene. Of course, Yang Wu knew better than anyone else that movies and reality were quite different. He realized this once again when his father, as if showing off, rolled over. I wish I never knew my father. What exactly does having a father mean? As Yang Wu was lost in thought with a troubled expression, merchants from Gangnam finally appeared ahead. Go! Within the faint light pillar, as usual, a strange silhouette loomed, and when Yang Wu approached it with Negwig, the mediator Kubu appeared. A grade 9 broker under the universal law that is made up of eyelids. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Nice to meet you again. The strongest in Gangnam, Gyeongbuk, and the northern part of the Korean peninsula, Mr. Jong Yongwoo 07. Upon this, Yongwoo waited for Kubu's self-introduction. He wondered if there had been any changes in Kubu's title or something. Ever since he found out that this diligent mediator's legal grade was much lower than expected, he had been curious about this extraterrestrial as well. I am Kubu, the owner of the Tena tribe and the guardian of Daro, who is mediating this transaction. Same as before. It hadn't been long since their last meeting. Yet when Yongwoo showed a slightly disappointed expression, Kubu blinked his large eyes and looked at him. You're quite late. Yes, I was busy today, so it turned out like this. But fortunately, there are still merchants left. They should also be getting off work soon. This was true. When he visited Cheongju, he heard directly from Shin Yongju, the strongest sword there. Yes, as all the merchants waiting in line have returned, currently, only trades with the auctioneer from Tatum are possible. Shall we proceed with the transaction? He was probably designated as a merchant in Gangnam-gu as of today. Sure, let's deal right away. Yongwoo's heart becomes anxious. At this point, wouldn't it be highly likely that merchants in the other two regions would also be preparing to leave work? Kubu must have noticed Yongwoo's feelings, and he started trading right away. The intermediary fee for this transaction is 10% and is included in the product price. I'll show you the product list. As Kubu rolled his eyes, blue spots appeared before Yongwoo, then began to transform into human characters. 1 Crow, Heroic Helmet. Ignores Void Fog, 110,000 Karma. 2 Power Attack, Relic Hammer. Power increases by 15% when using both hands. 344,000 Karma. Wow, someone great was waiting for me. As soon as Yongwoo glanced at the top of the product list, he couldn't help but smile. Usually, items 1 and 2 were like curses, but this time there was nothing to discard. Crow seemed to be abnormal climate equipment, and Power Attack would be perfect for the weapon encyclopedia later. Sometimes, when items are added to the weapon encyclopedia, they come out at an unbelievably cost-effective level. Power Attack itself might only be worth the price of a weapon when viewed separately, but if that effect is constantly applied through the encyclopedia, wouldn't the story change completely? But even more than that, there were 2 items below that stood out. 3 Body Modification, Epic Spine. Martial Art, Slot +1, 820,000 Karma. 4 Body Deficiency, Epic Breastplate. Power increases up to 80%, depending on the degree of limb lost. 4,100,000 Karma. Crazy. Yongwoo's mouth hung open. If I had a martial arts slot, does that mean I can use 2 sword techniques at the same time? After consulting with himself, that was the only conclusion. Of course, there was a risk of having to change part of the body to an alien item, but wasn't this deal with Jong Yongwoo 07? If I could cut open someone else's stomach and eat their organs, there's nothing I couldn't change, right? Besides, didn't Yongwoo have conditional anesthesia? Berserker, Mutant Charm. Ignore a certain level of pain. Therefore, Yongwoo didn't feel much psychological burden no matter what the process of wearing that spine was like. Even if the worst comes to worst, his body would regenerate quickly. And in the same vein, the Epic Breastplate Body Deficiency was also a must-buy item. If it's a limb deficiency, does that mean it refers to having limbs cut off? Perhaps it was a piece of equipment designed for special cases like a one-armed swordsman, but Yongwoo could use it just as easily. Whether it's cut off by someone else or by me, it doesn't matter. As long as it's in a deficient state, the effect will trigger, right? Among people with intact limbs, I'm probably the one who can make the best use of it. The only downside was that he couldn't give up the armor he was currently wearing, so the armor encyclopedia was essential. And another problem was, power increases up to 80% depending on the degree of limb lost. How much limb deficiency is needed for maximum activation? Surely it wouldn't be referring to a state where all limbs were missing from a human perspective. No, that's from a human perspective, but the one who made it. Yongwoo looked up at the merchant inside the pillar of light. The totem auctioneer looked like a large tree with awkward branches. I suppose we can't expect additional explanations about the equipment effects? When Yangwu asked this, Kubu blinked and replied, "That's correct." As expected. So Yangwu nodded immediately. "Well, I'll find out for myself if possible." Then, he scanned through the 4 items on the product list one by one. "I'll buy everything here. So Kubu, please hurry and stop the merchants from leaving Guangjinggu." Upon hearing this, Kubu blinked his large eyes again. "The transaction is complete. Thank you as always." Once the transaction was completed, Yangwu's karma balance was updated. Asterisk available karma, 8,840,000. With a current balance of 8.84 million karma, it was unprecedented to have money left after buying epic-grade equipment with cash. "Well then, see you again." As the transaction ended, Kubu bid farewell with a farewell message different from usual. Did he accept Yangwu's request to hurry and stop the other merchant from leaving? Soon after, Kubu vanished into thin air, so Yangwu quickly directed Negwig towards Guangjinggu. And then, he called out to the passenger in the back seat. "Father." "Yes." "Don't be surprised." "I'm not surprised at all. Even if it's like this, you're still the strongest sword." Before Jianggu could finish his sentence, Yangwu's bastard suddenly appeared in the air. "You damn!" It was only after seeing that he had not been warned about dealing with merchants or mediators that Jianggu realized what the warning was about. Creak. Just now, the crazy orphan had cut off his own arm. Kueke. Of course, the arm was grabbed by the golden goblin with both hands, but Jianggu flipped it over after the bloodshed. "Oh no, fuck. Why are you doing this?" To which Zhang Yangwu 07 replied bluntly, 40%. "What?" As Jianggu uttered in bewilderment, the golden goblin attached its arm back to Yangwu. Thunk! Then, the flesh of the severed sides that were completely separate until a moment ago was seen sticking together. What is this?" Discomfort surged. It was a whole different dimension when it came to riding an alien horse and having one's body function oddly, apart from the usual. "What have you done to your body? It's fine to become stronger, but you still ought to remain human." For the first time since meeting Yangwu, Jianga lectured as an adult. At the age of 58 this year, he was inevitably part of the conservative middle-aged group. Of course, part of his discomfort stemmed from the fact that his face was now covered in someone else's blood, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But you have to endure these hardships to be able to survive in this world without having inherited anything. Yangwu rebuked his father gently. And in fact, considering those who transcended humanity, wouldn't they all be included in this world's top ranks? How could those who could punch through building walls with their bare fists be considered human? Anyway, the effects are remarkable. It's worth the grade value, as expected. Body deficiency, epic breastplate. Power increases up to 80% depending on the degree of limb loss. In Yangwu's view now, the icon of the severed arm and the figure 40% displayed below were visible together. It meant that he gained a 40% increase in power due to the recent left arm severance. Then the figure started to decrease rapidly. This was probably because the arm was starting to reattach. It's quite convenient, perhaps because it's a high-grade item. It even displays the buff values. Just losing one pair of arms increased the power by a whopping 40%. And if he were to lose another arm or a leg, he could attain the maximum buff of 80%. I must obtain an armor encyclopedia. When encountering opponents strong enough to cut off my arms, it will create variables, and conversely, sacrificing an arm temporarily for extreme attack would also be possible. The appearance of the deficiency icon in Yangwu's view was because he was wearing the equipment directly. After completing the transaction with Totem, instead of the Golden Oath, body deficiency was automatically worn. In terms of versatility, the Golden Oath is still much more useful. Therefore, body deficiency was a somewhat awkward piece of equipment to use immediately. Encyclopedia. The encyclopedia is too OP. With just that, it becomes possible to configure truly absurd equipment. Meanwhile, his left arm was almost restored, and accordingly, the effectiveness increase effect of body deficiency decreased to 0%. Even if the arm is slightly less attached, once it's somewhat restored, the buff disappears. After learning one more thing about this bizarre equipment, Yang Wu shifted his gaze to the system message he had been postponing. Will you equip the unique grade body modification spine? Warning: there is an unusual equipping procedure. Please equip it while being in a state of undressed. If the system expressed it as unusual, then it truly was unusual. So even Yang Wu, who was bold enough, couldn't help but hesitate upon seeing this phrase. Is it really necessary to physically remove the spine and replace it? Is that possible? Yang Wu, whose thoughts had come this far, couldn't help but worry about Jianga behind him. Isn't he the one who was horrified just by seeing the arm being reattached? If I say that the spine is being replaced, he would probably faint. It seemed that this was not a procedure that could be carried out on horseback, so for now, he decided to postpone it further. Fortunately, a merchant from Guangjinggu was visible ahead. Kubu, mediator. As Yang Wu called out the mediator's name from a distance, the space in front of the pillar of light split open, and he appeared. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07. Have you caught him? The merchant. Then Kubu, after rolling his eyes once, replied, an agreement has been reached with the upper part of Seoul's Gwangjin-gu, South Korea. Then what about Payu? While asking this, Yang Wu had a hunch that the merchant from Payu had already left Earth. Regarding the Payu you mentioned, the trade has already begun and the stay has expired. Someone had met and taken the merchant Yang Wu called for. Therefore, due to the restricted stay of the merchant, they were forced to leave as the sun set. What kind of bastard? Yang Wu rubbed his forehead. Though he didn't know, it was most likely someone who had come down from North Korea. But still, it's not such a bad outcome since I managed to get a merchant from Gwangjin-gu. After all, couldn't he just turn his remaining money into stats? Besides, he was in a state where he had an abundance of equipment but lacked stats. Mr. Kubu, let's proceed with the transaction. Eager to replace his spine quickly, Yang Wu urged the mediator. Then, after Kubu blinked his eyes widely, he introduced the next trading partner. The waiting traders are followers of Cerium. The mediation fee for this transaction is 10% and is included in the product price. Cerium's followers. There are religious groups, even in space. As Yang Wu confirmed the merchant's name, Kubu soon announced the start of the transaction. I will show you the product list. Swish. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. 1. Firewall. Unique Cape. Ignores all abnormal weather conditions with flame attributes. 623,000 karma. 2. Heresy. Unique Gauntlets. 15% of attack power is converted into mental damage. 680,000 karma. 3. Rebirth. Unique Gem. When reaching the state of death, all abilities increase by 25%. 732,000 karma. 4. Judgment. Unique Gloves. Increases power by 20% against enemies with hashtag abilities. 850,000 karma. All 4 items were of the unique grade. After looking at the entire product list, Yang Wu furrowed his eyebrows. They're selling quite peculiar equipment. The equipment sold by Cerium's followers mostly seem to have effects aimed at preparing for something beyond the Earth's internal conflicts. Even the gloves, judgment, increased power against enemies with hashtag abilities. There are even items that convert attacks into mental damage. If I collect such items, it might be possible to convert 100% later on. So, even if it was a bit burdensome for an ordinary strongest sword, he decided to buy all the items. I'll buy them all. On the contrary, it was an investment for Yang Wu's future. After all, he had already reached a level where it was difficult to find opponents on Earth. Of course, somewhere on that continent, there must be formidable opponents. But even that will end once I acquire more encyclopedias. As Yang Wu decided to purchase all the items with a meaningful expression, Kim Jianggu widened his eyes. Did you have that much money? As a strongest sword, he knew roughly how much the products of these merchants would cost. Moreover, this was already the second time he was buying everything at once. Even if a strongest sword earned a considerable amount of money compared to ordinary people, he was still just a wage earner. No, He was more like a day laborer. I told you earlier, I also have income from advertising. After saying this to Jianggu, Yangwu concluded the transaction with the followers. The transaction is complete. Thank you as always. After blinking his eyes, Kubu refreshed Yangwu's karma balance. Acquired. Asterisk available karma. 5,955,000. 5.9, 5 million? There's more left than I thought. If he poured all of this into his stats, it would increase nearly 6,000. Character, Zhang Yangwu 07. Strength 3,200, 19 plus 3, 181. Stamina, 2,648, 21 plus 2, 627. Endurance, 3,648, 13 plus 3, 635. Sense, 1,500, 24 plus 1, for 76. Currently, Yangwu's total stats were approximately 10,000. How much stronger can I get? No, how much stronger can I become? If I have money, can my stats skyrocket to tens of millions? As he began to feel powerless and fearful of his own growing strength, Yangwu also became curious about how much the likes of Destruction King Dogo would have in terms of stats. As confirmed in their previous meeting, even the chairman uses equipment. One of them, a mythical one-handed sword, is now in my hands. Bastard, mythical one-handed sword. Authority obstruction. Contempt for the weak. Challenger, a weapon for those who dare to challenge transcendent beings, meant for the ultimate confrontation. Yangwu glanced briefly at the peculiar appearance of the bastard before grasping the reins of Negwig once again and spoke. Let's go now. Where are we going this time? To Gangnam. We've seen everything we need to see outside. Ah, I see. Jianga's voice sounded somewhat relieved now. Simultaneously, Negwig began to gallop towards Gangnam, emitting long cries. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Clatter, clatter. The distance from Gwangjinggu to Gangnam was not far, so Yangwu had to move quickly. First and foremost, he needed to equip the gem he had just obtained. Rebirth, unique gem. When reaching the state of death, all abilities increase by 25%. The term state of death essentially meant a state close to death, which might not be very useful for ordinary humans. But for Yangwu, who possessed an incredible regenerative ability, there was no better insurance equipment. If all abilities increase by 25%, it should include strength and endurance, right? It will surely help in blocking the final blow. Luckily, there was a slot available for the Furious Goblin in the accessory encyclopedia, so Yangwu immediately equipped the gem. Furious Goblin, Mutant Ring, increases strength by 100 every day. When reaching the state of death, all abilities increase by 25%, becoming a monster day by day. But there were still a few tasks left, including investing nearly 6,000 in stats. The night is approaching. Therefore, to ensure your right to rest, the lodging service will begin in 1 hour. Soon, a pre-announcement for the lodging service starting at 8 p.m. appeared. At this, Jianggu cautiously spoke while gazing at the Parnassus Hotel building in the distance. Is it really over now? Are we going in to rest? Given his age, mental fatigue accumulated rapidly, and he really wanted a rest. Haven't they had enough terrible experiences today? Yes. Let's go to the lodging and rest for a while, and then see how the general and the chairman are doing when the lodging service starts. The general? Before that, I need to replace my spine. Before the kids arrive. Spine. TL/N. There's more to come, sir. PR/N. I miss Jiangsa though, also Jiang about ta. See crazier shit. 8 p.m. Notice for the lodging room posted. 9 p.m. Lodging room service begins. 10 p.m. Tax collection. Yangwu entered the lobby of the Parnasse Hotel, drawing a timeline in his mind. Kui, while riding Negwig, an iron horse that makes a groaning sound. Qua, as Negwig, halfway through tearing the carpet in front of the lobby, came to a stop, the Taiwan Group employees who were standing in front of the entrance door retreated, startled. Then, recognizing Yangwu's face belatedly, they bowed their heads. Mr. Yangwu, strongest sword, nice to meet you for the first time. The reason they recognized Yongwoo's face was because of the commemorative coins he had scattered. The lodging service is starting soon. Are you working? When Yongwoo asked this as he got off Negwig, the employees habitually lowered their heads again. We were instructed to guard the lobby until you arrived, Mr. Yongwoo. From Taiwan's perspective, Zhang Yongwoo had to be considered an ally without question. So they were even paying attention to such minor etiquettes. Anyway, now that we've arrived, you can go off duty. Is Secretary Lim upstairs? As Yongwoo asked for Lim Suna, the deputy secretary, the employees picked up their walkie-talkies. Yes, she's probably getting your room ready. I'll call her right away. No need. Since I was going up anyway, I'll take care of it. As Yongwoo gestured that they could go now, Jiangu looked at him strangely. Outside, the Yongwoo among the elite, including the strongest swords, and the Yongwoo in front of civilians felt completely different. Why is this bastard acting like this all of a sudden? Was this the same monster who had been cutting his own arm just a while ago? At least since coming to Gangnam, Yongwoo had been behaving like an ordinary member of society, speaking in a socially acceptable manner, displaying unbelievable humility and modesty for Seoul's strongest sword. If it weren't for the titles above his head and all the equipment on his body, he looks completely normal. Of course, the more the rice ripens, the more it bows its head. However, isn't Zhang Yongwoo a variety closer to a carnivorous plant than a rice plant? Well, it's much better than running wild inside and outside his territory. Anyway, Jiangu realized once again through this incident that Zhang Yongwoo was still fundamentally human. Go ahead. Until 9 o'clock, the electricity won't come on, so you'll have to take the stairs. As Yongwoo signaled to Jiangu to get off, the Golden Goblin and the Golden Trail immediately stuck to their master. Finally, Jiangu jumped off, and Negwig, which had turned into a parking mode, moved from the front of the hotel entrance. Eek! What's this? Jiangu panicked as he saw Negwig transformed like an egg. Where on earth could there be a creature that changes like this? It was a characteristic that clearly showed its otherworldly origin. When it's not going to move for a while, it naturally does this. But won't the strange weather come soon? It never fails. Maybe it's because it's not from Earth. Negwig, unknown grade. Adapts to any planet. Negwig, amount of unspecified grade gifted by Dogo. No matter how much experience one has, there are always things in this world that are impossible to encounter. And one of them is the Iron Horse Negwig. Don't worry about it and leave it. If it breaks down, I can take it up with the chairman. Yongwoo said this, and then suddenly thought, wait a minute, then where's the Audi I gave? Does the chairman have it? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Parnas Hotel Room, 3233. Former Gangnam's strongest sword, Taewon Group's executive director, Jong Hyun-sik's former residence. Currently used as the accommodation for the successor, Zhang Yongwoo 07, the strongest sword of Joseon. Even though the electricity wasn't on, the grandeur of the room, which used to cost 15 million won per day before the reset, was still impressive. What kind of room is this? As Jiangu slowly looked around the dim room, Lim Suna illuminated the surroundings with an electronic lamp and followed along. It's the largest room among all available rooms in Gangnam-gu. It's also a space that Gangnam's strongest swords traditionally use as their office. Lim Suna explained in a stable tone, as if she were a museum curator. Although Yongwoo found the expression traditionally somewhat amusing, it was a nicely packaged phrase to hear that the successor was using the former occupant's office. Your son has been a great help to our Gangnam-gu. So, in a gesture of gratitude, Taewon Group is providing support, even if it's just the accommodation fee. My son, I see. Anyway, thank you. Since Jiangu was also showing a weak side in front of civilians, he couldn't bring himself to correct Suna's expression of son and stammered. Then how much is the daily accommodation fee here? After a while, when Jiangu asked, Suna responded as if she had been waiting. Yes, it's 62,000 karma, sir. 62,000 for one night. Of course, for Zhang Yongwoo, who spent millions in shopping overnight, 62,000 was just a small amount. But for Jiangu, who had been living in Dobonggu, which had become a tough place in Seoul after the reset, 62,000 karma was by no means a small amount of money. Especially if it was just for one night's sleep, it was even more so. Kwong. Then came the sound of Taiwan's employees setting down a shelf full of coins outside the door. A while later, they brought cash to be used as the rent for this room. Seeing this, Jianggu sincerely expressed his concern to Yongwu. Aren't you tormenting these people too much? Even if it's just a small change for you, for ordinary people, it could be a few weeks' worth of living expenses. Yongwu chuckled. Father is more generous than he seems. Yongwu also had similar thoughts to Jianggu on his first day in Gangnam. But now, isn't he in a position to have been of enough help to Gangnam-gu? As Suna said, he had distributed 30,000 karma to all residents through the golden ratio. I probably gave hundreds of millions to Gangnam-gu today alone, so it's okay to get a room here. And Taewon Group is not like ordinary people. After Yongwu said this much, he asked Suna, "Did you inform Jiangsu and Inspector Kwon Tae-young? Do they want to watch TV?" "Yes. Both of them have decided to visit during the lodging room time." "And what about the chairman's family?" "Good. Tonight, the Yongwu party would gather together in this room for the first time." Then Jianggu interjected. "Why on earth are you calling people together and making such a fuss about the TV? You'll see later. The reason this room is expensive is because of the TV." Yongwu omitted explaining the concept of television in this world because he didn't have confidence in it. Anyway, Jianggu, being as strong as sword, would probably understand it well enough when he saw it. Except for the channel that reflected the Ritternese room. Suna. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Yes, Yongwu. Could you please leave for a moment? Suna looked back and forth between the father and son's strongest swords before stepping back. I've been taking up your time without realizing it. I'll leave the lights here and go. Please rest comfortably. As Suna quietly closed the door and disappeared, Jianggu looked at the monster with an anxious expression. Why are you kicking her out when you're supposed to stay around here until the lodging room? It was actually a fearful statement made because of being alone with the son. And sure enough, the crazy orphan said something frightening again. I need to change my spine. No one knows what might happen, but it's impossible to proceed with the children around. If things go wrong, it's like playing with fire. Then, how about in front of me? I'm your father, after all. Your official stance as a father is, I have no children, wasn't it? Well, that's... Jianggu was speechless. He had just used the term father himself. So how could he only pretend to be an orphan when it suited him? This shameless orphan. As Jianggu wore an unwittingly angry expression, Yongwu's gaze shifted to the empty air. Do you wish to equip the unique grade spine body modification? Warning. There is an unconventional installation procedure. Please install while wearing minimal clothing. Now is the time for Yongwu to respond to the system's warning. With that, Yongwu removed the cloak and armor he had on his upper body and, while looking at the warning message, said, I will equip it. Then, as soon as Yongwu finished his last syllable, something astonishing happened. ZZZZ. A white laser shot out from the living room floor, beginning to form a large rectangular frame. Swoosh! With a length of about 2.5 meters on one side, this rectangular prism was designed to be longer on the horizontal side than the vertical side. Now, wait a moment. What's this? Are you really replacing the spine? Jianggu, seeing the white rectangular prism that looked like a surgical table, took a step back unconsciously. And at that moment, Yongwu also broke out in a cold sweat. Replacing corneas? That was manageable as they were at the level of lenses. Transplanting someone else's organs? It was a bit unsettling, but it wasn't beyond Yongwu's capability. Cutting off his own arm? That was actually easier than the previous two options. However, to replace the spine while lying on a temporary surgical table sent from space, even I find that terrifying. Perhaps it was because he was undressed, but Yongwu couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Seeing this, Jianggu shook his head. That's right, look at you. Now you're worried too, aren't you? This is really unacceptable. Even though I'm not your father, I want to strongly advise you not to lie down there. Advice given as an adult and as a fellow human being. However, Instead, Yangwu thought he should definitely get on the operating table after hearing this. Although it was already quite an expensive piece of equipment that he had bought, he had thought he would wear it regardless. However, in the meantime, Jianggu's grumbling about not being his father annoyed him. "You're not my father, so please don't meddle unnecessarily." As Yangwu approached the operating table with a visibly irritated face, Jianggu grabbed his forehead. "You ugly bastard. So you're getting a spine replacement? Lie down there and just rot." An enraged Jianggu muttered bastard and collapsed on the living room floor. And in the meantime, Yangwu had approached right in front of the operating table. "Grab." Finally recognizing Yangwu, the operating table projected a hologram into the air and slowly drew a strangely shaped, silver-white metal object. It was none other than body modification, unique spine. Martial arts, slot +1. Now, it was a unique grade spine that Yangwu would soon be wearing. Fuck. Seeing the problematic spine, curses involuntarily escaped as a heavy sigh passed. But if he wore that spine, he would be able to unleash 2 martial arts simultaneously in the future. The path to becoming a master is truly treacherous. After taking a deep breath, Yangwu carefully climbed onto the operating table. Swoosh. Then, the operating table, which had only drawn laser frames until now and appeared to be hollow inside, smoothly supported Yangwu's body. "Please lie down with your back facing upwards. Are they really going to remove and replace the spine?" This was a space-style procedure. Therefore, it wouldn't be strange even if they physically removed the spine. But even so, would they replace the equipment in such a crazy way? After all, when he wore the mutation talisman, didn't he have to cut Zhang Hyunsik's abdomen and swallow the equipment attached to his disguise? The correct posture has been confirmed. The surgery will proceed shortly. Please do not move. At the truly unusual guidance, Yangwu widened his eyes, and Jianggu made an asshole gesture as he looked at him. Then, pew-wow, an enormous laser beam shot down from the ceiling of the room, tearing Yangwu's skin along the spine line. Z-I-R. Naturally, tremendous pain ensued, but the pain nullification effect of the mutation talisman Berserker did not activate. His pain had narrowly missed the activation criteria for the Berserker. "You fucking bastards. Shouldn't you give me anesthesia?" As Yangwu screamed in agony, the next guidance message appeared before his eyes. "What? Uncomfortable now? Then, what have they been tearing apart all this time?" As I tried to turn my head to see what was happening behind my back, a warning message promptly appeared. "Please refrain from moving. Spinal injury may occur. These lunatics." As Yangwu reluctantly returned his head to its original position, a heat sensation spread throughout his back. Then a sharp sound from somewhere behind, followed by a blur in front of his eyes and an indescribable pain. Arg! For a moment, it felt like his teeth were being pulled out forcefully, blood oozing from his gums. Then, the Berserker kicked in, holding Yangwu's mind from slipping away as his body tried to escape the pain. But apart from the pain, there was a clear sense that the universal surgery system was tampering dangerously with his spine. There was significant discomfort in his cervical spine. Are they replacing my spine from the top down? Is that even possible? Since moving hastily would result in spinal damage, Yangwu didn't turn back, but strained his eyes to glance at his back. "Father." Upon hearing Yangwu's call, Jianggu, who seemed to be wearing a ghostly expression, responded in a trembling voice. What's wrong? Can you see, Father? What these guys are doing behind my back?" Perhaps another shocking scene unfolded as Jianggu covered his mouth and almost staggered backward. "What's going on? Bring me a mirror." As Yangwu demanded to see the surgery scene himself, Jianggu hesitated. "No, it's probably better not to see. There's such a thing as death from shock, you know." Jianggu genuinely worried about Yangwu's shock. Regardless of whether this crazy brat was his son or not, if this kid, who seemed to be crucial to Gangnam, to the heart of Seoul, were to die, it would undoubtedly lead to many problems. But Yangwu, stop talking nonsense and bring the mirror quickly. If I'm shocked by a little back surgery, then it means I wasn't destined to live long anyway. Seeing the fire in Yongwoo's eyes, Jianggu reluctantly searched the room and brought a large full-length mirror. You're hopeless. This is all thanks to mothering you. You know my mother passed away, right? Or do you not? What? Jianggu paused with the mirror halfway to Yongwoo's view. You said your mother died? No. Do you even know who your mother is? Jianggu still subtly drew a line with Yongwoo, but his tone was unexpectedly softer. If the mother this damn orphan mentioned was someone he knew, that would be the irrefutable evidence of the relationship between Jungwoo and Kim Jianggu. But I don't know who my mother is either. Instead, I know from achievement. You're the only one of my parents still alive. What a shame. Damn achievements. Jianggu sighed heavily, and then he realized that he had been speaking informally to Yongwoo for some time now. After witnessing a series of reckless, or rather, childish acts, he finally began to see his opponent as his son. Look at yourself now. Is it appropriate to lie down and talk about your mother's death? Finally, Jianggu stepped into Yongwoo's view with a mirror in hand. Gasp. Then Yongwoo could finally see it. His dorsal skin spread out like a flying squirrel's, wide open. No way. As Yongwoo's mouth fell open, a holographic forceps generated in the air was seen pulling out a piece of bone from his back. None other than one of the 12 thoracic vertebrae. That is, a part of the spine was being carried up right now. Shirring. The piece of Yongwoo's thoracic spine, lifted by the holographic forceps, disappeared in a thin air along with the forceps. My spine. Then, dozens of parts of the body modification, the unique grade spine enhancement which had been dismantled and waiting in the air, gradually descended and entered the gap where the thoracic vertebra had just come out. It was literally a spinal replacement. How does it feel to see it firsthand? Now, not only did he lack parents, but he also lacked a spine, but Jianggu restrained himself from saying so. The opponent is Josian's greatest sword, and he's not a stable character by any means. Jianggu wanted to live as long as possible, but Yongwoo's subsequent reaction was unusual as well. How does it feel? It feels like I'm being squeezed terribly. Yongwoo was already watching the last vertebra exit his body. Shirring, just like before, Yongwoo's original spine disappeared somewhere, and next, pieces of pale vertebrae descended to take their place. Click! A locking sound emanated from Yongwoo's back. Then lasers appearing out of thin air began manipulating his new spine. Fuck! This time, again ambiguous pain, not meeting the criteria for the activation of the berserker. But it was enough pain for a human to lose their mind. These bastards, as Yongwoo cursed while the system seemed intentionally causing this. The lasers finished post-processing his spine. Next, thud thud, holographic forceps that had been wide open on Yongwoo's dorsal skin started folding neatly, and then followed by laser suturing. Zing. This time, as the pain was much less than before, Yongwoo gritted his teeth but didn't let out a groan. Tough guy. While saying so, Jianggu couldn't help but admire Yongwoo inwardly. It was evident that he was no ordinary guy, for better or for worse. But to think this bastard is Josian's greatest sword, the future of South Korea won't be smooth sailing. As the laser show ended, the surgical interfaces that had been displayed in the air were swiftly erased. Sasset, and as usual, the surgery table supporting Yongwoo disappeared without a trace. Suddenly affected by gravity, Yongwoo reached out his arm just before his head hit the floor. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Thunk. And soon, the familiar system message appeared in Yongwoo's view, directed towards the ground. The lodging service has begun. From now on, all buildings classified as residences will be in an inviolable state under the lodging system. 9 p.m. Finally, the lodging time had come. Thud thud. Outside the room, Taewon Group employees were knocking on the door. Anyone can occupy the residence for a certain period by paying karma. During the lodging period, access to the space can be controlled, and dormitory fees can be charged. Mr. Jong Yongwoo, we're here to process the rental of the room. The voices of the employees outside the door. Upon this, Yangwu hastily picked up his equipment from the floor, put it on, and opened the room's entrance. Duck! Then, 3 employees were seen waiting with a shelf of coins in their hands. If we disturbed your rest, we apologize. There was an instruction from the secretary's office to process the rental on time. Yes, I heard from Suna. As Yangwu nodded, making way for them, the employees pushed the shelf of coins into the room and activated the rental interface. Ping, would you like to use the rental service? Pernas Hotel Room 3233. Space, very spacious. Facilities, bathroom, television. Rental fee, 62,000 karma. Period. Until tomorrow morning at 10. All set. You can set the number of occupants and use it now. As the setting window appeared in front of the entrance of room 3233, the employees left with the empty shelf. And Yangwu waved goodbye to them and turned his gaze to the rental interface. How many people are planning to stay? Please enter the number of occupants. Number of occupants. Today, it's the day when Mr. Kim Taijun's family, Jiangsu, and Taeyong come to watch television. So, if we count Mr. Kim Taijun's family as 3, add Jiangsu and Taeyong, and finally me and my father. 7. After calculating, Yangwu set the room occupancy to 7. 7. Then, the entrance to room 3233, wrapped in a blue shield, flashed to indicate that the occupancy setting had been reflected. So, 7 people are going to be in this room today. Yes, they're here to watch television. You can't watch it without renting. As Yangwu opened the room to show the television himself, the last system message of 9 p.m. appeared. For your information, tonight's weather is an ember storm. Please be aware of spontaneous combustion. Today's weather forecast. In 2 hours, an abnormal climate ember storm will occur. 01 59:59. Ember storm? So is it wind-based? It could also have a fire attribute. Upon seeing the abnormal climate timer start, Yangwu glanced at the Golden Goblin. Didn't I buy a cloak today? Something called Firewall. As Yangwu scratched his temple and tried to remember the cloak's name, the goblin automatically rummaged through the pocket dimension. Rustle. Eventually, what the Golden Goblin brought out was the unique cloak Firewall. Firewall, unique cape, ignores all abnormal weather conditions with flame attributes. It disregards any abnormal climate related to fire. So, even in an ember storm that would ignite the body, one could remain unharmed with this. So, does that mean I have 2 pieces of equipment that can target today's weather? If it's a storm, it's likely wind-based. Yangwu invoked the tooltip of the narrative necklace already registered in his jewelry compendium. Pop, I have a Typhoon Epic Necklace. Ignores extreme weather of the wind type. An equipment obtained after completing the achievement Nocturnal. Since there hasn't been an abnormal climate of wind types so far, there's a high chance it could be used today. So, I'll use the Eye of the Typhoon myself, and with the Firewall, I can take 1 more person with me tonight. With a golden orb also tucked away, tonight's dungeon entry was confirmed. Am I going crazy? Why is my heart racing? As Yangwu's face swelled with anticipation, Jianggu, who noticed it all at once, looked at him with a terrifying gaze. Wah, what's with the expression? What are you thinking again? To this, Yangwu briefly looked out the window, which had turned ominously dark, before saying, "Want to go sightseeing?" At that, Jianggu's face showed learned terror. Huh? Where to? Translator night. Proofreader gun. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Chapter 161. Hot Night 5. What? Uncomfortable now? Then, what have they been tearing apart all this time? As I tried to turn my head to see what was happening behind my back, a warning message promptly appeared. Please refrain from moving. Spinal injury may occur to these lunatics. As Yangwu reluctantly returned his head to its original position, a heat sensation spread throughout his back. Ugh! Then a sharp sound from somewhere behind, followed by a blur in front of his eyes and an indescribable pain. Arg! For a moment, it felt like his teeth were being pulled out forcefully, blood oozing from his gums. Then the berserker kicked in, holding Yangwu's mind from slipping away as his body tried to escape the pain. Ugh! But apart from the pain, there was a clear sense that the universal surgery system was tampering dangerously with his spine. There was significant discomfort in his cervical spine. Are they replacing my spine from the top down? Is that even possible? Since moving hastily would result in spinal damage, Yangwu didn't turn back but strained his eyes to glance at his back. Father. Upon hearing Yangwu's call, Jianggu, who seemed to be wearing a ghostly expression, responded in a trembling voice. What's wrong? Can you see, Father? What these guys are doing behind my back? W.L.E. Perhaps another shocking scene unfolded as Jianggu covered his mouth and almost staggered backward. What's going on? Bring me a mirror. As Yangwu demanded to see the surgery scene himself, Jianggu hesitated. No, it's probably better not to see. There's such a thing as death from shock, you know. Jianggu genuinely worried about Yangwu's shock. Regardless of whether this crazy brat was his son or not, if this kid, who seemed to be crucial to Gangnam, to the heart of Seoul, were to die, it would undoubtedly lead to many problems. But Yangwu, stop talking nonsense and bring the mirror quickly. If I'm shocked by a little back surgery, then it means I wasn't destined to live long anyway. Seeing the fire in Yangwu's eyes, Jianggu reluctantly searched the room and brought a large full-length mirror. You're hopeless. This is all thanks to Mother and you. You know my mother passed away, right? Or do you not? What? Jianggu paused with the mirror halfway to Yangwu's view. You said your mother died? No. Do you even know who your mother is? Jianggu still subtly drew a line with Yangwu, but his tone was unexpectedly softer. If the mother this damn orphan mentioned was someone he knew, that would be the irrefutable evidence of the relationship between Jungwoo and Kim Jianggu. But I don't know who my mother is either. Instead, I know from achievement. You're the only one of my parents still alive. What a shame. Damn achievements. Jianggu sighed heavily, and then he realized that he had been speaking informally to Yangwu for some time now. After witnessing a series of reckless, or rather, childish acts, he finally began to see his opponent as his son. Look at yourself now. Is it appropriate to lie down and talk about your mother's death? Finally, Jianggu stepped into Yangwu's view with a mirror in hand. Gasp! Then Yangwu could finally see it. His dorsal skin spread out like a flying squirrel's, wide open. No way! As Yangwu's mouth fell open, a holographic forceps generated in the air was seen pulling out a piece of bone from his back. None other than one of the 12 thoracic vertebrae. That is, a part of the spine was being carried up right now. Shirring. The piece of Yangwu's thoracic spine lifted by the holographic forceps disappeared into thin air along with the forceps. My spine. Then, dozens of parts of the body modification, the unique grade spine enhancement which had been dismantled and waiting in the air, gradually descended and entered the gap where the thoracic vertebra had just come out. It was literally a spinal replacement. How does it feel to see it firsthand? Now, not only did he lack parents, but he also lacked a spine, but Jianggu restrained himself from saying so. The opponent is Josian's greatest sword, and he's not a stable character by any means. Jianggu wanted to live as long as possible, but Yangwu's subsequent reaction was unusual as well. How does it feel? It feels like I'm being squeezed terribly. Yangwu was already watching the last vertebra exit his body. Shirring. Just like before, Yangwu's original spine disappeared somewhere, and next, pieces of pale vertebrae descended to take their place. Click! A locking sound emanated from Yangwu's back. Then lasers appearing out of thin air began manipulating his new spine. Arg fuck! This time, again ambiguous pain not meeting the criteria for the activation of the berserker. But it was enough pain for a human to lose their mind. These bastards, as Yangwu cursed while the system seemed intentionally causing this. The lasers finished post-processing his spine. Next, thud thud, holographic forceps that had been wide open on Yangwu's dorsal skin started folding neatly, and then followed by laser suturing. Zing. This time, as the pain was much less than before, Yangwu gritted his teeth but didn't let out a groan. Tough guy. While saying so, Jianggu couldn't help but admire Yangwu inwardly. It was evident that he was no ordinary guy, for better or for worse. But to think this bastard is Josian's greatest sword, the future of South Korea won't be smooth sailing. Ha! As the laser show ended, the surgical interfaces that had been displayed in the air were swiftly erased. Sasset, and as usual, the surgery table supporting Yongwoo disappeared without a trace. Suddenly affected by gravity, Yongwoo reached out his arm just before his head hit the floor. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Thunk. And soon, the familiar system message appeared in Yongwoo's view, directed towards the ground. The lodging service has begun. From now on, all buildings classified as residences will be in an inviolable state under the lodging system. 9 p.m. Finally, the lodging time had come. Thud, thud. Outside the room, Taewon Group employees were knocking on the door. Anyone can occupy the residence for a certain period by paying karma. During the lodging period, access to the space can be controlled, and dormitory fees can be charged. Mr. Jong Yongwoo, we're here to process the rental of the room. The voices of the employees outside the door. Upon this, Yongwoo hastily picked up his equipment from the floor, put it on, and opened the room's entrance. Duck. Then, 3 employees were seen waiting with a shelf of coins in their hands. If we disturbed your rest, we apologize. There was an instruction from the secretary's office to process the rental on time. Yes, I heard from Suna. As Yongwoo nodded, making way for them, the employees pushed the shelf of coins into the room and activated the rental interface. Ping, would you like to use the rental service? Parnas Hotel Room 3233. Space, very spacious. Facilities, bathroom, television. Rental fee, 62,000 karma. Period. Until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. All set. You can set the number of occupants and use it now. As the setting window appeared in front of the entrance of room 3233, the employees left with the empty shelf, and Yongwoo waved goodbye to them and turned his gaze to the rental interface. How many people are planning to stay? Please enter the number of occupants. Number of occupants. Today it's the day when Mr. Kim Tae-jun's family, Jong-soo, and Tae-young come to watch television. So, if we count Mr. Kim Tae-jun's family as 3, add Jong-soo and Tae-young, and finally me and my father. 7. After calculating, Yongwoo set the room occupancy to 7. 7. Then, the entrance to room 3233, wrapped in a blue shield, flashed to indicate that the occupancy setting had been reflected. So, 7 people are going to be in this room today. Yes, they're here to watch television. You can't watch it without renting. As Yongwoo opened the room to show the television himself, the last system message of 9 p.m. appeared. For your information, tonight's weather is an ember storm. Please be aware of spontaneous combustion. Today's weather forecast. In 2 hours, an abnormal climate, ember storm will occur. 01:59:59. Ember storm? So is it wind-based? It could also have a fire attribute. Upon seeing the abnormal climate timer start, Yongwoo glanced at the Golden Goblin. Didn't I buy a cloak today? Something called Firewall. As Yongwoo scratched his temple and tried to remember the cloak's name, the goblin automatically rummaged through the pocket dimension. Russell. Eventually, what the Golden Goblin brought out was the unique cloak Firewall. Firewall, unique cape, ignores all abnormal weather conditions with flame attributes. It disregards any abnormal climate related to fire. So, even in an ember storm that would ignite the body, one could remain unharmed with this. So, does that mean I have 2 pieces of equipment that can target today's weather? If it's a storm, it's likely wind-based. Yongwoo invoked the tooltip of the narrative necklace already registered in his jewelry compendium. Pop, I have the Typhoon Epic Necklace. Ignores extreme weather of the wind type. An equipment obtained after completing the achievement Nocturnal. Since there hasn't been an abnormal climate of wind types so far, there's a high chance it can be used today. So, I'll use the Eye of the Typhoon myself, and with the Firewall, I can take 1 more person with me tonight. With a golden orb also tucked away, tonight's dungeon entry was confirmed. Am I going crazy? Why is my heart racing? As Yang Wu's face swelled with anticipation, Jianggu, who noticed it all at once, looked at him with a terrifying gaze. Wah, what's with the expression? What are you thinking again? To this, Yang Wu briefly looked out the window, which had turned ominously dark, before saying, "Want to go sightseeing?" At that, Jianggu's face showed learned terror. Huh, where to? Sightseeing. Visiting other regions or countries to see their scenery, customs, and cultural heritage. Therefore, Yang Wu's proposal made sense in terms of sightseeing. Where are we going? A dungeon. I'll take you there. A dungeon. Upon hearing the name of the tourist spot, Jianggu first tilted his head for a moment, then widened his eyes. That place where you have to go out at night and activate the orb left by a mutant to enter. A space called a dungeon, where people from all over the world gather to fight for their lives. I'm not stupid. Why should I go there? It's worth a visit before you die. When else would you go to such a place? No, that's not the point. Jianggu, unable to speak, just opened his mouth silently. Then Yang Wu continued. In the dungeon, it's very important not to betray your comrades and to adhere to the rules. So, why don't you go there with me? I'd be free the moment you die. So why should I refrain from betraying you? Betrayal. You haven't done it, even though you had a chance. What? Jianggu looked puzzled by Yang Wu's words. Then, inadvertently, he clapped his hands with a sudden realization. Oh damn. Right. If he really wanted to be free, he should have taken advantage of the moment when Zhang Yangwu 07 was lying on the operating table, replacing his spine. But there's no need to regret it. Your son, Dan Zhang, could have beaten you even lying down. Yang Wu's words were literally true. Weeing, because he had an automatic combat greatsword equipped with prisoner's sword technique. How could an ordinary Dabong strongest sword fight against a legendary grade weapon equipped with legendary martial arts? This bastard is real, and it's better to entrust the rear to one of our own than to trust foreigners. And if it's a blood relative, it's even better, Yang Wu added. At this, Jianggu glanced at the sword at his waist and spoke up. Don't I have the right to refuse? Aren't there other strongest swords in Seoul? You could choose one from among them. They'll all probably come running if you ask. Well, most of them, I think, are people who could stab me in the back whenever they want when I'm in crisis. It's just natural because they are strangers. Yang Wu didn't think it was bad to betray others in a crisis situation. In this world, it was wise to bet on what was advantageous for oneself. That's why Yang Wu highly appreciated Jiangsu, who discovered him struggling in Chengju but didn't swing his sword, because he was a truly rare character in the world after the reset. And another person who could do that has emerged, none other than his father, or rather, Kim Jianggu, the candidate for father. Of course, he couldn't trust him entirely, but as mentioned earlier, he was more trustworthy than the other strongest swords in the meeting. But paradoxically, you have the right to refuse. That's right, because the dungeon is a place where the will of the gods matters. Forcibly dragging you along won't do any good. Oh, really? As Jianggu hesitated to respond, Yang Wu added a warning. You should know, father, that there is probably no one on the Korean peninsula who can defeat me. That's probably true. That means if I die in the dungeon, the power of this country will greatly diminish. Isn't that a bit of an overstatement? The rewards in the dungeon are substantial. Just staying alive until the end guarantees unique equipment. It makes me realize once again that life is precious. And more than anything else, do you want to see your son die, betrayed by foreigners? Last time, I was lucky with comrades, but who knows what will happen this time? Yang Wu's words this time left Jianggu speechless. Apart from whether he agreed with the term son, the fact that the nation's leading strongest sword could die at the hands of foreigners was unpleasant. So when Jianggu was about to find a suitable response, Wing, the doorbell rang near the entrance to the room. As promised, Suna brought the people. The kids are here, father. Please relax your expression. With these words, Yang Wu took out the weapons strapped to his waist and handed them to the Golden Goblin. Then he gestured for Golden Trail to hide behind the sofa. Then, Wing, the sword really lay quietly behind the sofa in the living room as Yang Wu instructed. Should I draw my sword too? Of course. You should have told me that in advance. Jianggu hurriedly hid his sword behind the sofa in the living room. You're not hiding a dagger in your chest again, are you? Yangwu confirmed that Jianggu had returned hurriedly, then opened the door to the room. Click. Then, outside the door, Kim Taijun's wife, Kim Suk, and their children were standing side by side in the long corridor. Oh, CEO, please come in. After a moment's hesitation, Yangwu chose to address Suk as a CEO. In fact, she was the head of the Moi Cultural Foundation. On the other hand, Jiangwu... Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Jianggu. He bowed his head and reflexively extended his hand for a handshake. Swoosh. Suk also lightly shook hands with Jianggu and introduced herself. Yes, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Suk. These are my children. As she introduced her son and Li Hyun one by one, Lim Suna, who had been quietly standing in the corner of the corridor, told Yangwu, your colleagues will be here soon. And indeed, there was the sound of the elevator opening on the other side of the corridor. Swoosh. Then, two long shadows appeared in the corridor. It was none other than Jiangsu and Taeyang's silhouettes. Hyung. And indeed, there was the sound of the elevator opening on the other side of the corridor. Swoosh. Then, two long shadows appeared in the corridor. It was none other than Jiangsu and Taeyang's silhouettes. Hyung. Finally recognizing Yangwu, Jiangsu dashed down the long corridor towards him. Nothing happened while I was away, right? I asked you to come because I thought there was something you might find interesting. Oh, thanks to you, I've been doing well. As Jiangsu chuckled as usual, he suddenly widened his eyes at the sight of Yangwu's changed title. Josian? What did you do again within half a day? Then, Quan Taeyang, with his head bowed, approached, showing more interest in Jianggu, who seemed like a police officer as he was meeting him for the first time. Who is this? Kim Jianggu. He's my father. Yangwu's father? Yes. As Yangwu introduced the two strangers to each other, Lim Suna, who had been watching them closely, quietly stepped back. It's been a while since the room was bustling. I'll go in first. If you need anything, call me on the walkie-talkie. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Although Lim Suna had temporarily left, the corridor was still chaotic. It was natural with 7 people remaining. Now please come in. It's time to watch TV until 11 p.m. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Television. To be precise, it should be called the television of the reset world. So far, Yangwu had only seen it in expensive residences like room 3233 of the Parnasse Hotel. And as such, on the reset version of television, unusual things were always broadcasted. Last time, it showed videos of experts from various countries sleeping and scenes of me promoting Dogo. If you think about it, maybe different channels come out depending on the guests. In particular, the fact that the television showed the rooms of returnees was crucial, because Yangwu was the only one in Korea who considered mutants as friends. Everyone, please go to the bedroom. Once again, Yangwu confirmed that there was a television in the bedroom and called everyone together. And when Detective Quan Taeyang approached the bedroom area, Yangwu cautiously pulled him aside and said, Detective, yes, Mr. Yangwu. Do you still have it? The bracelet Commander used. Oh, at Yangwu's words, Taeyang showed his right wrist. Swoosh. Sure enough, there was an artifact, a mutant-grade weapon, on his wrist. Cross knot. Mutant bracelet. 20% resistance to abilities. Empty slot. An absurd equipment with 20% resistance to abilities on a single bracelet, with a gem slot attached. Until a few days ago, Yangwu didn't recognize the true value of this equipment, but now it was different. I'm sorry for the impertinence. Can I use that bracelet? I'll give you a weapon that you can use right away in return. When Yangwu instructed the Golden Goblin to open the dimensional pocket, artifacts and mutant-grade weapons slid out of the pocket as if on cue. Then, after seeing the weapons, Taeyang, who was momentarily taken aback, looked back at Yangwu. It seems like you really need this bracelet. Yes, I do, Yangwu answered brazenly, because 20% resistance to abilities had its value. And frankly speaking, for Taeyang, who was finding it difficult to rise to the ranks of the strong, ability resistance didn't hold much significance. Because if he encountered a being that inflicted abilities, whether human or alien, he would probably die 9 times out of 10. When you gave it to me in the first place, it was out of kindness. If you need it, of course, I should give it to you. And I feel like Yangwu will use it much more meaningfully, Taeyong said as he willingly took off the bracelet and handed it over. Yangwu nodded slightly with a somewhat uneasy expression. Then, he took out a weapon from the goblin's dimensional pocket and handed it to Taeyong. Please take this, even if just for my peace of mind. While it was true that it was easy to hand over mutant equipment without much hesitation, the sentiment was genuine nonetheless. If that's the case, thank you. I'll gladly accept it, Taeyong replied. Finally, Taeyong accepted the authorized weapon from Yangwu, and at the same time, Jiangsu called out to him. Hyung, yes. Something strange is showing on the television. What? You've already turned it on? Who did? Why would they turn on the television when the children were present? Was it his reckless father? Startled, Yangwu quickly entered the bedroom, where he saw Kim Taejun's family standing in a row by the bed, staring blankly at the television. In front of them, Jianggu stood holding the remote. Ah, indeed. It was undoubtedly this audacious gentleman who pretended to know something while turning on the television. However, the problem was, these reactionary bastards must all be killed. It was a strange voice that was currently echoing in the room. Crazy. As soon as he heard the voice, Yangwu felt chills down his spine. He seemed to know the owner of that voice, and he confirmed it through the reflection in the children's pupils from the television screen. Kill them all. Don't let anyone get away with it. The strange voice echoing in the room. What was being broadcast on the television after the reset was none other than dictator Kim Jong-un. It was North Korea's Kim Jong-un, locked in a secret space, muttering to himself. No, that's impossible. The figure appeared on television. However, no one in the audience dared to confirm it with their own eyes. Firstly, because it was so unrealistic that they couldn't believe their eyes, and secondly, they suddenly felt afraid. What if they mentioned his name, and he heard it? So, they all ended up deferring to each other to be the first eyewitness. Finally, Jianggu called out his name. Hey, isn't that bastard? Kim Jong-un. After his name was called out, the man on the screen finally became Kim Jong-un. This prompted people in front of the television to start mentioning the name in question. Is that really him? Why is Kim Jong-un there? Is it really him? In response, Yangwu snatched the remote from Jianggu and hammered an idea into everyone's mind. Yes, it's Kim Jong-un. Really? Kim Jong-un, the General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea and Chairman of the State Affairs Commission. But now, he was an exiled figure, having received mass votes from North Korean residents and banished from this world. Or rather, a future enemy waiting to return as a mutant. I went to North Korea myself to hear it directly. Kim Jong-un is also a mutant. He's planning to return after becoming a Jumgangyaksha. Oh my goodness. What's a Jumgangyaksha? Well, Yangwu hesitated as he attempted to describe Kim Jong-un on the screen. His current appearance was just like the human form Yangwu knew from before. Mutants still maintain their human appearance in the waiting room. Was it a principle similar to the Ritter-Nee's room where friends resided? Yangwu reluctantly spread his arms wide, making a gesture that seemed to scare people. He's a monster with 6 arms, wielding 6 weapons. And he has 3 heads. 3 heads. Jianga reacted to Yangwu's description of Kim Jong-un's transformation. Then, does he come out with your grandpa and great-grandpa's heads too? My goodness. Hey, what are you talking about in front of the kids? Suk, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, protested. However, Yangwu was surprised by the unexpected perspective. That could be possible, right? Why did they choose Kim Jong-un out of all those monsters? If that were true, Kim Jong-un's return would be the worst event for the North Korean residents. They would witness all 3 generations of the Kim family who had oppressed them at once. The significance of the current existence of Pyongyang's strongest sword is the assassination of the General Secretary. Most people are waiting for that. According to Jo Seong-gu, now a deceased Shinuju, strongest sword, killing Kim Jong-un is what most North Korean residents wish for. it would definitely be a huge event. Even the strongest sword asked Yongwu to take care of things before leaving. But what if I end up killing the strongest sword of Pyongyang before the duel? Unfortunately, if that were to happen, at least you should support our wish, shouldn't you? Yongwu thought that this was a moment that well demonstrated how much the survivors of North Korea feared and hated Kim Jong-un. What else would Kim Jong-un do after he finishes organizing North Korea? He'll probably come south. Moreover, ironically, even without the strongest sword's testament, Yongwu was destined to confront Kim Jong-un anyway. Coincidentally, the title of Joseon's strongest sword, originally meant for the confrontation with Kim Jong-un, was now with Yongwu. Yongwu, finally, Suk sharply called out Yongwu's name, snapping him back to reality. What about the kids, Dad? Didn't you say you'll let them see my husband? Kim Jong-un continued his chilling soliloquy on the screen. That was why she urgently asked to change the channel. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yongwu glanced at Kim Jong-un on the screen. Seeing him plotting revenge in that grim space, Yongwu thought he understood why the returnees from other worlds were so angry. Click. As Yongwu changed the channel with the remote, a black screen appeared again. What's this now? People in the audience made terrified expressions. After witnessing the spectacle of Kim Jong-un, everyone in this place had become aware of what they were seeing was by no means a regular television. Therefore, Yongwu, what's this? Everyone in this place turned their gaze to Yongwu, who had the most extraordinary experience from another world. In response, Yongwu said, well, he watched as a slowly appearing square logo emerged on the previously pitch-black screen. Then he suddenly realized this channel was associated with the intergalactic adult content production company, Lemu. This is the Lemu logo. As Yongwu muttered, almost as if possessed, Suk asked, Lemu? What's that? Yongwu couldn't help but look at Suk's children. How could he possibly say that we were watching intergalactic adult content in front of them in a proper manner? Then, after the Lemu logo disappeared, an instruction message in a language understandable to Earthlings appeared. It's a paid channel. To make a payment, please pick up the phone and dial 9920909 hashtag. As expected, this seemed to be the adult channel broadcasting Lemu's content, and it required payment to access it. Yongwu's gaze naturally drifted towards the phone by the bedside. Until now, he had only used it for wake-up calls, but it seemed that you could also make payments with it. Should we switch to the next channel for now? It seems like Kim Tae-jun isn't here. When Yongwu suggested this, Jianggu jumped up as if to say, What nonsense are you talking about? Hey, you're rich, aren't you? Aren't you curious about this? Please be quiet. We don't have time, so let's just move on for now. After gesturing for Jianggu to be quiet, Yongwu manipulated the remote again. Click. Finally, the channel Yongwu wanted appeared. In an instant, the screen turned completely white. Whoa, what's this? Translator night. Proofreader gun. As everyone, except Yongwu, shielded their eyes from the suddenly bright screen, voices from people came through the television speaker. To be fooled by such a young brat at my age. I guess it's natural to have such thoughts at this point. It's hard to know how much time has passed. It was none other than the voices of General Kim Young-hyum and Hong Yangdi. Oh, General. Yongwu took a step closer to the television with joy. General Kim Young-hyum, like other friends, was also in human form inside the Ritternees room. When is he going to call us? Nobody knows for sure. We just have to wait. Would you like me to turn the hourglass? Hong Yangdi handed over a large hourglass rolling around his heel. And when Kim Young-hyum, who received the hourglass, held it, he was entirely white, reminiscent of his appearance as a mutant. He was wearing white pajamas, and even his hair and eyebrows were dyed white. Damn it! When Kim Young-hyum, who had been holding the hourglass, couldn't bear it any longer and threw the clock to the ground, Kim Tae-jun, who was walking from afar, picked it up and placed it upright again. Are you really angry? I was like that at first, too. Kim Tae-jun's voice was transmitted through the television, frightening his family members who were looking at the screen. Honey. Oh, Dad. Dad. Moreover, weren't they complete humans on the screen, not mutants? For Kim Tae-jun's family, it couldn't have been a more joyful moment. The only regret was, it's one-way communication. Still, it would be better if they got a television from that side. Yangwu looked at Suk and her two children, feeling a bit disappointed. Of course, there was no guarantee that televisions purchasable in the Ritter-Nees room would broadcast this side of the world. But the probability is quite high. At least one of the several channels should show this side. As Yangwu was thinking this, Kim Tai-jun on the screen started talking about television. Oh, by the way, when can we buy our television? It was a timing of lines, as if the family unconsciously felt they were being watched. At this, Yandi took out what looked like a white menu while laying on his buttocks. Well, the points we get each time we participate vary so much that it's hard to predict. I know, we can still calculate the average. This furious voice was from General Kim Young-hyum. I sense the amount of points we receive depends on our achievements. If we fight Kim Jong-un as you wish, General, we can solve it all in one shot. Right? Oh, that's right. We haven't fought that bastard yet. The magic word, the 3 letters of Kim Jong-un, softened General Kim Young-hyum's anger a bit. If we average it out, it should be about 2 more times in the future. A television is quite expensive. Yangdi calmed down the 2 middle-aged men as a veteran. But didn't we wait quite a bit already? You should be calling soon, right? Hong Yangti boasted an incredible sense of feeling. In fact, if they entered the night dungeon soon, they would be called. At this point, I should call them even if I don't need to. As Yangwu was fiddling with the whistle, Jianggu approached cautiously and asked, Hey, yes. What on earth is all this? Who's inside there? Oh, apparently, Jianggu wasn't completely aware of friends and the whistle. Those people are mutants. What? Strictly speaking, they used to be mutants. Now, they're my colleagues. Yangwu explained that if he blew the whistle, 3 former mutants would appear. This bastard really thinks I'm a fool. At this, Jianggu naturally didn't believe it. It was such a radical claim that even as a current strongest sword, it was hard to accept. Do you think you can just call mutants like it's nothing? Does that make sense? I have a sword that flies on its own. Can't I summon mutants? Hey, that's a completely different story. As he said this, Jianggu rolled his eyes. He was imagining the scene where mutants would jump out when the whistle was blown. Since he was Zhang Yangwu's biological father, he couldn't help it, so his curiosity was enormous. Instead of that, have you considered going to the dungeon? You were about to say something earlier before you drank it. As Yangwu tried to wrap up the dungeon talk since the topic came up, Jianggu awkwardly took a step back. Why are you so persistent in bothering me like this? Why did you even give birth to me? You should have listened to father and started a business so you could receive blessings. No, I keep saying this, but As Jianggu tried to deny his son's existence again, Yangwu interrupted his dialogue. Level 1 supporting role. What? Father is a level 6 extra. But according to the Destiny book, Mother was a level 1 supporting role. At Yangwu's words, not only Jianggu, but everyone in the bedroom concealed their presence and listened intently. Level 6 humans generally don't live a good life. So the relationship with a level 1 supporting role must be a very special event. It's a story that you wouldn't easily forget. What are you talking about now? And such words should. Flustered, Jianggu looked around, his face dripping with cold sweat. In this place, there was Suk, her 2 children, and even Jiangsu and the current police officer Wan Taeyong, whom he had just met today. However, this insane orphan who had experienced everything from pre-birth to interstellar warfare didn't know when to back down. Tell me, Father, have you ever met a woman who's difficult to find a horoscope? Not even once. Man, this guy is really insane. Jianggu, who had his life publicly auctioned off, was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Level 6 human. That's right. That was the truth. Jianggu himself had confirmed his internal level and even his miserable fate through the destiny record he received on the first day of the reset. But, level 1 supporting role? What nonsense is this? I've never had such a thing. Jianggu, with an expression that said it was absurd, momentarily felt something catching and jerked his body. At that moment, Yangwu noticed it and questioned his father. See, there's something, right? Who is my mother? Wait, you're out of your mind. Jiangu looked at Yangwu as if he were annoying, but at the same time, he began to scrutinize the face of this level 4 orphan. Considering the age difference between the two, when Zhang Yangwu was created, Kim Jianga's age was between 23 and 24. Therefore, the woman Jianga met and had a relationship with at that time became Yangwu's likely birth mother. And Jianga thought, it couldn't be. It doesn't make sense. In his naive mid-20s, he had experienced an unusual event. That was precisely, have you seen anything else in the destiny record? Like your grandfather's name? Grandfather? Yangwu's eyebrows twitched to the unexpected keyword, and Jiangu's gaze shifted to the empty space. Back in the old days, I used to go to clubs. Clubs? Yangwu's mouth hung open. He probably knew what would come next. I don't think you're going to tell me that you just met my mother and had a one-night stand through a night reservation, right? Oh, damn it. Unable to say anything, Jiangu was grabbed by the collar by Yangwu in anger. Crack! The collar grabber of the Josian's strongest sword. With a strength that a mere strongest sword couldn't match, Jiangu barely managed to catch his breath. This guy is that really the best you can think of, Dad? Is that really the biggest event of your life? Yangwu, who stood over 2 meters tall, shouted at his father's face, and Jiangu shook his head vigorously in response. I mean, it wasn't just a one-night stand. Really, she was a conglomerate. The other party was Jinhian Group's youngest daughter. Jinhian Group, a conglomerate that owned various subsidiaries in tourism, hotels, shipping, including Jeonju Airlines, one of the top 3 airlines in the country. Ranked second in the domestic business world before the reset, it was one level above Taiwan, which currently dominates Gangnam. In other words, Jiangu was referring to a conglomerate family recognizable by name. What? Jinhian? That's insane. No matter how much of a knight you were, does it make sense for someone from there to be involved with someone like you? Then, for the first time, Jiangu showed signs of anger and opened his eyes wide. You think I knew? Thanks to her, I was dragged out while sleeping and almost beaten to death. He explained that he had been attacked by Jinhian's employees after sleeping together in an inn without knowing that she was the youngest daughter of Jinhian. It was the early 1990s, so the situation wasn't entirely implausible. Damn it, but it still doesn't make sense. Yangwu found it hard to believe. To this, Jiangu retorted with a look of disbelief. See, don't you believe me? That's how I've been feeling all this time. And then, still not calming down, he continued. And I still can't think of you as my son. No, I can't. You know what? Snap. Jiangu clenched his fist. There is no way the woman who calmly got into the car after seeing me being beaten up outside gave birth to my child. It was a valid point. From the perspective of a father, or rather Jiangu, it couldn't be thought otherwise. And even in Yangwu's eyes, it seemed to be the case. But you are my father, this crazy bastard, till the end. Crack. This time Jiangu grabbed Yangwu by the collar, causing Suk, who had been watching them, to shout in surprise. Both of you shut up. Suk, the representative of the Mwa Cultural Foundation, which loves artists, scolded them with a dignified tone. At her command, the 2 strongest sword involuntarily stopped their quarrel and widened their eyes. Then, Suk, who had regained her composure, continued speaking with a calm breath. No, is this really happening? We came here to see my husband, not to watch you two fight. Of course, Yangwu, I appreciate your concern, but you should control yourself. Then she looked at Kim Taijun, the representative on the screen, with a pitiful gaze. And strictly speaking, isn't Yangwu using us as a cover to work my husband for free? Madam, that's... When Yangwu, at a loss for words, began to sweat, Suk shot him a sharp glare. I'm not asking for anything grand. Just show some basic manners. Don't argue in front of the kids. I apologize, madam. Yangwu raised his head, addressing Suk with a more respectful title, realizing that this wasn't a good scene for children's education. And Suk hesitated for a moment, unlike before, seeming to be trying to say something different. Then she cautiously spoke up. She might have just given birth. It couldn't be helped. Man, this guy is really insane. Jiangu, who had his life publicly auctioned off, was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Level 6 human. That's right. That was the truth. Jianggu himself had confirmed his internal level and even his miserable fate through the destiny record he received on the first day of the reset. But, level 1, supporting role? What nonsense is this? I've never had such a thing. Jianggu, with an expression that said it was absurd, momentarily felt something catching and jerked his body. At that moment, Yangwu noticed it and questioned his father. See, there's something, right? Who is my mother? Wait, you're out of your mind. Jianggu looked at Yangwu as if he were annoying, but at the same time, he began to scrutinize the face of this level 4 orphan. Considering the age difference between the two, when Zhang Yangwu was created, Kim Jiangge's age was between 23 and 24. Therefore, the woman Jiangge met and had a relationship with at that time became Yangwu's likely birth mother. And Jiangge thought, it couldn't be. It doesn't make sense. In his naive mid-20s, he had experienced an unusual event. That was precisely, have you seen anything else in the destiny record? Like your grandfather's name? Grandfather? Yangwu's eyebrows twitched to the unexpected keyword, and Jianggu's gaze shifted to the empty space. Back in the old days, I used to go to clubs. Clubs? Yangwu's mouth hung open. He probably knew what would come next. I don't think you're going to tell me that you just met my mother and had a one-night stand through a night reservation, right? Oh, damn it. Unable to say anything, Jianggu was grabbed by the collar by Yangwu in anger. Crack! The collar grabber of the Joseon's strongest sword. With a strength that a mere strongest sword couldn't match, Jianggu barely managed to catch his breath. This guy is that really the best you can think of, Dad? Is that really the biggest event of your life? Yangwu, who stood over 2 meters tall, shouted at his father's face, and Jianggu shook his head vigorously in response. I mean, it wasn't just a one-night stand. Really, she was a conglomerate. The other party was Jinhean Group's youngest daughter. Jinhean Group, a conglomerate that owned various subsidiaries in tourism, hotels, shipping, including Jeonju Airlines, one of the top 3 airlines in the country. Ranked second in the domestic business world before the reset, it was one level above Taewon, which currently dominates Gangnam. In other words, Jianggu was referring to a conglomerate family recognizable by name. What? Jinhean? That's insane. No matter how much of a knight you were, does it make sense for someone from there to be involved with someone like you? Then, for the first time, Jianggu showed signs of anger and opened his eyes wide. You think I knew? Thanks to her, I was dragged out while sleeping and almost beaten to death. He explained that he had been attacked by Jinhean's employees after sleeping together in an inn without knowing that she was the youngest daughter of Jinhean. It was the early 1990s, so the situation wasn't entirely implausible. Damn it, but it still doesn't make sense. Yangwu found it hard to believe. To this, Jianggu retorted with a look of disbelief. See, don't you believe me? That's how I've been feeling all this time. And then, still not calming down, he continued. And I still can't think of you as my son. No, I can't. You know why? Snap. Jianggu clenched his fist. There's no way the woman who calmly got into the car after seeing me being beaten up outside gave birth to my child. It was a valid point. From the perspective of a father, or rather Jianggu, it couldn't be thought otherwise. And even in Yangwu's eyes, it seemed to be the case. But you are my father, this crazy bastard, till the end. Crack. This time Jianggu grabbed Yangwu by the collar, causing Suk, who had been watching them, to shout in surprise. Both of you shut up. Suk, the representative of the Moi Cultural Foundation, which loves artists, scolded them with a dignified tone. At her command, the 2 strongest sword involuntarily stopped their quarrel and widened their eyes. Then, Suk, who had regained her composure, continued speaking with a calm breath. No, is this really happening? We came here to see my husband, not to watch you two fight. Of course, Yangwu, I appreciate your concern, but you should control yourself. Then she looked at Kim Tae-jun, the representative on the screen, with a pitiful gaze. And strictly speaking, isn't Yangwu using us as a cover to work my husband for free? Madam, that's... When Yangwu, at a loss for words, began to sweat, Suk shot him a sharp glare. I'm not asking for anything grand. Just show some basic manners. Don't argue in front of the kids. I apologize, madam. Yang-woo raised his head, addressing Suk with a more respectful title, realizing that this wasn't a good scene for children's education. And Suk hesitated for a moment, unlike before, seeming to be trying to say something different. Then she cautiously spoke up. She might have just given birth. It couldn't be helped. Yang-woo chuckled, displaying extreme tolerance. He hadn't double-checked the tracking mark, as Jianga suggested. Fine. Then let's change the target and try to find father again. Okay. Jianga hesitated at Yang-woo's words. Uncle passed away, right? To the strongest sword of Wejongbu. What else are you trying to do? I'm going to input uncle here. So, at least the search target will change or reset. And if the wanted poster displayed an arrow when uncle was entered, it would mean that the wanted poster was also making a mistake. After all, there was no way to find someone who was already dead. Quickly, as Yang-woo lifted the epic fountain pen to re-enter the search target, Jianggu tensed up. Tap. Uncle. Soon, a new search target appeared on the wanted poster, and shortly after, SWAT. A new tracking mark appeared in Yang-woo's field of vision. Huh, what's going on? Why is that? It was none other than X. I see an X. It's a new mark I've never seen before. It seems to appear when searching for someone who's dead. Of course, there could be other possibilities. Maybe it just shows up uniformly when searching for non-existent targets. So Yang-woo changed the search target once more. Tap. Elder brother. A target that might not have even been born in this world to begin with. Then, the mark in his field of vision disappeared completely, and an alert message appeared. Non-existent target. Now it was clear. The wanted poster distinguished between targets that never existed and those that did exist but were no longer alive. Then if I search for mother, I'll get the same X mark. Because of the achievement of being a complete orphan, which implied his mother's death, Yang-woo had never inputted her into the wanted poster before. So should I give it a try? He immediately entered mother as a new search target. Pop. Mother. Then, once again, a tracking mark appeared in his field of vision, but its shape was, a triangle? As Yang-woo voiced his confusion, his wristwatch sounded an alarm. Beep. 11 p.m. Then, a system message appeared in everyone's field of vision. An abnormal weather. Ember typhoon is forming as of now. Qua. Simultaneously with the abnormal weather alert, the scenery outside the living room window turned reddish. It was indeed the beginning of a wildfire typhoon. My goodness. As Jianggu opened his mouth wide and looked out the window, the flying embers hitting the glass made sharp noises. Titik. Is this really okay? As it was the first time Jianggu looked at abnormal weather through such a large glass window, he turned to his son. No, Yang-woo, with a fearful expression. To which Yang-woo, still fixated on the traces in front of him, said, Mom's name, what is it? What's the name of the youngest daughter of Jinhyun Group who left after hitting Dad? Song Jizian. Song Jizian. Even Yang-woo, who had little interest in politics, had heard of the name. The so-called iron-blooded Empress Song Jizian. Once, there were articles all over the internet about how she defeated her two older brothers in the battle for control of the conglomerate. That group was Jinhyun, and that means, wait, two older brothers? If Song Jizian, the last owner of Jinhyun Group, was really Yang-woo's biological mother, then naturally, he would have two uncles as well. Uncles who were likely to be mutants, being from a conglomerate background. What kind of bullshit is this? What started as a small snowball rolling by Kim Jianggu, a level 6 human, 30 years ago, had led to this situation. The byproduct of a night booking in the 90s and the hidden child of the second largest conglomerate in Korea, Jinhyun Group, was none other than Jong Yang-woo, known as Josian's greatest sword. Then Mom must be a mutant too. Or she might have been hit and disappeared. As Yang-woo imagined his mother transformed into a dragon, Jianggu scratched his chin. Well, I'm not sure. Not sure. As you know, it was really busy at the beginning of the reset. So, I didn't pay much attention to all the mutant notices. At that time, Jianggu never dreamed that Song Jizian had given birth to his child, and even if she had, surviving was a struggle. So Yangwu couldn't blame Jianggu for that. Well, after the exchange area, there was no chance to keep track of all the mutant notices. And if she had been hit and disappeared, he didn't know if she was in some dungeon, serving time in a miserable state. Well, whatever happens, we'll have to wait a bit longer to find out. After reaching his own conclusion, Yangwu put his lips to the ring, wave. If you have equipment to respond to abnormal weather today, please come to the Parnasse entrance immediately. Departing in 10 minutes. It was a broadcast notice without much expectation. So far, the strongest swords of Seoul had been so focused on raising their stats that they hadn't properly utilized the merchants. Who would come? As expected, when Jianggu asked this, Yangwu shook his head. There are a few who want to go to the dungeons, but they probably haven't found the equipment yet. Songpa's strongest sword, O Yonhee, and Siacho's strongest sword, Choi Namhee, and Jo Sangik of Gwanak were among those who could enter the dungeons on their own. To some extent, they were people with faith. So Yangwu was hoping they would show up within 10 minutes. But it's unlikely, unless they've deliberately met all the merchants in Seoul. Shum, cloak. As Yangwu clapped his hands toward the golden goblin, the creature opened a pocket dimension and pulled out a dusky cloak. Kick it. It was none other than equipment for Jianggu. Firewall, unique cape. Ignores all abnormal weather conditions with flame attributes. Put this on. We'll have to go out soon. When Yangwu pointed out the window where red embers were flying, Jianggu made a terrible expression. Are you serious? Stop talking too much and get dressed quickly. In response to Yangwu's torch, Jianggu mumbled alone and put on a red cloak. You'll have to wait downstairs for 10 minutes before we depart. So if someone manages to break through that typhoon, will all three of us go? Yes, anyone who comes. After saying this, Yangwu went to the bedroom with the television and spoke to Suk and Jiangsu and Taeyong. As I mentioned before, it would be better to limit the TV for the kids up to here. There's another bed in the room across, so let them sleep there. Then, not knowing the exact reason, Kwan Taeyong cautiously asked, Mr. Yangwu, excuse me, but may I ask why? To this, Yangwu lifted the whistle hanging around his neck and showed it. Soon, we'll need to summon the whistle in the dungeon, and we won't know what will appear on TV at that time. Ah, Taeyong agreed soon after hearing this. Suk nodded, as if understanding. Got it. Since it's getting late, we should let the kids sleep early. So, are you going out now, Yangwu? At Taeyong's question, Yangwu glanced briefly at Jianggu in the living room and told Jiangsu and Taeyong, yes, and since we don't know what will happen in the dungeon, if I'm unlucky, I might die. If that happens, go find Jo Sangik Gwanak's strongest sword. He won't be there to worry about it as much as before, but he won't just leave you alone. After leaving this nonchalant advice, Yangwu looked at the television screen, still illuminating the room of the returnees. Now, three men dependent on Yangwu were sitting closely together, staring intently at an hourglass. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 11:16 p.m. They're not coming. Or rather, they can't come. Whatever it is, in the end, it's just the two of us. Even after the announced 10 minutes had passed, no one appeared in the lobby of the Parnasse Hotel. Either no one had equipment to withstand the Ember Typhoon, or they had the equipment but lacked the courage. Of course, since the hotel lobby was no longer a residence, it was filled with heat to the extent that space seemed to ripple. We can't help it. Let's go now. With determination, Yangwu opened the hotel entrance without hesitation, causing Jianggu to hesitate. This is my first time. It's my second time, too. With these words, Yangwu stepped outside toward the hotel. Click! Red embers struck Yangwu's body indiscriminately, leaving red marks all over. However, Eye of the Typhoon, Epic Necklace. Ignores extreme weather of the wind type. For Yangwu, who received the effect of the Eye of the Typhoon, there was no harm at all. As expected, the Ember Typhoon was a wind-type abnormal weather. Come out. You won't go that far. When Yangwu gestured for him to hurry up, Jianggu slowly pushed his body out of the lobby, stumbling. Is it really okay? Jianggu, still unable to dispel his fear, asked once again, and Yangwu pointed to his father's toe. "You're already fine." Toot toot. In fact, Jianggu's toes, which had just been brought out of the lobby, had been exposed to the embers for a while now. In fact, he had been protected by the fire shield all the way from the corridor outside the room. "Oh," Jianggu, opening his eyes wide in surprise, but not feeling any heat, stretched his arm out further, which had been kept inside the hotel. Toot. Similarly, even though his bare hands were fully exposed to the Ember Typhoon without gloves, nothing happened this time either. Phew. Jianggu finally let out a relieved breath. Then, with a determined face, he pushed his whole body into the Ember Typhoon. Whoa! The terrifying energy of the flames enveloped his whole body. Oh my goodness! It felt like driving a car with the windows wide open at high speed, and the sound of large trees swaying in the wind continued to echo in his ears. Translator Night. Proofreader Gun. Shuo-oh-oh. This was the sound of countless embers filling the air, hitting the walls of the building or colliding with each other. Amazing, right? Beyond the noise of the embers, the voice of Zhang Yangwu could be heard. He was already sitting on the back of the iron horse, waiting for his father. Get on. When Yangwu extended his hand wrapped in golden armor from the iron horse, Jianggu grabbed it as if possessed. Then, with a push, Josian's greatest sword, Zhang Yangwu, lifted him up and put him in the back seat with ease. "Father, you know I can't swim yet. Well, but now I walk through the flames and ride through the darkness between the obsidian rain. That's the world we live in now. There's no need to fear the strange anymore. Such things will become commonplace from now on." Jianggu still couldn't fully grasp Yangwu's words, but at least one thing seemed certain. That Zhang Yangwu was a person perfectly suited to this insane world. It could be seen as embracing a new world. And such a person, perhaps this is my son, he thought. Now the only bloodline left in this world. Also, even if his body rotted away, his legacy would remain in this world for some time. Yet Jianggu still couldn't feel the sense of son from a monster in front of him. Perhaps, just like Zhang Yangwu, who had never experienced having a son in his life, he didn't exactly know what son meant and was wandering in search of the concept of father. "Where are we going now?" Jianggu asked, looking at Yangwu's large back. Then another strange word came out of the mouth of the monster who claimed to be his son. "Since Guangjinggu has practically become a vast open space, we'll go there and open the dungeon." Clack, clack. At Yangwu's command, Negwig began to run through the Ember Storm. Of course, there's one variable. Variable? Yes. Just because we enter through the same entrance doesn't guarantee we'll be moved to the same dungeon. What? Of course, before the dungeon starts, you can always leave, so don't worry too much. Well, that's a relief, but anyway, if we enter the dungeon and you don't see me, you have to come out before all the slots are filled. As I mentioned before, there's no guarantee that the dungeon can be cleared. As the two conversed, Negwig began to cross the Chongdam Bridge, connecting Gangnam and Guangjinggu. Clack, clack. As they were about to cross the bridge, Jianggu panicked when he saw a large hole in the middle of the bridge. What the hell is that again? To him, it seemed like the bridge had collapsed due to abnormal weather. But in reality, I did that. Huh, I shot some arrows there. You did that just by shooting arrows? Technically, it was the spot where a wyvern returned and an intuitive arrow was placed in the head of Seoul Metropolitan Councilor Kim Suk-shin. However, Yangwu didn't feel confident enough to explain this in detail, so he just brushed it off. Think of it as evidence of a fight with a mutant. He then pointed ahead and instructed the Golden Goblin. "Put the sphere over there. We're going to open the dungeon from there." Kick. Upon hearing this, the goblin took out a golden sphere from the spatial pocket and jumped off Negwig. Thud! The sphere, which had been emitting golden light when taken out, quickly lost its light and turned black, even in Jianggu's eyes. It was an ominous sight that couldn't help but be seen as an onslaught. The sphere is black. That's how it's supposed to be. On the other hand, Yangwu, who already had experience entering dungeons, casually jumped off the horse. "Get down. You can't bring horses or slaves into the dungeon anyway. It's one thing after another." Jianggu made a disgusted expression. But what could they do at this point? The goblin had already placed the black sphere on the outskirts of Guangjingu, and now all Yangwu had to do was touch it to open the dungeon. Come closer, since we don't know how the dungeon will open. What do you mean? Jianggu approached Yangwu with a puzzled look on his face, and when they were close enough, Yangwu put his hand on the black sphere. Tap. Last time, a pyramid emerged. So, if a different dungeon appears every time, then naturally, just as Yangwu was about to continue explaining how the dungeons appeared differently, suddenly both of them were lifted into the air. No, it was more accurate to say that the ground they were standing on shot up into the sky, which meant it's a tower. In other words, they were now standing on top of a tower that had risen from below the ground. What is this? How high does it go? Jianggu's bewildered voice was accompanied by a message that appeared in the air between them. No slaves can accompany you in this dungeon. Then, the golden goblin standing on Yangwu's foot was ejected from the top of the tower. Kakik! It screamed as it fell to the ground, its tail stretched out long. Yangwu watched the goblin, now a small fall before turning to Jianggu. Unfortunately, it seems this dungeon doesn't allow for an immediate return. Huh? Jianggu asked, as if asking what Yangwu meant. Yangwu raised his index finger and pointed to the empty space. Unconsciously, Jianggu raised his head and saw a huge ring of light, several kilometers in diameter, shining brightly in the pitch-black sky. What the hell is that? It's a portal, the entrance to the dungeon. What? Meanwhile, the tower that carried both of them continued to rise towards the portal, with the open mouth of the portal facing inward. In other words, once the portal connected, they would enter it whether they liked it or not. If they had any intention of giving up, they should have jumped off when the tower began to rise. What happens now? Jianggu urgently asked as they were about to touch the portal. Yangwu checked his equipment and replied quietly. Good luck, father. Dungeon. Every night. Emerging through the extraordinary climate and using the golden orb was the only way to enter the otherworldly space. As a reward, it guaranteed at least one unique equipment, but it was never easy for those who had ventured into the dungeon once to challenge it again. That's because the dungeon's difficulty was high and it was structured unpredictably. Knowing how ruthless the dungeon was, it was inevitable that the revisit rate would plummet. Even at this moment, if it's like this, nobody would want to come back to the dungeon. Yangwu looked at the now considerably closer dungeon portal with a dumbfounded expression. The portal was so massive that its edge wasn't even in sight at the moment. As the tower carrying the two entered inside the ring of light outlining the portal, the information about this dungeon was finally revealed. Pahat, Sanctuary of Valor. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, C. Recommended participants, 6. Recommended participants, 6. As Yangwu made a slightly surprised expression, Jianggu asked with a fearful face. Why? What's going on? The number of participants is twice as many as last night. Pain of Ilya. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, D. Required participants, 3. The dungeon Yangwu acted as a guide for yesterday had a difficulty grade of D with 3 required participants. However, this time, it was recommended for 6 participants with a difficulty of C. It meant it was more difficult than Pain of Ilya and required more people. But still, since it's recommended, it means it's possible even if all 6 don't gather, right? That's the problem. It means we might start the dungeon with insufficient personnel. Jianggu, who hadn't visited the dungeon yet, only felt vague anxiety, but Yangwu was different. Why is it recommended? Is there no specific essential role this time? As Yangwu sweated nervously, the tower carrying the men entered inside the portal. As the surroundings turned blue, the surroundings were engulfed in pitch darkness in no time after passing through the portal. Swat. No, to be precise, it should be said that they had transitioned to a completely different space while passing through the portal. From the temperature and the air felt on the skin, it was markedly unfamiliar. What's this? Jianggu looked around, tightly gripping his sword, and at this moment, faint light entered the top of the tower, still carrying the two. Thunk! Then finally, the two realized the space they were in. Whoosh! Although the distance was considerable, there was a massive wind sound with a sense of huge volume. Yangwu and Jianggu were inside an incredibly large cave. Damn it! Jianggu, who inadvertently looked down, trembled at the abyss of immeasurable depth. Where is this? Is this how it's supposed to be? Yes, it's probably somewhere in outer space. Shuck! As Yangwu looked up, he saw something tiny and yellow in his field of vision. And as soon as he saw that spot, he had a premonition of what was going to happen next. That's the waiting room entrance over there. Huh, it looks like a spot from here, but it's still far away from the other side. In reality, it's probably a hole that exactly matches the size of the floor we're standing on. The reason it looks yellow is probably because of the lighting inside. How do you know that? It's my second time. Although it was his first time visiting this dungeon, he had similar experiences anyway. The development is completely opposite to last time. Back then, we went down from the top, but this time, we're shooting up from below. If one wasn't nervous, it would be a lie. Everyone tends to get scared in dungeons, but especially for Yangwu, it was not a trivial challenge as he had to endure relatively greater losses. There are no dwarves or goblins here, so using weapons of choice is impossible. We have to deal with what we have. Of course, he had quite a lot compared to others. Currently, he had 5 weapons with him. The myth-grade one-handed sword Bastard, the epic one-handed sword Dragon's Legacy, the mutated one-handed sword Dullahan's Sword, and Wing, the legendary two-handed sword Golden Trail, which was still functioning within the dungeon. And adding the epic grade bow White Fire worn on his upper body, he had a total of 5 weapons. Still, the absence of the goblin felt significant. Why do you keep checking your weapons? Are you unsure too? That would be troublesome. Now Jianggu's face was pale, and Yangwu chuckled as he looked at him. It is true that I'm a little weaker here than when I was outside, but don't worry too much. This guy, all you do is actions that make me worry. While Yangwu and Jianggu were bickering like this, the thing that previously looked like a yellow started to appear quite close. Soot. The yellow was indeed a diamond-shaped hole pierced in the cave ceiling, just as Yangwu had said. And from that hole, yellow light was pouring out. Oh, it's real. It's a hole. By the way, I don't know how many people might be there. People? Ah, Jianggu, who belatedly remembered that this was where all the world's strong gathered, opened his mouth in surprise. And by this time, kuguguguk, the tower, which was gently rising, suddenly shook roughly, pushing the two towards the hole. Da-do-da-da, click. The shape of the tower's top and the yellow hole were perfectly designed to fit together without a single inch of error. Wow, damn. Jianggu, confirming that there was indeed another space above the cave ceiling, looked around with an expression of disbelief. Somewhere, faint yellow light was descending, and this place was a circular stone arena reminiscent of a coliseum. The diameter of the arena was approximately 500 meters, and the height. Oh, what's that? Jianggu, now pointing to somewhere above his head as if tired, looked. As Yangwu looked up, he saw a vaguely humanoid figure hanging upside down in the middle of the ceiling, which seemed to be at least 100 meters high. It was like a bat hanging upside down in sleep. It looks ominous even to me. This was a dungeon. There was no reason for such a placement without a purpose. That could be our opponent for the fight. Saying this, Yangwu quickly scanned the Colosseum. Then he noticed huge doors attached to one side of the Colosseum wall, and people gathered in front of them. Those people over there are probably the ones who arrived first. Let's head over there for now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Clank, clank. Thud, thud. The reason for the difference in the footsteps of the two father and son was undoubtedly one. Yangwu was the only one wearing shoes. Illusion. Unique shoes. 30% chance of detection evasion. Meanwhile, Jianggu was barefoot like any wild wanderer. Why don't you have anything? My father's a bit lacking. Merchants must have sold at least one pair of shoes by now. After giving Jianggu this snide remark, Yangwu glanced at Jianggu's feet. Why don't you at least get some sneakers and wear them? If you asked the staff, they would have given it to you. Even if you got some sneakers and wore them, wouldn't they tear apart soon? I want to wear something with a grade like the ones you're wearing. Well, then work hard and earn money to get yourself a pair. Their conversation ended there. Soon, the people gathered on the other side noticed the new participants and began to turn their heads one by one. But then, translator night, proofreader gun. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. Yangwu wrinkled his nose. It felt like the smell of blood was rising from somewhere. And indeed, clank, clank. As they went a bit further, bloodstains scattered on the floor came into view. There had already been a conflict even before the dungeon started. Today's going to be a bit painful. Yangwu was about to scratch his head with his hand, but refrained from doing so, fearing it might seem like a provocation. Because Sandong's twin evil, Gawang's sword dragon, Miyagi's sword master. All the swordsmen gathered here today were from East Asian countries. If it's Sandong, it must be China, and Miyagi is probably Japan. The last one, Gawang, is at Taiwan. And there were two additional Koreans' strongest swords present. It was obvious to anyone that this was intentionally gathering neighboring countries. Are they Koreans? The three East Asian masters who had arrived early at the dungeon were each startled when they saw Yangwu's title and his father's. Until now, there had been one person from each country, which seemed fair, but the balance was disrupted due to the addition of Koreans. Why are there two of them? When a middle-aged man with the title Sandong's twin evil asked this, Yangwu was about to answer obediently, but he felt a strange irritation and retorted, "Why are you using informal speech? Doesn't China have honorifics? I'm meeting you for the first time." As Yangwu, with his unique shoes illusion, took another step forward, the legendary greatsword Golden Trail also moved through the air along with him. Wing! Suddenly, all eyes in the audience were drawn to the golden greatsword. Not only was the sword just floating in midair, but it also seemed to move on its own, revealing itself as a formidable weapon. Swordsmanship. The eyes of Sandong's twin evil, which had grown slightly larger, lit up with surprise. And not only his. Gawang's sword dragon from Taiwan and Miyagi's sword master from Japan also took a step back, holding their breaths. At this, Jianggu turned slightly, muttering to himself, "Damn, I must look like a total loser." Then he quickly turned back and patted Yangwu's shoulder. "Thump! Stop it, son." This time it was Yangwu who widened his eyes in surprise. "What did you say? Let's not fight since we have to proceed with the dungeon." Jianggu wanted to show that he had a higher status than someone who wielded swordsmanship in front of these Asian masters. What the hell? Yangwu was about to frown and say something, but crack! Miyagi's sword master, a woman with that title, slammed her sword into the ground, preventing him from doing so. "Before we start another fight, let me introduce myself first. I'm Tomiko Hayama from Japan, Miyagi's sword master." Tomiko Hayama, 26 years old, female. She had an unbelievably innocent face, considering she was someone who had subdued Miyagi Prefecture with a population of nearly 2.2 million. Rather, that's what made her aura even more unusual. "Yes, I'm Jong Yangwu from Korea." As Yangwu nodded politely, Jianggu also greeted Tomiko. "I'm Kim Jianggu, and let's not fight." Jianggu waved his hands as if to calm everyone down. At this, a young man from Taiwan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I'm Ryu Manho from Gawang City, Taiwan." When Yangwu was about to show his teeth again in a rather cynical greeting, Tomiko quickly intervened with a smile. "Both of them seem to be in a bad mood today. There's a slight difference in stance on international affairs, so you had a little argument." The both of them, she mentioned, referred to Ryu Manho from Taiwan and the middle-aged man called Sandong's twin evil, whose name had not yet been revealed. Taiwan and China. Since they were in a difficult situation to get along, they immediately started quarreling as soon as they met and had a conversation in this dungeon. No wonder I kept smelling blood. Yangwu noticed that there were small puddles of blood where Ryu Manho and Sandong's twin evil had been standing. Although it wasn't obvious on the surface, they had fought fiercely enough to create small injuries inside their armor. That woman, describing that as a little fight, must be unusual too. Anyway, Now that Yang Wu had grasped the situation to some extent, he pointed to the giant statue hanging far up on the ceiling. Does anyone know exactly what that is? Upon this question, Tomiko shook her head regretfully. Well, I think we'll all find out soon enough when we have to fight it. I see. This person was an experienced dungeon explorer. Yang Wu raised his guard against Tomiko and surveyed the vast space of the arena, which was nothing more than an empty field for now. We're still missing one person to meet the recommended number. It would have been nice if Ottavio, the Sicilian, showed up now. As Yang Wu hoped for the appearance of the sixth participant with a wistful look, Tomiko pointed somewhere. Most likely, the five of us will have to start very soon. What? Yang Wu glanced curiously at Tomiko, who was grinning, and looked in the direction she pointed. There, he saw a stone table placed in front of the 3 door panels lined up on the wall. On top of it lay a thick book spread open. That must be the rule book. Yang Wu had a hunch that it contained some sort of rules. It probably played the same role as the bonfire did in the previous dungeon. Clack, clack. As Yang Wu stepped forward with a metallic sound and stood in front of the table, the familiar numerical format appeared before his eyes. 5, 6. Out of the recommended 6 participants, 5 were present. Below there was a countdown timer. 8 seconds. Now, a timer was ticking down with only 8 seconds remaining until the time expired. Shit. As Yang Wu quickly grasped the situation after checking the timer, Jianggu, who had come chasing after him belatedly, asked, Why? What's going on? It's nothing much. Since it's the recommended number of people, as my father said, it shouldn't be impossible to proceed even if one person is missing. As Yang Wu said this and pointed to the book on the table, the timer, which had just reached 3 seconds, came into view. 3 seconds. Then, 1 second. In an instant, along with Jianggu's exclamation, all the numbers changed to 0. Midnight. Boom. Time expired. Then the timer disappeared into thin air, and a sharp signal echoed somewhere in the Colosseum. Beep beep. This meant that the participants were confirmed. Next, dungeon information was displayed prominently in the space above the table. Sanctuary of Valor. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, C. Recommended participants, 6. Now that the minimum number of participants has been met, we will begin explaining the rules. So, there's a minimum number of participants. As it seemed like the dungeon was about to start in earnest, the 3 from China, Taiwan, and Japan, who had been distant from each other, approached the rulebook. In a moment, the Sanctuary of Valor will begin. To pass through this dungeon, it is recommended to have at least 3 igniters. 3 or more igniters. At this, the 5 experts looked at each other's faces in turn. Then suddenly, a red laser shot up from the rulebook, pointing towards the giant statue in the center of the ceiling. The ultimate goal of this dungeon is to defeat the giant Gamita. The giant Gamita. All eyes turned to the statue in question. Indeed, it seemed they would have to fight it, just as they had feared. When you close the book on the altar, Gamita will immediately awaken and attack you. But before that, by igniting the furnaces of this dungeon, you can weaken Gamita. Upon understanding the progress of this dungeon, Yang Wu looked at the 3 giant doors that had caught his eye since earlier. Perhaps those doors were entrances to each furnace. So, the recommended number was 6 because there need to be 3 groups of 2-person teams. Sure enough, soon, a red laser shot from the rulebook, pointing at 3 large iron doors lined up on the stadium wall. There are a total of 3 furnaces, and you can access them through the entrances you see now. Then, numbers from 1 to 3 were assigned to each entrance, with a number of people displayed below each. 0/2. What's that? As Jianggu tilted his head, Yang Wu explained. They didn't make it easy to get to the furnaces. Probably, 2 people can enter each door. Upon Yang Wu's explanation, the experts from other countries nodded in agreement, and soon, a statement confirming this appeared. From now on, you need to organize ignition teams to attempt ignition on each furnace. Ignition teams can consist of up to 2 people, and each team cannot access the furnace assigned to other teams. In other words, each furnace has only 1 team. If one fails, they cannot ignite that furnace. Upon hearing Yang Wu's words, Tomiko acknowledged them. At the moment, we're short on personnel, so we have to decide whether to fight the boss with just 2 furnaces lit or to push ourselves a bit and fight with all the furnaces lit. Therefore, how much weakening one furnace could inflict on the giant Gameta was crucial, but naturally, there was no further elaboration on this. Yang Wu continued, "Most likely, you'll have to ignite all furnaces to stand chance." Whoosh! As Yang Wu pointed to Gameta, stuck to the ceiling with his mythical grade, one-handed sword bastard, Tomiko cautiously spoke up. "If that's the case, does it mean that someone has to come alone to light one of the 3 furnaces?" At this point, the final instructions appeared. "From now on, we will begin organizing ignition teams. Please stand in front of the entrance you desire. Gameta will awaken in 30 minutes. Tick, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The 30-minute timer began to count down without delay. We need to hurry. We only have 30 minutes, including the time it takes to pass through those doors and ignite the furnaces." As Tomiko urgently spoke, Ryu Manho from Taiwan, who had been leaning against the wall, finally stepped forward. "Okay, I'll take over." Swish! This time, Ryu Manho took out his sword. However, what he pointed at wasn't Gameta, but the anonymous Chinese, Sandong's twin evil. "I can't go with that bastard." Sandong's twin evil smirked wickedly and flashed his dagger. "Don't you have the confidence to fight me again?" If he were to be paired with Taiwan, he also planned to kill his opponent on the way to the furnace. In the end, Yang Wu revealed his teeth. "These idiots. What? Anyway, if we can't properly ignite the furnace, we'll all die at that monster's hands. Is this your first time in a dungeon?" Of course, Yang Wu's anger wasn't simply because the 2 foreigners were fighting. If there were any problems with ignition due to their fight, the damage would fall squarely on Yang Wu himself, his father, and Miyagi Swordmaster, who were doing their best. "I'll take responsibility for door 2 alone." Yang Wu stood in front of the door marked 2 without a hint of fear, and the status below the ignition team changed to 1/2. This surprised Gawang's Sword Dragon and Sandong's twin evil. Of course, internally, they thought that one of the 2 Koreans in this position would have to sacrifice themselves, but they didn't say it out loud. "Then I'll go to door 3. Will you come with me?" Tomiko smiled brightly and extended her hand to Sandong's twin evil. With no other choice, the middle-aged man from China obediently followed suit. The only other option was the father of the Korean swordsman and the Taiwanese. Okay, can't be helped. In the end, Sandong's twin evil followed Tomiko to door 3, and Yang Wu felt somewhat relieved. "I didn't like both Taiwan and China very much, but if I had to send my father with either of them, Taiwan would be better." The Chinese side had titles like Twin Evil. Shangxi is said to be the 5 heroes, but why is Sandong the Twin Evil? 5 heroes and Twin Evil differed greatly in terms of numbers. Of course, whether this reflected regional characteristics or was simply a distinction based on the final selected numbers was unknown. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Well, then I'll automatically take door 1. Eventually, Jiangu stood in front of door 1. Then, Gawang Sword Dragon Ryu Manho grumbled to himself and took his place behind Jiangu. Creak. Now all 5 people stood in front of the doors, and then, beep. Another signal sounded, and the system message appeared. Ignition teams have been confirmed. Then the 3 firmly closed iron doors began to slowly open. Thud. 27 minutes and 42 seconds. Now, there were about 27 minutes left. However, no one here was checking the remaining time. Because, haha, I smell something delicious. It's coming. Wow, I can feel it. Left, center, right? From inside the 3 long corridors extending in different directions, eerie voices filled with monstrous instruments poured out endlessly. Moreover, the corridors were so dark that one couldn't see an inch ahead. There are those damn bastards here, too. Yang Wu remembered last night, when he was on the boat, swallowing heavily. Yesterday, there were 2 people watching his back, but this time, he was alone. Of course, the feelings of the foreigner and his father, who had to navigate through that darkness, wouldn't be ordinary either. As Yang Wu glanced back at his father, He happened to see him turning his head this way. Jianggu was also worried about Yangwu having to break through there alone. Shit. Fuck. How many are there inside? As the 5 people expressed their anxiety in their own ways and felt the chilling atmosphere inside the corridors, the middle-aged man who had been silent until now spoke softly. Zhang Jaham. Among Sandong's twin evil, one of the twin evils is Zhang Jaham. Perhaps feeling that he might die in there, he finally revealed his name. Then Tomiko smiled warmly and greeted Zhang Jaham. Nice to meet you, Zhang Jaham. Let's do well inside. It won't be easy, but let's try our best. While everyone hesitated under the pretext of a new greeting, the remaining time was in the mid-25s. 25 minutes and 13 seconds. Confirming this, Yangwu changed his tone and recited a tragic line. If we hesitate any longer, that thing will awaken before we can ignite the furnace. Let's go now. With that, Yangwu stepped straight into the second corridor. Clank. Then, as if they had made a pact, everyone turned their heads toward door 2. Clank. However, Yangwu, who had already ventured deep into the door, was nowhere to be seen. We should go too. We have no other choice. The remaining 4 people also began to step forward, each eyeing their respective corridors. Asterisk. Swoosh. As Yangwu started running unabatedly into door 2, he had to pass through a very dark corridor for a while. However, contrary to what was expected from outside, there were no attacks from the monsters. There was just a vast, empty space for a while. It's literally just a corridor. Perhaps this is to prevent cheating from outside. Since there was no timer in this space, Yangwu just kept running forward blindly. And then, he began to see the front of the corridor gradually brightening. Of course, it was still pitch black to the point where it was difficult to see, but there was a slight glow. The problem was that, Krah, it's coming. They're all here. Run. The voices of the monsters heard from outside began to echo again. Crazy. As Yangwu continued forward, listening to the terrifying sounds, he soon felt the corridor narrowing in one direction. And in the distance, the exit of this corridor, no, the proper entrance to the furnace appeared. It was a rectangular opening the size of a medium-sized building, filled with those gray monsters they had seen on the dungeon floor last night. Moreover, not a single one was missing. They were all staring greedily in Yangwu's direction. Perhaps that huge entrance served as some kind of boundary, and this meant that the moment they crossed it, hundreds of monsters would rush at them all at once. However, there was something that caught Yangwu's eye. What is that? Beyond the rectangular entrance, the large space filled with monsters resembled a cosmic void. There was no ground, just empty space with large chunks of stone debris floating around. One of the stone debris pieces on which the waiting monster stood was right in front of the rectangular entrance. So, here was a place where participants had to navigate through obstacles, a kind of obstacle course. Moreover, the furnace Yangwu had to reach was located high above. It means finding a way to get up there while pushing away the monsters that are running at you. Yangwu finally understood why the difficulty level of this dungeon was higher than last night. And they didn't have much time left. How much time has passed? About 10 minutes? As Yangwu glanced at his wristwatch to estimate the time, he was surprised to see that the time display was completely scrambled. Participants couldn't check the time while inside, but I should still be able to use equipment. Standing in front of the rectangular entrance, Yangwu activated his clairvoyance skill and looked at the furnace in the distance. Clairvoyance, mutant earring. Visibility is amplified up to 5 times the zoom. Then, these bastards, what have they done now? He saw a structure resembling a furnace placed on a large rock floating in midair, and on the opposite side of this furnace. 1-3. Another structure with buttons labeled 1 and 3 respectively came into view. Their purpose was unclear, but they seemed to be separate devices unrelated to the furnace. And Yangwu's thought on this was, surely it's not Group 1 or Group 3. If that's the case, there's no way it's a button that gives blessings to that person. A furnace placed high above, and on the opposite side of that furnace, 2 unidentified buttons. In any case, in order to know exactly what they were, one had to reach the furnace. Whatever it is, I have to light the furnace for now. Yang Wu pulled out his bow experimentally and shot an arrow towards the monsters beyond the rectangular entrance. Whoosh! Instantly, as usual, the arrow emitted a fierce energy and exploded right in front of the entrance. Boom! They've really made it tough to just waltz in. Just as you couldn't come over here from the other side, you couldn't attack the area where the furnace was located within this passage. That means I have to go in and wipe them out myself. Clank! As Yang Wu moved towards the entrance, muttering, "Bastards," the monsters gathered there, blinked, and yelled. "Oh, what, all alone? Wow, bold. You came here alone?" Amidst this, some of them spat out lines as if they had encountered other challengers before. Upon this, Yang Wu did something that other challengers probably wouldn't. "Has anyone else besides me been here?" He spoke to the monsters. Then, one of them tapped a transparent barrier blocking the entrance with his finger. "Tap, tap. We had a very interesting rehearsal. You can't pass here. We've already blocked the 2 first swords. You came here alone? Impossible. This is your grave." "I see." Yang Wu listened to the series of dialogues and realized this dungeon was designed with various difficulty tests in mind. They deliberately rehearsed to increase the difficulty. Even if you didn't know, the 2 first swords they mentioned were probably replicas made based on the average power of expected challengers. In a world where even great swords capable of injecting martial arts existed, that wasn't anything special. Therefore, maybe this side isn't the problem, but the other groups might be in danger. Yang Wu finally thought that the buttons numbered 1 and 3, placed far away, might actually help other groups. Didn't those monsters just say that? They've already blocked the best 2 swords. This meant that this dungeon was designed to be impossible to clear with a typical member composition. So, it might be a dungeon structured so that one excellent group with combat power or cooperation drags other groups up. I need to hurry. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem like the other groups will come together to break through there. The remaining 2 groups are Taiwan and Korea, and Japan and China. Taiwan and Korea are fine, but historically, Japan and China have been archenemies, so it's uncertain what might happen between them. I'm feeling uneasy. As soon as Yang Wu sorted out his thoughts, he immediately rushed towards the monsters. Swish! To their surprise, the bold entry was even more daring than they had thought. Whoa, this kid. Hey, look at this. Defend as you practiced. Let's see how you defend. As Yang Wu leaped into the spacious entrance and drew his black sword from his waist, the thick black blade, which had expanded to 5 meters in an instant, left a massive trail. Swish! Then, dozens of monster bodies clashed together, creating space for Yang Wu to advance. Thud! Take this! With his pupils tinged with golden light, Yang Wu began to push forward without hesitation, and the monsters began to look perplexed. They realized that their opponent, whom they met on their first real battlefield, was by no means ordinary, the strongest sword. Who is this kid? Wait, hold on. Amidst the crowd of mixed races, a few Koreans belatedly recognized their opponent's title. Isn't this the strongest sword of Joseon? Joseon? Where's Joseon? Of course, even the monsters who recognized Yang Wu's title didn't know that it symbolized the pacification of a northern region of the Korean peninsula. However, so Joseon means... Anyway, it means a monster. So, it's like the strongest sword of Britain or something. What? The monsters' disorganized conversation didn't last long. Soon they were swept away by their impending doom. Whoosh! With just 2 slashes, Yang Wu neatly cleared a radius of 5 meters and leaped straight towards the distant stone structure fragments. Thunk! Then, the monsters who jumped up together to pull him down soon began to plummet into the deep abyss. This was because the challenger in question jumped a much farther distance than the monsters expected. Climber, mutant pants, leap distance triple dot, schwat, essentially at a flying level. Having leaped in a perfect arc from the entrance, which you would have had to step on one by one, Yang Wu skipped 6 stone structures he was supposed to touch and headed straight for the 7th, visible in the distance. Then the monsters guarding his destination, the 7th stone structure, went wild. What's with this bastard? He's coming straight this way. Block him. prevent him from stepping foot here in the first place. No matter how capable one is of high-altitude jumps, they couldn't fly in the sky. The monsters made their way to the edge of the stone structure, planning to push their opponent forcefully into the abyss the moment he landed. However, thud thud, when the opponent about to land started pulling his bowstring in midair, all the monsters sensed that something was wrong. And indeed, whoosh, as the bowstring, which had been pulled forcefully, returned to its original position, a violet explosion erupted fiercely from the seventh stone structure. Boom! Dogo's special explosive arrow. The explosion, capable of inflicting severe damage, sent all the monsters gathered at Yangwu's landing point flying in all directions. Yeah, arg! Seeing dozens of monsters being flung into the abyss with a single arrow, the remaining monsters guarding the other 6 stone structures couldn't help but flinch. Didn't they just see it? A scene where dozens of monsters were thrown into the abyss by a single arrow. Stop annoying me. Whoosh! As Yangwu turned his bow behind him and said this, hundreds of monsters chasing after him were startled. Whoa. See, calm down. However, Yangwu wasn't in their sight anymore. Swoosh! He had already made another high-altitude leap. Huh? What did he get all the way there? The monsters looked up at the challenger, soaring high into the air. Then, the golden trail that had not followed him suddenly revealed itself, slashing mercilessly at the necks of the monsters exposed perfectly. Squawk! And this ruthless execution scene was clearly observed by the monsters above, where Yangwu had not yet reached. What's coming? AM monster. Finally. Run away. Translator night. Proofreader gun. One of the monsters said this and began to descend the rubble bridge made of stone fragments. Thunk! From top to bottom, they had left their posts. Arg! Please spare me. At first, there was just one person running away, but it soon spread to dozens or even hundreds of people running away. Eventually, when Yangwu reached the 13th stone structure after completing his leaps, there was no one to stop him. What? Is it possible to solve it like this? Now only 7 stone structure fragments remained in front of Yangwu. Yet, as he peered down, the golden trail was seen swaying its body upwards from below, as if dancing. Even though the monsters had already lost their senses and were fleeing, they were still being mercilessly cut down by the legendary sword technique, Rome's bottom, probably programmed inside. That crazy guy. Upon this realization, Yangwu thought about summoning the golden trail, but changed his mind. Wait, most of the convicts serving as monsters here have been hit and destroyed, right? For example, Mbonghi, who used to share the same room at the dormitory. Having reached this point in his thoughts, Yangwu left the golden trail to rampage alone and raised his bow again. Swish! Then he shot arrows towards the ash-gray monsters on the other side, who were wearing frightened expressions. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Whoosh! Yangwu didn't need to deal with every single monster. Thanks to the legendary grade dual sword fighting like prisoners, Yangwu neatly dealt with the ones he hadn't taken care of. As a result, Yangwu just needed to leap happily between the stone structures and occasionally shoot arrows imbued with special abilities. Although I made surprisingly smooth progress, it's because I far exceeded the average level of dungeon challengers expected by the system. Now, looking at the furnace that had come much closer, Yangwu thought of Kim Jianggu, who was probably surrounded by hundreds of monsters by now. In this place, based on the second furnace, challengers had to pass through 20 stone structures. Moreover, some of the structures had quite a wide gap between them, and some were placed at heights where even a top-grade strongest sword would barely reach with a full jump. In other words, even if there were no monsters to hinder them, there could be cases where they couldn't pass due to insufficient physical ability. So that's why it's recommended for 2 people to enter each passage, because in the leap sections, the other person can assist as a foothold or go ahead and catch them. But one shouldn't forget that the monster's interference was also quite threatening. This dungeon was essentially designed to eliminate all but the average level strongest sword. So is that why those buttons are there? Quack! Finally, as Yangwu's foot touched the stone structure where the furnace was installed, the ground briefly shimmered, highlighting the outline of the furnace and button mechanism across from it in turn. It seemed to be an intention to indicate that there were two devices here. It's surprisingly kind once everyone has arrived. Yang Wu approached the furnace first, as his purpose for coming here was mainly the furnace. As seen before, the furnace was in a dormant state, but there was a pedestal underneath with a crimson flame burning. Is this the end if I light a fire with this? Yang Wu immediately picked up the pedestal and inserted it into the furnace. Then, whack! The furnace immediately blazed blue, and a blue laser shot out, pointing at the button mechanism on the opposite side. The other mechanism could only be used after activating the furnace. Now that's my job done. As the golden trail returned, soaked in blood, Yang Wu moved straight to the button mechanism. Clack, clack. A peculiar device with two buttons labeled 1 and 3 on the front of the stone slab, reminiscent of a tombstone. This device was in an activated state with a hologram interface after receiving the laser from the furnace. And the content of that interface was, by choosing one of the following 3 options, a portal to return to the arena will open. Huh, weren't there only 2 options? It was a somewhat unexpected development. As Yang Wu read all the instructions, 3 options appeared in succession. Immediate return. It would be the cleanest and most desirable choice, but showing such a normal option first. The remaining 2 were probably options to cause chaos. And sure enough, an astounding option appeared one after another. These guys, I guess that's how it is. 1. Transfer all enemies of Furnace 1 to Furnace 3. 3. Transfer all enemies of Furnace 3 to Furnace 1, forcing enemies into one furnace. Simply put, it was a device that allowed the first person to complete the mission to sacrifice one of the remaining 2 furnaces so that the other side could ignite the fire. Choose the lesser evil, if not the worst. Of course, if all ignition rods safely reached the front of the furnace, there would be no need to use this function. Everyone could simply press the return button and return to the stadium. However, crack pop, the situation did not resolve so easily. Soon, screens showing the situations of Furnace 1 and Furnace 3 appeared above the 2 buttons, because both sides were in dire straits, as per the worst-case scenario. What? They haven't even gone halfway yet. In Furnace 1, where Zhonggu and the Taiwanese entered together, and Furnace 3, formed by China and Japan, both were stuck in the middle of the passageway, unable to proceed any further. They eventually got surrounded because their monster handling speed was not as fast as Yang Wu's. Father, hey Kim Jiang. Yang Wu, feeling frustrated, called out loudly to his father on the screen. Then suddenly something came to his mind, and he looked at his own hand. Then, a ring worn on his finger popped up in his view with a tool tip. Wave, unique ring. Voice transmission to all strongest swords in the acquisition area. Soul. Wave. A ring that transmits voice to all strongest swords and soul. And Kim Jianggu, who was being beaten by the monsters. If he's Dabong's strongest sword, he should be able to hear the voice transmitted by the wave. Of course, if the ring operated normally even within this dungeon created in the extraterrestrial area. Anyway, there was no time to think anymore. Yang Wu immediately put the ring to his mouth and hurriedly spoke. Father, can you hear me? Then, Kim Jianggu on the screen suddenly lifted his head. He had heard Yang Wu's voice. It's all right for now. Although it was inevitable that all other strongest swords and soul would also hear this sound, there was nothing to be done about it. Yang Wu publicly revealed to all strongest swords and soul that something unusual was happening in today's night dungeon. From now on, I'm going to send all the monsters in that place to Furnace 3. Yang Wu said this, then looked apologetically at Tomiko and Zhang Jaham of Furnace 3, who were still moving diagonally. Then, it's only a matter of time before Japan and China, who are in charge of Furnace 3, die. Right? Instead, Father should be able to go to the furnace without any hindrance. At this, Jianggu once again looked at the empty space with a fearful expression. He didn't know what it was, but it seemed like his son was planning something strange again. And that was the truth. So now it's up to Father. When all the monsters suddenly disappear, run to the front of the furnace with all your might. Then, ignite the furnace, and then run to the opposite stone plate and send all the monsters from Furnace 3 to Furnace 2. Furnace 2. It meant where Yangwu was. In other words, it meant doing another round of monster forcing before Tomiko and Zhang Jaham died. You'll know what all this means as soon as you arrived. Yangwu said this, then pressed the forcing button in front of him with force. Bang! Then, all the monsters in Furnace 1, where Jianggu was, really disappeared without a trace. Then soon, insane, the screen projecting Furnace 3 was filled entirely with ash-colored light. The number of monsters guarding there had doubled. I'm sorry. China, Japan. Even here it was enough to send chills down one's spine, but what were the two people inside really feeling? Yangwu closed his eyes tightly and then scolded Jianggu, who was bewildered by the sudden, desolate landscape. Father, what are you doing? Run! Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the same time, Jianggu of Furnace 1 was madly traversing this space according to Yangwu's unilateral instructions. Thud! He was leaping over the scattered fragments of stone sculptures in the air each time. Swish! If he had put a little less force on his front legs just now, he would have slipped down into that abyss. Jianggu glanced briefly at what might be below, which he dared not even imagine, then flew his body towards the stone sculpture visible in front of him with all his might. Thud! Then Ryu Manho, who had been following him without knowing what was going on, spat out an annoyed remark. Hey, old man, what's all this sudden running about? All the monsters are gone. Why are you still running? Then, without even turning back, Jianggu, who had barely hung on to the next stone sculpture, replied, That bastard. No, my son seems to have a plan. Your son? Are you talking about that guy who went to Furnace 2? I thought he would have died by now. Upon this, Jianggu smirked. If people die, it will be people like us who will die. There's no way he could die in a place like this. Of course, when he was surrounded by at least hundreds of monsters earlier, he honestly had doubts. Could this really be overcome by someone like Zhang Yangwu? He would probably be lying on the ground by now, breathless. But that guy, you'll know what all this means as soon as you arrive. He survived as if to show off and boast as usual. He said that once he arrived in front of the furnace, everything would make sense. If that's the case, doesn't it mean he already lit the fire in his furnace? Crazy bastard. Thud! Jianggu flew towards the next stone sculpture. Then, Ryu Manho, who was following him, complained again. Hey, old man, let's slow down a bit. Even though you're still lively, I'm bleeding from the wound that the Chinese guy inflicted on me earlier. I don't have time to rest. Do you know where all the monsters that were here went? Huh? Where did they go? As Ryu Manho tilted his head, Jianggu raised his right hand and vaguely pointed somewhere on the wall. Furnace 3. They haven't even lit the fire there yet. So my son sent all the monsters here to Furnace 3. No then. While Ryu Manho had a complicated look, Jianggu was measuring the distance to jump to the next stone sculpture. If we're late, the two people who went to Furnace 3 will most likely die. Thud! With these words, Jianggu's body cut through the air. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Thanks to Yangwu's orders to keep running, there were only 2 stone sculptures left to the furnace. If it's too difficult for you, take a break and come. It seems that moving the monsters can be done by one person. Upon hearing the words of the elder, who came from Korea, Ryu Manho, who finally grasped the situation, momentarily became angry. Does that mean that old man is now going to save that Chinese guy? Well, why? Because you don't want to save that Chinese person? The urgency of the mission was pressing, but what if that young man from Taiwan intervened to stop it? Not only lighting the 3rd furnace, but even guaranteeing my own life would be difficult. Of course, it was no longer a world where young people were stronger than old people. Moreover, that Gowung sword dragon fellow even had the stab wound he obtained while fighting with the Chinese earlier. Yet, when I fought those monsters earlier, it was clear that he's not just an ordinary fighter. But that doesn't mean I'll necessarily lose. However, Jianggu's conclusion is that this is not an opponent that can be defeated by just competing with a few moves. So, even if it took some time, he decided to appease the young man from Taiwan. Are there only Chinese on the other side of the furnace? There are also Japanese. We're not going to help them willingly. But for now, we need to survive here. As he said this, Jianga noticed that Ryu Manho's right hand was near the hilt of his sword. He was also pondering his options. If this old man starts running towards the furnace again, should I ambush him or not? But if you guys had heard that Japanese person say that Korea is Japan's vassal state, you wouldn't have wanted to save and send him. Ah, damn. That's a valid point. Ridiculously, Jiangu, who was convinced logically or emotionally in just one shot, scratched his chin. That Chinese guy, did he really talk like that about Taiwan? Yes. Is that so? After all, would masters from both countries have fought even before the dungeon started? Uh-huh. Now Jiangu was looking at the furnace with a face as angry as Ryu Manho's. What would this problem-solving Korean old man, Zhang Yangwu, have done? So let's do this. Finally deciding after much deliberation. Let's make sure to light the fire in Furnace 3 too. It'll give us an advantage when we fight against that arrogant bastard. Then ultimately, you're going to save the Chinese guy. No, that's not it. It's been quite a while since all the monsters went over there. Are those two really in good shape right now? What do you mean? When that Chinese guy lights the fire in the furnace and comes out, ambush him then. If that Chinese guy is really your enemy, you can endure that level of treachery, right? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. How much time had passed? Jiangu, who had been talking with the Taiwanese for a while, finally seemed to be lighting the fire in the furnace. Ah, it's much later than I thought, but still, at least we avoided the worst. Upon seeing the fire lit in Furnace 1 through the screen, Yangwu immediately turned his head towards Furnace 3. Swish! Then, he noticed Miyagi's sword master and Sandong's twin evil being trampled by the ash-color monsters, exactly as described. And then, crack! In the blink of an eye, all the monsters on the screen disappeared. It was because Jiangu had ordered all the enemies from Furnace 3 to be sent here, to Furnace 2. As a result, Yangwu's previously quiet space was now filled with bustling noises and the sound of monsters. Another movement? Qua! Over there. They're dead. Thousands of ash-colored monsters began to rain down like a storm through the ceiling and walls. Yangwu's field of vision was now filled with alert messages appearing one after another due to sensory overload. It was only natural, as all the monsters inside the furnace were now focused on him. Phew, this time it's pretty intense. Yangwu, while trembling as if tired of it all, aimed at the empty space and pulled the bowstring. Sizzle. White fire. Epic bow. Sensory values apply to arrow-powered. Power increases according to the distance of the arrow. Dogo. Stealth arrows. Dogo. Special ability damage. An epic bow equipped with Dogo's special options. Therefore, promoting Dogo with a supernatural explosion would produce quite a convincing image. Wasn't this a battle of thousands against one in another realm? The only problem was, no matter what, free advertising is a bit awkward. Yangwu, while just pulling the bowstring, looked up at the sky above his head. Thanks to this, even though the ash-colored monsters filled the space around him, Yangwu didn't care much. He could already leave any time through the portal on the other side, and he was confident enough to win even without the help of explosive arrows. Is there no ad fee? Then I'll just use the sword and leave? Still, logo printing on the sword trajectory wouldn't be too bad. When Yangwu went so far as to say this, something really happened. Ping! Dogo issued a quest, as if to say it couldn't be helped. Dogo, Supreme Archery. Mission, defeat monsters using a bow, 0/2, 743 times. Reward, 2 million karma. Special 1. You must disclose the fact that Dogo supports you in this mission. Special 2. If you show the logo, an additional 1 million karma will be paid. Removing the armor? Are you saying to advertise tattoos at the same time? Already surrounded by grayish monsters, or rather, ghostly creatures, there was no time to hesitate. Swoosh. Golden Oath, legendary breastplate. Reduces enemy attack power by 50%. As Yangwu immediately removed the breastplate, It revealed a new advertisement for Dogo playing on the white space on his right forearm. This advertisement was a kind of making film where Dogo researchers in a laboratory-like place resembling two-legged animals were shooting arrows. So among Dogo products, there are real bows too. The quest name wasn't just Dogo, Supreme Archery, for nothing. On the other hand, the monsters who unexpectedly faced the challenger who had just thrown off the breastplate. What is this bastard? What is he going to do now? Is this how it always is? They looked at the problematic challenger with fearful eyes. They even forgot to rush towards their opponent. The opponents they had encountered so far were just test combat dolls copied from challengers who would come someday. So, they only knew that the challengers had superhuman strength like themselves, but they didn't know exactly who would come. Then today, for the first time, they met a challenger, an outsider, and it happened to be Zhang Yangwu, the strongest sword Josian. What's happening outside? This guy is the strongest sword of Josian? The monsters have been waiting for what felt like an eternity until someone came to the dungeon. So the adventures unfolding before their eyes were inevitably stimulating. Even Yangwu, who had spent millions of karma to buy his body, was quite beautiful in an aesthetic sense. Rather, it made it even more eerie. Are you all feeling it too? As a moment of silence fell over the area, Yangwu awkwardly laughed and extended his shoulder to the audience. Swish! Then the monsters, looking uncomfortable, retorted. What are we supposed to feel, you crazy bastard? What the heck is this guy doing? Upon this, Yangwu gradually raised his combativeness and said, Don't you feel that the answer in this universe's military industry is Dogo? What? What nonsense? Well then, let's feel it from now on. The technology of Dogo. Trududuk. As Yangwu suddenly rolled his eyes and vigorously pulled the bowstring, the monsters facing him realized that something was seriously wrong. This guy is not human. What's this guy up to now? Hurry up and kill him. Instinctively sensing danger, thousands of monsters began to rush towards the golden challenger, forgetting about attacking collectively. At the same time, Yangwu's sensory values also skyrocketed in a blink of an eye, surpassing tens of thousands, as if going crazy. In front of the grayish wave filling his sight, Yangwu let out a roar that was truly inhuman as he let go of his bowstring. Thud! With a whoosh, a purple explosion of transcendent arrows occurred, ruthlessly crushing the monsters rushing towards him. This battle is sponsored by the universal weapon brand, Dogo. Yangwu, who was introducing the sponsor with a fanatic expression, realized at this moment. He realized that he had already pronounced Dogo twice in a transcendental language. Just hearing or seeing it conveyed the meaning and emotions contained within a communication method of higher beings. So at first, he thought it was a misconception or another promotional method provided by Dogo, but it wasn't. This is what I pronounce myself. I don't know why, but I'm sure of it. Of course, the transcendent language he could use was only Dogo, but this gave Yangwu a significant shock. What is this? Why all of a sudden? And meanwhile, on the back. We got him. The back is clear. Kaya. While Yangwu was shooting arrows, hundreds of monsters who had come close were attempting a surprise attack. At this, the automatic combat Greatsword Golden Trail tried to move, but... Wait. There are separate quest conditions. Due to Yangwu's restraint, it couldn't move. Mission: defeat monsters using the bow. 59 halves, 743 times. According to the quest content, he had to record 2,743 kills using the bow. In other words, if the Golden Trail intervened and there weren't enough remaining monsters, it could lead to quest failure. Don't touch them. Instead, just protect my back. You know what I mean? Just stand firm like a shield. As Yangwu gave this command and shot arrows again towards the front, the Golden Trail stood in his way like a barrier. Thunk! Luckily, you listen well. With the golden greatsword positioned like a shield behind him, Yangwu deeply cut his left leg like a self-harming child. Shwat! As blood flowed profusely from his thigh, Yangwu's strength stat increased by 25%. Fearful cat, epic compass. Indicates a threatening target. Strength increases by 25% when bleeding. The reason Yangwu increased his strength while self-harming was purely because this quest ordered him to fight using the bow. Grah. Occasionally, there were creatures crawling over the golden trail that blocked the rear, but in this case, it was more efficient to simply wield the bow like a sword rather than pull the bowstring. Slash. So, he deliberately increased his strength to amplify his close combat abilities. Indeed, Dogo's technology is the best in the universe. After slashing nearby enemies with his bow, Yangwu shot arrows forward again. PSHHHHH. White Fire, Epic Bow. Sensory perception applies to arrow power. Power increases with arrow distanced. Dogo, Covert Arrows. Dogo, Special Ability Damage. Due to the characteristic of White Fire, where sensory values are applied to arrow power, Yangwu's attack power against the thousands of monsters surrounding him was truly immense. If the dungeon boss were present at this moment, he might have been able to obliterate them with just a few arrows. I am Zhang Yangwu 07, a human of the earth, the strongest in Gyeongbuk and Gangnam, and the whole of the northern part of the Korean peninsula. Dogo, as Yangwu shouted in a transcendent language. The monsters, who were forced to understand the meaning of Dogo, turned pale. This bastard too? He wasn't a human, was he? What's going on? Translator, Knight. Proofreader, Gun. Finally realizing that there was something huge behind this madman, the dungeon monsters began to retreat without even knowing it. And then, I am scared. With someone's word as a trigger, everyone began to stick to the outer wall of the space and flee in all directions, as if playing a game of tag. Wait up. It's not over yet. This time, it was Yangwu who was bewildered. Mission, defeat monsters using the bow, 321/2, 743 times. Since he still had to kill over 1,000 monsters, Yangwu limped with his leg bleeding profusely, chasing after the monsters. Only 1,300. Just 1,300 left. Thunk! As Yangwu urgently pulled the bowstring, a light from the bow spread his enormous shadow over the legion of monsters, and the monsters now began to dodge his aim. Hey, run away. Avoid that way. Like playing tag in a narrow space, the monsters started running around, trying to evade Yangwu's aim. However, with too many heads to hide and facing someone like the strongest sword, dodging Yangwu's arrows was nearly impossible, especially since they were just low-level minions deployed for this area. They're all going to die with the technology of Dogo. Yangwu pulled the bowstring once again. Trududuk. Then, beams of light extended from the furnace, casting his massive shadow over the horde of monsters. Please save us. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Quest completed. Dogo, Supreme Archery. Reward given. 3 million karma. Massacre. Having exterminated all 2,743 monsters, Yangwu received a card with 3 million karma in front of the portal. The status of Dogo, a universal weapon brand that could shoot cards even in dungeons and other dimensions. However, Yangwu's expression was not very good. It turned out to be unexpectedly shady. He received the promised basic fee of 2 million along with the additional bonus of 1 million for removing the upper garment. But the problem was the number 2,743 that Dogo had set as the completion condition for this quest. This was because this number perfectly matched the number of monsters that had poured in through the fireplaces earlier. In other words, if Yangwu had checked the quest content even a little late and swung his sword, or if the golden trail had gone rampant, it would have inevitably led to quest failure. Of course, since it's almost like coercion to accept the quest, there's nothing to say. But was it right to beg for advertising fees in the first place? Optional. Grade 2 exclusive quest. Ad fees will be distributed only through exclusive quest achievements. The total advertising fee executed increases by about 40 times. Hashtag basic advertising fee. Estimated 10 million karma per week. According to the contract, Dogo had to pay about 400 million karma in salaries through quests every week. Therefore, even if Dogo diligently issued quests to fulfill the promised amount, it would still be insufficient. It's business, isn't it? Shouldn't they handle this on their own? After briefly glancing at the empty space above where the card had been shot down, Yangwu slowly walked towards the portal in front of him. Clack, clack. Soon, the shimmering portal wrapped around Yangwu's entire body and sent him back to the arena. Shueya, I still can't get used to this. Although it was brief, the peculiar sensation of spatial movement throbbed through his body, and when Yangwu opened his eyes, the surrounding scenery had changed to a vast arena. Quake! As Yangwu, just emerging from the portal, set foot on the arena floor, experts from the 3 East Asian countries, excluding Jianggu, took a step back with fearful expressions. What? Why are you acting like that? Sensing something strange, Yangwu asked, and Jianggu scratched his head awkwardly before speaking. We all saw it too. What? If you say that, how am I supposed to know? What did you see? Oh. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, Yangwu scratched his chin following his father's lead, then chuckled. But did you hear something? I couldn't hear anything on the screen. Then, Tomiko cautiously spoke up. We couldn't hear it. But when you shouted Dogo, we heard the sound. Oh, only Dogo? Yangwu sensed it. What they heard wasn't just a sound, but the meaning spread by the transcendent language itself. The transcendent language could penetrate even through relay screens that didn't output sound. However, the narrow-minded experts from the 3 countries were now completely misunderstanding the situation. Excuse me, Yangwu Nim, but are you perhaps an alien? Alien, you say? What nonsense! Yangwu pretended to laugh it off, but inwardly he was sweating coldly. He was already equipped with the disguise and spine of another dimension. So strictly speaking, he wasn't entirely human anymore, was he? Oh, by the way, Yangwu turned the topic towards Tomiko, the Miyagi sword master who survived from Furnace 3, and Sandong's twin, Evil Jangjam. Are you two okay? You don't look too good. As Yangwu spoke, the two who had been waiting for him in the arena were truly battered. Due to the hunting problem, they had been in battle with the monsters for too long and had no uninjured parts on their bodies. Especially Jang Jaham, who had been injured outside the arena, was now covered in blood, even on his face. Just how serious the injuries were. Ryu Manho, who had declared he would kill him just a while ago, had already cleaned up his intentions neatly. No matter how much you hate someone, it's not honorable to attack someone who's practically incapacitated in battle. Besides, they had already retaliated by scattering the monsters over there. And above all, he was concerned about the Korean named Zhang Yangwu and didn't want to cause any more trouble. It might be a lie to say I'm okay, but since my bones aren't broken, I should be fine with a little rest. Finally, Tomiko, who came from Miyagi, wrapped her blood-stained arm and spoke. Yes, it's fortunate that you seem to be conscious. After glancing alternately at the two who didn't seem well, Yangwu shifted his gaze to the timer hanging in the air. Tick! To the regret of the injured, the rest time was already ending. 19 seconds. Remaining time, 19 seconds. As Yangwu checked the timer, the others also wore grim expressions. Well, is the time already up? Considering we were only given 30 minutes. So are we going straight into the boss battle? Including Yangwu, the 5 of them looked up at the ceiling of the arena. Then they noticed the giant statue they saw when they first came here. A creature of unknown identity, hanging upside down on the ceiling like a bat. Did they call it Titan Gamita? Yangwu recalled the dungeon boss's name. Even though the distance from the ceiling was quite far, if it looked that big, its actual size must have been enormous. And finally, 1 second, beep! As the timer expired, a sharp signal echoed throughout the arena. Then, crash! A sound like buildings collapsing came from the ceiling. It was none other than the sound of Titan Gamita waking up. Crash! Titan Gamita, who had been crouching on the ceiling, began to straighten his upper body. Unbelievable. Is it that big? Experts from various countries widened their eyes at the size larger than they imagined. Crash! Titan Gamita, made entirely of rocks, looked like a giant despite its height not exceeding 8 meters. On its back were a pair of wings resembling large hands. But because Titan Gamita was hanging upside down, It looked as if only the hands were wide open while its arms were pressed against each other. Its grotesque appearance gave off a strange sense of horror and discomfort. The problem was that everyone here was trapped in the same space as this unpleasant creature. Now we have to fight that. Sandong's twin, Evil Jang Jahem, murmured in a fearful voice. It had only been a few minutes since he struggled among thousands of monsters. As a result, his spirit was already half broken. But, since we've already set fire to the furnace, wouldn't that be enough? Tomiko, the Miyagi's sword master, also spoke uncertainly, without any conviction. And just as her words ended, 3 dim lights appeared somewhere in the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. Presumably, as many lights came on as the number of furnaces successfully ignited. Well, what's this now? Looks like it's time for the boss battle. As everyone nervously looked around, a new message appeared in everyone's sight. Activated furnace, 3/3. Titan Gamita's combat power decreases by 3 levels. Then, a very large circular boundary line was drawn in blue on the floor of the arena. Swish! The boundary line you see now is the deadline. Deadline? What does that mean? It didn't sound good. The tone wasn't very pleasant, and indeed, it was meant to be taken literally. From now on, each of you will be assigned a number based on the order of entry into the deadline area. Number. As someone reiterated, holographic numbers from 1 to 5 appeared in the center of the arena. Pop, pop. These numbers represent the attack priority of Gamita. Oh, understanding the rule immediately, Yangwu checked the deadline of Balch. So the tank will be assigned according to the order of entry. Before Yangwu finished speaking, the system added more details. When the battle begins, Gamita will prioritize attacking Player 1. If Player 1 dies or exits the deadline, Player 2 will be designated as the next target. What's this? As Jang Jaham frowned at the somewhat complicated explanation, Yangwu summarized it simply. That Gamita guy will kill us one by one in order of entry. But the rules didn't end here. Players who exit the deadline area will be pushed down the priority list for Gamita's attacks. However, for each player who exits, Gamita's combat power will increase by 1 level. This was the core rule of this boss battle. What? Isn't this insane? Why do we even light the furnaces then? As people went crazy over the nonsensical rules, Yangwu explained while putting on his golden oath breastplate again. We lit the furnaces, so it starts from -3. Originally, it would have increased by 1 level from 0, right? What? The increase in combat power doesn't just mean it's restored from negatives to its original state. It could become even stronger than before. Click. Fully armored now, Yangwu stared at Gamita with a calm gaze. And judging by how they refer to us as players, they're not the type to lay down the gauntlet. Until Player 1 dies, the rest of us are meant to attack while they run around. Come to think of it, that made sense. Why did they label us as runners instead of warriors or fighters? Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. That purely meant people who run. Huh. As everyone nodded in understanding of the fairly reasonable interpretation, Jianggu swallowed heavily and asked, So what do we do now? If the role of Player 1 is to run around, shouldn't the fastest person take it? If that were the case, Tomiko and Jang Jaham, who seemed barely able to move, were already out of the running for the first number. In other words, they were lacking not just players but attackers as well. Yes, that's usually how it goes. The most agile person takes Player 1 to draw Gamita's attention, while the rest launch a full-on attack. This was the textbook strategy for this boss battle. But we have injured people, and if it weren't for me, the weak team wouldn't have made it through the furnace section, right? Everyone was taken aback by Yangwu's sudden arrogance, but no one dared to say anything. Anyway, it was a fact. So what do we do? As Jianggu's mood soured, Yangwu pointed to himself. I'll take number 1. Then he pointed to Jiangga next. You're number 2, father. Taiwan takes 3. China and Japan. Figure out 4 and 5 amongst yourselves. Yangwu's strategy was very simple. There's no way you can handle that monster that's clearly set to run away. So I'll make sure the numbers don't fall behind. But you'll be guarding number 1? Yes. But once the battle starts, don't ever run out of the deadline. If that thing gets stronger, I can't guarantee victory either. Instead of fleeing outside the deadline, he wanted to say they'd better off die on the spot for the sake of the remaining people. But Yangwu held his tongue. Even if he recommended it, there was no guarantee it would be followed. Are you really volunteering for number one? It was such a radical suggestion that Zhang Jaham couldn't believe it. Since they were already quite injured, there was a high chance they would die in the boss battle if no one stepped up. If the Josian's strongest sword really managed to defeat Gamita in this battle, it would be no different than owing his life to him. As you said, if Yangwu takes number one, what should we do? How do we defeat that Gamita? Tomiko showed her determination to fight despite her injuries, and Yangwu nodded. The two of you with severe injuries should stay as far away from Gamita as possible. If you get exposed to him, even for a moment, it'll be a bigger headache. In this battle, Yangwu was most wary of allies fleeing. Didn't they say that for each escapee, Gamita's combat power would increase by 1 level? But if the two of us drop out, practically 3 of us will have to deal with it. Tomiko reminded them that the recommended number of people for this dungeon was 6. Of course, Yangwu hadn't forgotten that fact, so he had devised a plan. We won't be short of numbers. We'll fill the 6 slots tightly. What? What do you mean? Yes? What do you mean? As Tomiko queried, Jianggu realized what Yangwu was talking about. Ah, this bastard. He had a squad of mutants. Even now, 3 friends were waiting desperately for Yangwu's call in the Ritternees room. Yangwu had intended to call them to fill the numbers in this battle. Yangwu, Jianggu, Ryu Manho. Adding Yangdi, Taijun, and General Kim Younghyum made exactly 6. If there are no objections, let's begin now. Eventually, Yangwu touched the whistle hanging around his neck and stepped into the blue deadline. Click! Suddenly, light gathered above his head, forming a large number. 1. Player 1, Zhang Yangwu, Gamita's top priority target. And right on cue, Gamita, who had been hanging upside down from the ceiling, descended vertically toward the ground as if icicles were falling. Swoosh, crash. It was so much like the scene of a mutant's appearance that everyone in the arena flinched. And by this time, Jianggu pushed himself into the deadline and received number 2. Pop. 2. Then, with somewhat cheerful voice, he asked player 1, Yangwu, what should I do? Since I'm number 2, if by any chance you fall behind. Before the dialogue even ended, Yangwu threw 2 swords with a flick of his foot. What's this? My weapons. Now that I have to alternate between bow and sword, hold on to those and give them back to me when I ask for it. What? If I drop the sword on the ground, you'll have to pick it up quickly. Got it. I didn't have the golden goblin here, so I was a bit short-handed, but worked out well. What, you bastard? You're telling me to shuttle swords? An infuriated Jianggu protested, but Yangwu didn't hear his last words. Oh, 5? Your courage is incredible. Because Gamita, who had landed on the ground by then, was counting the number of humans in the arena. Yangwu then looked at Gamita while clutching the whistle around his neck. Then how about 8? Are you deaf? I said, how about 8? As Yangwu strode towards the center of the arena, Gamita looked at him with an expression as if he had never seen anything like this before. How audacious. How dare this guy? Who are you? What? Who are you? No, I'm genuinely curious. We're meeting for the first time. Thwack. As Yangwu swung a bastard in preparation for battle, Gamita, who had been watching him, widened his eyes. Then, Yangwu uttered something unexpected. A bastard? What? This time, Yangwu was the one with a surprised expression. He thought the guy would react somehow, but he never imagined he would guess the name of the sword he just swung. What did you just say? As Yangwu asked again for confirmation, Gamita raised his blunt index finger to precisely point at bastard. Bastard. Myth grade, one-handed sword. Authority obstruction. Contempt for the weak. Challenger. How isn't that the challenger, bastard? How is that sword in your hands? Is this sword that famous? Indeed, the bastard was a mythical grade weapon that Yangwu would never have obtained in his lifetime if it weren't for his connection with Dogo. You have become the owner of the myth. You can maintain dignity in front of transcendent beings. No longer will your existence be broken. Just by looking at the permanent buffs gained upon acquiring a myth-grade equipment, one could understand. Myth-grade equipment was universal gear for those who sought to stand on par with the beings called transcendents. No matter what, it's still enough to recognize the monster trapped in some dungeon. So Yangwu couldn't help but ask again. This is the second time I'm asking. Who are you, and how did you recognize this sword? Upon hearing this, Gamita finally spread his hand-like giant wings wide, casting a grotesque shadow over the arena. I am Gamita, the rebel of the Vegetal royal family, a titan of Chromonius. Is being a rebel something to be proud of? While thinking this internally, Yangwu decided to move on for now. Perhaps even rebelling against a royal family in the universe could be considered an achievement. So, are you trapped here as a consequence of your rebellion? You certainly don't look like the owner of this dungeon. How arrogant. Owner of the myth. Gamita scolded Yangwu and then looked at 3 lights that entered the ceiling of the arena. It seemed like he was concerned about the 3-step debuff applied to him. A bastard. I saw it in the last battle in Vegetal. Then he made a gesture as if grasping something with his large hand. The day to see the myth again has come. Even eternity is now just a handful of sand. Seeing the myth-grade equipment, bastard unexpectedly brought new feelings. However, Yangwu wasn't interested in the monster's nostalgia trip. What nonsense! Then it's not that big of a deal in reality. In response to Yangwu's nonchalant reaction, Gamita folded his wings like fists. Thunk! I don't know how a creature like you attained the status of a challenger, but the appearance of that sword here is for me. It seems we're entering the combat phase soon. At that moment, Yangwu was looking at the tooltip of Bastard, which was glowing red. Challenger. Combat abilities greatly increase when fighting beings of higher grades. Since I'm a grade 7 existence under universal law, that guy must be at least grade 6 or higher. As Gamita himself mentioned, Bastard was a sword for challengers. In other words, in this situation, Yangwu, who came to challenge higher beings, was more suitable as the owner of Bastard. The shackles of the prey are capturing me. You, creature, hand over that sword. It will be the key to my remaining tasks. Thud. Eventually, Gamita crouched like a predator about to hunt, staring at Yangwu. And simultaneously, the sensory value has temporarily increased from the existing 1,500 to 4,500. The golden light brought the sensation up by 3,000. What? This meant that Gamita's basic sensory value was as high as 6,000. Moreover, wasn't this the version that had been weakened by 3 stages due to the ignition of the furnace? If the furnace hadn't been ignited, I wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Watching Gamita charging fiercely, Yangwu gripped Bastard with both hands. Thunk. Just one match. I want to fight properly, even just once. Can Yangwu still fight on equal footing with a higher being like Gamita in his current state? As Yangwu stood still, gripping the sword, Jianggu, feeling that something was amiss, screamed almost like a shriek. What are you doing? Are you going to switch between using the sword and the bow? Seeing this, the experts from the remaining 3 countries also looked on in disbelief as the distance between Gamita and the strongest sword of Joseon narrowed to a few meters. And finally, this crazy guy, before the eyes of everyone, including Jianggu, Zhang Yangwu, and Gamita clashed. Bong! Gamita's right-hand swing seemed to tear through the air. In response, Yangwu's Bastard seemed feeble, but Quang! When the 2 objects collided, a shockwave swept through the arena, making ears ring. Ugh! While Gamita's attack power was evident, Yangwu's resilience against it was extraordinary. This Bastard, seeing his blow received without flinching, Gamita expressed surprise. Of course, Gamita thought this was solely due to the power of Bastard. Oh, indeed, Bastard, a mark of the challenger. Upon this, Yangwu pushed away Gamita's hand, which was in contact with Bastard, and lightly grazed just above his left knee. For what? This induced bleeding, boosting his strength by 25%. Oh, seems like you have some tricks up your sleeve. Seeing the self-harm by his opponent, Gamita quickly deduced the reason and immediately began pressing with his left hand. Bong! Another heavy blow that tore through space. At the same time, Yangwu also swung his sword towards Gamita's left hand. Quang! This was already their second clash. And at that moment, Yangwu felt immense exhilaration. This world has truly become anything is possible. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Who would have known that a mere human could engage in such a power struggle? Even now, Wing. He was watching as the automatic combat greatsword, Golden Trail, aimed behind Gamita and flew towards him. If that attack landed, it would be the first time causing harm to a higher being. Die! As Yangwu launched an attack to grab Gamita's attention, he revealed his plan. I admit, you're quite something, creature. Then, he reached out behind him and grabbed the golden trail that was just about to attack. Quack! Not only Yangwu, but also the other creatures witnessing this duel could only be astonished. Wing, even though the golden trail, caught in a split second, desperately increased its output, it couldn't escape from Gamita's grip. I now disappear. Then, holding the golden trail, Gamita rushed towards Yangwu. Quack-quacking. He truly intended to end this battle. The scene of the 8-meter giant swinging both arms was terrifying in itself. He seems really angry this time. Instead of counterattacking, Yangwu leaped backward. What? The climber, which amplified the leap distance by 3 times, explosively propelled him backward. Ah, I thought it was just for climbing, but it's actually a weapon from the giant temple. Wakak. Watching Gamita flail through the air by a hair's breadth, Yangwu belatedly realized the true value of the climber. Then, after swiftly checking Bastard, he drew the bow white fire that he had been carrying over his torso and prepared to draw an arrow. To do to duck. A bow. Gamita, whose body was made of rocks, couldn't be frightened by such arrows. But the problem was, Fiwish. The arrow shot from this bow was made by Dogo. Dogo, stealth arrow. Dogo, elemental damage. Even Gamita, whose grade was higher than Yangwu's, found it difficult to react to the stealth arrow. It was only after the arrow almost touched his forearm that he realized something was wrong. Ah! Puyong! With a purple explosion, a faint crack appeared on Gamita's right forearm where the arrow struck. Of course, as Gamita was placed as the dungeon boss, he was not an entity that creatures could never kill. You're finished now. As Yangwu uttered another audacious remark upon confirming the purple crack, Gamita, seething with anger, spread his wings wide and slightly levitated into the air. The next time Yangwu tries to jump again, he will snatch him up from the sky. However, unfortunately for him, Yangwu's next move was swoosh. It was a whistle performance. Pythering. As the sound of the whistle resonated in the indoor arena with a diameter of 500 meters, a clear echo reverberated. And soon after, Swaya, the surroundings dimmed as a sinister aura invaded the arena. What's happening? All of a sudden, Tomiko, Miyagi's swordmaster, looked around with a fearful expression, questioning Jianggu. What did you summon? Even Zhang Jaham, who sensed that this was summoning, looked up at the ceiling with widened eyes. Despite being seasoned warriors from various countries who had experienced all sorts of events, none of them could have anticipated this. The fact that the strongest sword of Joseon had a summoning squad of mutants. Quackak. Eventually, space near the ceiling of the arena tore apart, and from within, screams and shouts began to echo one after another. Ah, you. No, damn it. Yangwu's 3 friends, Yangti, Taijun, and Younghyum were returning to this world. A 3-meter-tall hyena humanoid. Likewise, a 3-meter-tall granite golem. And finally, Kim Younghyum, friend of Zhang Yangwu 07, a 6-meter-long, 2.5-meter-tall white tiger. Unlike the returnees seen on television, the 3 had regained their transformed bodies. And, quack quack, as they arrived at the arena of the other world one after another, they each guarded their surroundings, revealing their readiness. They seemed to have practiced their landing positions in preparation for being summoned like this. But the beings they had to face were these damn mutts. an 8-meter-tall rock giant. Upon this, Yangti boldly provoked Gamita, opening his elongated jaws. Thud! This time, we're sure. It's definitely you. Wah, are you sure? General Kim Young-him couldn't easily believe Yangti's conviction. Meanwhile, Chairman Kim Tae-jun tilted his head at the unfamiliar surroundings. Where are we now? Having spent an incomprehensible amount of time only in the Ritternees room, Tae-jun felt curiosity rather than fear in this unfamiliar place. Upon this, Yangwu aimed another arrow at Gamita and shouted, "Phew, I hit him." With Yangwu's official confirmation, a violet explosion burst from Gamita's shoulder. Puyong. And as a signal, the three friends all turned their gaze towards Gamita. Ugh! Leading the charge was Kim Tae-jun, who urgently needed to purchase a television. Quack Whack Wong, a 3-meter-tall granite golem. Although he had once nearly pulverized Yangwu, compared to Gamita, who stood at 8 meters tall, he looked like a small stone doll. Naturally, how ridiculous. More than anyone present, Gamita, with his cosmic rating, felt disdain. As the golem's torso was so broad, it looked as if he could kick rather than punch. And Gamita immediately acted on this thought. Quackwong wee-wee-ack. Like kicking a rolling soccer ball, he swung his right leg to kick Kim Tae-jun, who was approaching. Peeing. Then, with a tremendous noise, Gamita's right ankle snapped. Huh? The granite golem's exterior was much tougher than expected. Hey, his foot's broken. Reacting promptly, Yangti leaped to Gamita's right side, and Young-him also leaped into the air without hesitation. What? He aimed for Gamita's neck. Why am I doing this here? Despite baring his long fangs, General Kim Young-him was still struggling to adapt to his role as Yangwu's friend. To support Young-him, Yangwu shot an arrow towards Gamita's left ankle. Phew! While doing so, he commanded Jianggu to throw a weapon. Black sword. Throw it over there. Huh? Jianggu, who had been staring blankly as the three mutants attached themselves to Gamita, belatedly came to his senses and looked down at the two knives in his hands. The dragon's legacy and the sword of Dullahan. Is this it? Jianggu held the particularly black sword of Dullahan and swung his arm forcefully in the direction indicated by Yangwu. Swat! Immediately catching the black sword, he extended the blade up to 5 meters and swung it directly. Weak-eek, right towards Gamita's chin. These guys, though quite threatening attacks were coming at him, Gamita couldn't move his body. His right foot was broken, his right arm was being pulled by the dotted line humanoid, and the tiger clinging to his neck kept trying to gouge out his eyes. So Gamita had no choice. Wowit, dodging the black sword by flying into the air, he threw the golden trail he held in his left hand onto the ground. Quong. Then, with his free left hand, he attempted to grab the white tiger clinging to his neck to tear it apart. I annoying bastards. But just then, thanks to Yangwu's shout from below, he involuntarily looked in that direction. Bastard! Catch! Looking towards the voice, Gamita saw Bastard flying towards him at high speed. Perhaps in an attempt to save his comrade in some way, he hastily threw him. You've brought this upon yourself. If he caught the sword, it would have been over, so he snorted. And now, behold, the true. And just as Gamita was about to catch Bastard confidently, Puyong, a violet explosion occurred at the handle of Bastard. Zug! Yangwu had once again shot an arrow, hitting Bastard. Thanks to that, Bastard bounced off at a strange angle into the distance. And in the meantime, General Kim Young-him, who had been persistently aiming for Gamita's head, succeeded in gouging out one of his eyeballs. Ugh, why do I have to do this? He had poked out the villain's eyeball with his long fong. Squish! At that moment, Gamita, who had not responded to Yangwu's tormenting effects so far, made an agonized expression with his mouth. Akrara, how dare you? And simultaneously, thud! Yangwu moved right under Gamita, who was struggling in the air, and called out to Bastard, who was bouncing up to the ceiling. Noel's iron belt, mutant belt. Remotely retrieve weapons. A traditional attack method that Yangwu had used since his days as a local swordsman. Dime! As Yangwu swung his arm to summon Bastard, The mythical class weapon floating high in the air descended rapidly. Swoosh! The crimson trace that split the extra-dimensional dungeon vertically. What? Oh my god! The three experts, who had been observing from the sidelines, widened their mouths as they watched the crimson trace pierce through Gamita's flesh. Although it was no different from a mass lynching by calling in mutants, it was true that Zhang Yongwu faced the six-player boss alone. Ow! Finally, Gamita let out a sigh for the first time and trembled his large wings. Then, whoosh! With his immense body now devoid of strength, he collapsed to the ground. Quong! As soon as he hit the ground, the three mutants began to mercilessly beat him, much like miners discovering a mineral deposit. It was almost time to return, so they had to make a bit more effort to be able to afford the television. What a damn dog. This guy. Die quickly. Mr. Chairman, maybe your family members are watching. Before Yangwu could add that they might be watching on television, his friends stopped their movements first. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. Gasped. Already. As Yangdi, who had been beating Gamita vigorously, gradually blurred, their summoning time had expired. I sent this guy dead yet. As General Kim Young-hyum, who had already become half-transparent, asked this, Yangwu slowly approached the fallen Gamita. Then, it seemed like the Golden Trail was preparing for the usual decapitation. Weeing. If he felt as if he were angry for some reason, it might have been a misconception. Weary done-hered. Following this, Chairman Kim Taijun bid farewell with a disappointed voice and disappeared into thin air. And then, Sly Shiring, Yangti, and General Kim Young-hyum also concealed themselves one by one. Now, only 5 humans and the giant Gamita remained in the dungeon. It was an absurd battle. As Gamita lay on the ground, jotting down his brief thoughts on the battle, Yangwu approached his head. Clack, clack. In his right hand, he held the bastard that Gamita had so desired. Challenger, bastard. They're still in your hands. You said you've seen this sword before, right? With these words, Yangwu postponed the execution as he suddenly remembered something. I've seen this sword before, haven't I? Yes, you saw it clearly during the last battle of the Vesidal. As Gamita seemed to be sinking back into memories, Yangwu quickly asked again, who was the owner of his sword at that time? Then, Gamita's remaining eyes squinted. The bastard was originally the decisive weapon of the Vesidal royal family. Why do you ask about its owner? It seems you have no idea how myths are created. This means that the bastard that Gamita last saw was a weapon carried by its original owner, the Vesidal royal family, for war. Then how did the chairman acquire this weapon? Could it be that the chairman of the Vesidal royal family? Considering that one of the chairman's attached epithets is destroyer, it wasn't an impossible story. How are mythical items created? Before you die, shouldn't you give some guidance or something to this spec? As Yangwu spread out the child, the eerie shadow of this cursed sword crossed Gamita's forehead. Aha, interesting. Gamita chuckled wryly. But even so, he gave a concise answer in a solemn tone, as if it were a dying wish. Only those who write their own myths can leave that achievement as tangible heritage. Vesidal killed the transcendent and gave birth to Bastard. Then, Gamita gestured towards the shadow looming over his head. And you now hold that heritage. The phrase, how dare you, couldn't be more fitting than this. Gamita ventured into his memories once again. From just looking at his expression, it was evident. His lips had already sealed shut, so Yangwu sensed that it was finally time to carry out the execution. Well, I still don't fully understand, but I understand that it's something precious that must be treated with care. Then, farewell. As Yangwu finished speaking, the golden trail, which had been waiting in the air early on, shot down vertically, drawing its golden path like a signature. Weak. Inevitably, the dogo pattern unfolded along with that trace. Then, at the fleeting moment, Gamita, who noticed the wedge pattern, widened his eyes. Dogo! And at that same moment, the golden trail struck Gamita's neck forcefully, tearing. The problem was, Gamita's neck didn't get severed instantly. Even with a legendary greatsword whose blade width was about 40 centimeters, they couldn't cut Gamita's neck. So in the end, Hunt, Yangwu swung down with all his might while holding the child in both hands. Swoosh! Finally, thunk! Gamita's tough neck was severed, and his large head rolled across the arena floor. The Titan, Gamita, has been slain. The system notification officially announcing the death of the dungeon boss. Then finally, the settlement process began. Sanctuary of Valor. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, C. Recommended participants, 6. The dungeon has been completed. Survivors, 5. All survived. Is it really over? As Jianggu, also confirming the system notification, spoke as if he couldn't believe it, Yangwu looked at Gamita's head and said, "From now on, it is the best part. We will now calculate individual scores for rewards. Individual scores? Could it be that the rewards vary for each person?" As they reached the reward section, the reactions of dungeon novices and experienced adventurers differed. Jianggu and Ryu Manho were first-timers in this dungeon. Meanwhile, Tomiko and Zhang Jaham were individuals who had already experienced other dungeons, as evidenced by their reactions. Rankings are probably determined by contribution. Rewards also vary according to rank. When Tomiko said this, Ryu Manho furrowed his brow. Contribution? It was an unwelcome topic. If they were talking about contributions to this dungeon, wouldn't Josian's strongest sword overwhelmingly receive the highest score? Well, since we managed to survive this absurd place, we should consider that reward sufficient. Following this, Sandong's twin, evil Zhang Jaham, sighed and slumped to the ground, uttering a rather dramatic line. It had become difficult even to stand due to the ordeal they faced in the third stage. The individual score calculation is complete. Eventually, the dungeon system finished calculating the scores of the 5 participants. First place, Yangwu. Total score 133 out of 100. Outstanding resolver. Overwhelming equipment score. Between legality and illegality. Second place, Tomiko. Total score 62 out of 100. Exemplary manners. High equipment score. Unfortunate experience in the third stage. Third place, Jianggu. Total score 56 out of 100. Excellent weapon proficiency. Did their best. Yangwu's father. Fourth place, Jaham. Total score 47 out of 100. Exceptional combatant. Provoker. Unfortunate experience in the third stage. Fifth place, Manho. Total score 36 out of 100. Exceptional combatant. Divider. Moody. What? Am I really last? Upon a revelation of the rankings, Ryu Manho from Taiwan, who was ranked 5th, expressed his dissatisfaction. To this, Zhang Jaham from China sneered at Ryu Manho and chuckled menacingly. Ha, it's just as it's written on the report card. Divider and Moody. What did you say, you provoker? As Ryu Manho growled and attempted to draw his sword, once again, Tomiko intervened between them, expressing her displeasure. Oh, come on. Stop it already. Aren't you all embarrassed to be carried up on his back like that? Swiftly, Tomiko pointed towards Josian's strongest sword, Zhang Yangwu. Of course, she hadn't made significant contributions to this dungeon herself. Nevertheless, wasn't she still a party member with a score of 62 out of 100, as judged by the system out of a maximum of 100 points? In terms of ranking, she was second. With a score of 36 in this position, 62 is quite excellent. This was why Tomiko dared to speak out loudly despite Yangwu being 133 points ahead of her. Meanwhile, Jianggu tilted his head somewhat tepidly at his own scorecard. A total score of 56 out of 100. It seemed he was being praised for doing his best. Although he had only thrown a weapon to Yangwu during the boss battle, the label excellent weapon proficiency wasn't entirely false. But then again, Yangwu's father. What did being Yangwu's father mean? Did he introduce himself as Yangwu's father when he first entered this dungeon? But if that wasn't the case, while Jianggu wore a complicated expression, Tomiko, looking at the rulebook, asked, I've never seen a score exceeding 100. How did such a score come about? Was it the same before? First place, Yangwu. Total score 133 out of 100. Tomiko was already confident that Zhang Yongwu had solved the dungeon in a similar manner before, as she asked. A monster who summoned flying swords and mutants. Wasn't a natural thought? Yes, that's true. While Yongwu affirmed Tomiko's question, he didn't reveal further details. Is the score important? Surviving this dungeon is what matters. Of course, it wasn't sincere. Yongwu desperately wanted to obtain the encyclopedia, the reward for first place. So I've secured first place. That's it. As Yongwu looked at the scorecard with a satisfied expression, the message for reward distribution appeared at the perfect timing. Plop. Rewards will be distributed according to the confirmed rankings. First place, Yongwu, Armor Encyclopedia. Second place, Tomiko, Random Epic Equipment. Third place, Jianggu, Random Epic Equipment. Fourth place, Jaham, Random Unique Equipment. Fifth place, Manho, Random Unique Equipment. Oh, huh. While everyone was surprised by the rewards, the reasons varied slightly for each of them. Jianggu and Ryu Manho, who were experiencing the dungeon for the first time, were amazed by starting with unique grade rewards. However, Tomiko and Jang Jaham, who were experienced, had their own reactions. An encyclopedia? What's an encyclopedia? They reacted as if they were seeing the reward for the first time. Consequently, Yongwu also couldn't help but feel puzzled. You're seeing an encyclopedia for the first time? There must have been a first place in the previous dungeons, too. When Yongwu asked this, Tomiko nodded as if it were obvious. Of course. Wasn't the first place reward supposed to be legendary equipment? The first place reward I saw was also legendary equipment. It seemed that the two who had experienced different dungeons each considered the first place reward to be legendary, while only Yongwu thought of it as an encyclopedia. That meant, was I wrong? Yongwu's gaze returned to his own score. First place, Yongwu. Total score 133 out of 100. Total score 133. And last night, in Pain of Ilya, where he was rewarded with the artifact encyclopedia, Yongwu had scored. First place, Yongwu. Total score 172 out of 100. 172 points. Both times I scored over 100 for first place. Yongwu finally realized. The equipment encyclopedia was a hidden reward in the dungeon. It was a reward beyond just being first place in terms of achieving something more substantial. Although achieving first place in a dungeon is never easy, considering there are probably several dungeons opening worldwide every day, it didn't make much sense. As Yongwu came to this realization, Tomiko and Jang Jaham approached him as if to start a conversation. Yongwu immediately pronounced the name that came to mind. Kubu, guardian of the other world. I choose Kubu. Good. What's next? How much time was left? Since the chairman kindly didn't set a timer, Yongwu could only guess the passage of time by intuition. Bastard. Why did you give me the bastard? As the chairman, you must have had many other mythical items. The decisive weapon of the Vesidal royal family, the bastard. Why was this sword in Dogo's possession? And why did he hand it over to Yongwu? Was that a slightly uncomfortable question? Seeing Dogo's cautious reaction to Yongwu's careful question, Dogo turned his gaze to the tomb he had come on. Next, as he had no intention of answering, he was ready to accept another question instead. Then, unknowingly, Jianggu, who had been holding his breath beside him, blurted out without thinking. How much tax do you pay, Chairman? Do you pay any? You might do a bit of tax evasion. This, Yongwu was taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, but upon hearing it, he realized it was actually quite an interesting question. Did taxes exist, even in the world of a cosmic corporation? Do you pay taxes? After a while, Yongwu officially asked the question at Jianggu's urging, and Dogo drew a heavy sword. Swoosh! Immediately, Jianggu panicked and flattened himself on the ground. Eek! Chairman, I'm sorry. I dare to. However, Dogo only left a mysterious line. The only way to escape the sacred duty of paying taxes is to become someone beyond death. After leaving this eerie line, he disappeared as if scattered into thin air. Ha! He spatially shifted into the airship. Upon this, Yongwu stood dumbfounded for a moment, before quickly bidding farewell to the chairman. Chairman, please take care. Tap. Thud. As Yang Wu sprinted towards the chairman's airship, like a child chasing a bird, Negwig followed closely behind. Squeak. And surprisingly, at that moment, whoosh, following Negwig's path, Dogo's spike pattern glittered brightly. It seemed he had his own tracking function. Josian's strongest sword, chasing after the chairman's airship while holding the bastard high. And beside him, the iron horse scattering spike patterns. Still lying on the ground, Jianggu only lifted his head in astonishment, feeling disoriented by the bizarre sight. No, how does the world even work? And in the midst of all this, Chairman, with Yang Wu's utmost sincerity in seeing him off, the chairman's massive airship rose into the sky like a flash of lightning. Shoo it. Then, pop. As if nothing had happened, the space where the airship had been was now clean and empty. Phew. Finally, Jianggu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Yang Wu returning to his side, Jianggu attempted to take off his cape. Fwhip. What's this? What the hell, you crazy guy? Oh, right. Father would die if this was taken off, wouldn't he? Seemingly forgetting, Yang Wu startled, removing his hand. I almost wasted 2,000. Then Jianggu, sweating in the suddenly reignited storm of embers, asked, What was that? Why did you suddenly try to take off the clothes again? To which Yang Wu scratched his chin and replied, I finished my work, so I was put it in the encyclopedia. Then he unfolded today's biggest harvest, the Armor Encyclopedia. Pop. Armor Encyclopedia. 2-0. The collection effect level 1 has been unlocked. The collection effect level 2 has been unlocked. Unlocked up to level 2 at once. I collected 20. No, with the cloak, it's 21. In a typhoon of embers, Yang Wu watched the activation messages of the equipment passing by in front of him in a daze. From the most recently obtained equipment to the defensive gear that had been left untouched for days, all dormant special effects were being applied at once. 20% increase in power against enemies with abilities. 15% of attack power converted to ability damage. Power increases up to 80% depending on the degree of limb loss. 20% cold resistance can be attached to walls or ceilings. And accordingly, poof, fire resistance, 35%, cold resistance, 35%, lightning resistance, 30%, poison resistance, 15%, osmosis, 35%, ability resistance, 30%. Yang Wu's resistance also increased significantly, with the average exceeding 30%. Wow, osmosis seems ridiculously good like this. Osmosis, epic ring. The lowest basic resistance value is equal to the highest resistance value. As the tooltip suggested, the basic resistance with the lowest value, poison, received the pressure resistance effect, raising its resistance to 35%. Now, I don't even need to bother buying poison resistance equipment. From now on, Yang Wu's resistance securing strategy was to bolster only the 3 elements of fire, cold, and lightning, and if possible, even the ability resistance. So far, the power prevailing in the barren universe is of the ability type. They were even making ability damage equipment. So Yang Wu was thinking of gathering as much ability-related equipment as possible, with the idea that he wouldn't back down even if he clashed with anyone in the universe. Being a grade 4 human by birth, Yang Wu, who had been lagging behind and running since the first day of the reset, possessed a kind of instinctual weakness. No matter how much you increase your strength, it's never excessive. As Yang Wu deeply breathed in the air filled with embers, the Armor Encyclopedia, which had finally completed the registration process, revealed the collection effects of levels 1 and 2. Each encyclopedia has its own unique collection effects, and when the encyclopedia completion exceeds a certain level, you can obtain amazing blessings or skills. Armor Encyclopedia. 2-0. Collection effect 10. All damage reduced by 10%. Collection effect 20. 50% increase in designated equipment's effects. What? Yang Wu's gaze stopped at the level 2 collection effect. The effect of designated equipment? Does that mean it can also increase the effects of sense deprivation or golden oath? It probably could. A special function that could only be activated by collecting a whopping 20 pieces of armor couldn't be useless. Wow, then. Golden Oath Legendary Breastplate. 50% decrease in enemy's attack power. If the Golden Oath is targeted for the level 2 effect, it reduces the enemy's attack power by 75%. This is definitely it. Yangwu took off his armor and immediately stored it in the encyclopedia, applying the collection effect. And then, poof, the tooltip of the encyclopedia, which was displayed in front of him, flashed, and the level 2 effect changed. Collection effect, 20. 50% increase in designated equipment's effects. 75% decrease in enemy's attack power. Wow, it's true. The continents will soon merge. Whether you believe it or not won't change anything. Yangwu said this while gazing at the sky, which was stirred up by embers. Knowing that the dungeon reward this time was an armor encyclopedia, it was time to invite the chairman. Special agreement. Expensive beads of sweat. Dogo will obtain an encyclopedia. If you choose a type, Dogo will acquire one within 2 days. In case of failure to meet the deadline, the headquarters will pay a penalty of 100 million karma. Special conditions of the previous advertising contract. Wanted encyclopedias. Moreover, if this special contract is not upheld, a penalty of 100 million karma will be imposed. Therefore, no matter what the outcome, Yangwu would not suffer any loss from the contract. Are you feeling uncomfortable right now? Why? I need to call someone. There's no one around, so now's the perfect time. As Yangwu said this, Jianggu reflexively furrowed his brow. What nonsense is that? Who would you call in this weather? However, Jianggu also had a gut feeling. The person this troublemaker was calling was definitely not an ordinary person. But he never imagined that this person wouldn't even be human. Chairman, I will use the special contract now. Dogo, Chairman. As Yangwu shouted at the sky, Jianggu's expression turned fearful. It was because he knew from experience that everything this guy said would come true. So, the chairman he just called out to the sky must be a real person. Where on earth is the chairman coming from? No, could it be? It was only later that Jianggu realized something. Last time, didn't a mutant team come down from the sky? So, naturally this time too, that chairman must not be a regular person either. Only after realizing the situation did Jianggu look at Yangwu, about to say something when suddenly, crunch! Suddenly, the sky turned blood red and the abnormal weather in the area stopped instantly. It was as if a night dungeon had appeared. Oh, so the chairman can control the weather at the landing point. Yangwu, who dared to test the head of advertisers, looked around as if in admiration. Within a radius of 3 kilometers from where Dogo set his landing point, not a single breeze blew. What? Who's coming? Jianggu, unaware of the extraterrestrial, realized that something extraordinary was coming and looked up at the sky. Then, soon after, crash! The center of the red sky split open, and a gigantic anchor, also the Dogo chairman's insignia, shot down. Whoosh! Crash! Whoa, damn! The massive anchor that fell in the middle of the ruins of Guangjinggu emitted a chilling sense of danger. Rustle. Then, connected by chains to the anchor, the Dogo chairman's airship slowly descended, this time with the lower hull already open. Chairman. As Yangwu waved his hand and approached where the anchor had landed, Dogo finally appeared leisurely from within the giant tomb. Zhang Yangwu 07. You're still alive, I see. Dogo, who clearly witnessed everything in the dungeon, pretended not to know, and Yangwu lightly placed his hand on Bastard at his waist in response. Yes, thanks to you, Chairman. Then, glancing at the imposing chairman's airship once again, Yangwu uttered the next line. I have finally begun to speak. Do you know why? It meant being able to express the meaning of Dogo in a transcendent language. At this, Dogo chuckled silently within his thick armor. No, to be precise, that's how Yangwu felt. Your existence is rapidly escalating. The evidence being your ability to coin a single word. After saying this, Dogo added one more thing. Unfortunately, It's your choice. Yes? Are you talking about words? To Yang Wu's question, Dogo nodded silently. Even your subconscious needs Dogo. Ah, I see. Yang Wu, a clever little creature, was inwardly tilting his head even at this meaningful moment. He wondered if the chairman was using this scene as part of his promotional activities. Anyway, if the chairman was the founder of the weapon brand Dogo, wouldn't he be a salesman through and through, down to his bones? My subconscious needs Dogo too. It sounds plausible, but isn't that a bit too prepared? As Yang Wu gave him a cunning look, Dogo raised a finger clad in armor and pointed at his advertisement model. Request the special contract. All right, I've taken too much of your time, Chairman. However, before that, clank. As Yang Wu took a step back, he reached out and grabbed someone's arm behind him. Thunk. What? It was none other than his father, Kim Jianggu. I should introduce him to the chairman. He's Kim Jianggu, my father. As Yang Wu pulled with force, Jianggu could only be dragged out reluctantly. Father, please greet him as well. He's the chairman who pays for the advertisements. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Kim Jianggu. Is Yang Wu doing well? As Jianggu awkwardly blurted out whatever came to mind, Dogo stared at him for a moment. Swish. Seeing Jianggu meet his gaze and then quickly glance at the spaceship, Yang Wu thought, what's up with this guy? He's not even fixing his gaze on his helmet. Is he the boss? Then finally, special contract. Dogo once again ordered the contract to commence to Yang Wu. Yes, Chairman. The encyclopedia I request is... Yang Wu hesitated until the last moment, but ultimately, there was only one encyclopedia he needed to request. It's a weapon encyclopedia. I just obtained an armor encyclopedia earlier. So now, I can always walk around without armor. At this, Dogo showed a hint of joy for the first time. Good news. Perhaps because he was pleased with the news. Dogo, who was about to return immediately, left some room for further discussion. Is all business concluded? Given Dogo's position and personality, even if he disappeared right in front of him, Yang Wu wouldn't have anything to say. So, Dogo giving him another chance to ask was a tremendous favor. If you permit, I'd like to ask 2 more things. Speak. I'll give you a hand of time. A hand. It meant 1 minute of Earth time. So, Yang Wu used this precious time, firstly, to seek tax advice. Translator, Knight. Proofreader, Gun. I will transition from a simplified taxpayer to a general taxpayer starting tomorrow. How much tax should I prepare? Though it seemed like a pointless question to ask the chairman of a cosmic corporation, it was actually crucial. In this world, taxes were absolute. Even if it was the rising star of the cosmos, Josian's strongest sword, defaulting on taxes meant instant obliteration. And surely, Dogo, the chairman, must have been well aware of that fact. Speak the name of existence. I will entrust your affairs to that person. As expected, the chairman had an answer. However, the name of existence? So, he means to say the name of the person who will serve as my tax consultant. Yang Wu, with his cosmic experience, only knew one name, that of the mediator Kubu. If I do this, I might have to pay Kubu some under-the-table money. There wasn't much time left. Shocking. Yang Wu stood with his mouth agape for a while, unable to say anything. Then Jianggu asked, tugging at the hem of his cloak, What on earth is it? Let me know. In the midst of the blazing firestorm. For Jianggu, standing here, staring blankly into the air was all he could do at the moment, so he couldn't help but feel both anxious and bored. It's nothing much. It seems like a big deal. Now it's harder for humans to kill me, no matter who they are. That was the case before. Jianggu pointed out with a tilt of his head, then quickly asked another question. So who can kill you then? You said it's difficult for any human to kill you. So who do you think can kill you? Why classify and categorize opponents by their species? I'm not sure. Finally, Yang Wu made up his mind. The chairman would definitely be able to kill me. Yang Wu then thought of Titan Gamita as his next opponent. Although he couldn't determine what rank he was certain that his original presence would be more imposing than it was today. Even in a weakened state of grade 3 debilitation, he was still a formidable opponent. If I had not lit 2 extra fires in the furnace, I wouldn't have been able to guarantee victory. So, I'm not sure if this expression is appropriate, but mercenaries with some recognition from outer space? Wouldn't they be capable of killing me? You're quite confident, huh? Well, you're confident, but if someone from outer space comes, wouldn't it be natural for you to die? We're human after all. That's why I mentioned it. I probably will lose. Yang Wu said this, but in his heart, he was somewhat denying it. Because soon the chairman would come back with the weapon encyclopedia. Now that my armor is reinforced, if I can get the weapon encyclopedia later, can I win against the Gamita of the past? Of course, this was a very reckless thought. Was he trying to compare himself, a mere mortal, to a being like the Gamita, a traitor to the royal family? Anyway, is everything done now? I want to go in and rest quickly. Meanwhile, Jianggu looked towards Gangnam with a nostalgic look in his eyes. However, he tightly held the silver-white box he received as a reward from the dungeon earlier. Aren't you going to open it? So when Yang Wu pointed to the box with his chin and asked, Jianggu hugged the box even tighter. Are you trying to snatch it? No, you can't. This is my life's worth. Let's go back to the lodging. I will open it there. It's too valuable to open on the street, isn't it? That's true. A valuable item. If it were an epic great equipment, it could be adequately described as precious. Even Yang Wu didn't have much epic grade equipment. PR/N, buddy, you have legendary and mythic grade equipment. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Then let go now? Really? Yes. I think I need to rest a bit to be able to move tomorrow. This was also true. Because of the long dungeon last night, he had hardly slept for 2 days. Yes, let's go back quickly. I'm sick of fire now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Parnas Hotel Room 3233. It was hard to believe that just a few hours ago, he was waiting for the night to come inside. It felt like he had been gone for at least a few days. What time is it now? It's just before 1 a.m. After briefly looking at the clock, Yang Wu walked towards room 3233, which was visible on the other side. Then, tap, he lightly knocked on the door. Immediately, a sound from inside was heard, and Jiangsu opened the door to greet him. Ah, sir, thank you for your hard work. However, as he noticed Yang Wu standing outside without his upper garments, he quickly stepped back and opened the way. Please come in. Where are the children? Are they asleep? Oh, Jiangsu scratched the back of his head. Upon this, Yang Wu sensed that the children had seen what happened in the dungeon through the television. Suk did not separate her children. Of course, the children might not have stepped back. Well, I shouldn't interfere too much. After blinking once, Yang Wu asked Jiangsu again. How far did it come out? From the television, right? As Yang Wu continued to look at him, Jiangsu told him about what he had seen through the television overnight. Even after Yang Wu and Jianggu left the room, they continued to watch the Ritternees room through the television, and then at some point, suddenly, it felt like the floor was sinking, and the three of them were sucked in. It was probably right after Yang Wu played the horn. After that, the darkened screen suddenly showed a huge monster, Jiangsu explained. Titan Gamitas. The television was actually illuminating where friends were. Until now, he thought it was illuminating the Ritternees room, but the focusing of that channel was actually on the individuals. Then all of the chairman's actions must have been shown. Yes, we were all very impressed. I see. Nevertheless, it wasn't a very desperate battle. Then now, they must be focusing on the Ritternees room again. Yes, it was chaotic because of that. Why? When Yang Wu asked blankly, Suk, Kim Taijun's wife, rushed over from the other side of the room with a loud noise. Why? Because we've been watching you from over there. Yang Wu didn't understand what she was saying at first, but soon he understood Suk's meaning. Oh, no way. This time, Yang Wu's steps quickened. As he entered the bedroom where the television was, the children of Suk, who were watching the entrance register, widened their eyes. Oh! At first, it seemed like oh was just an astonished sound, but the actual words the children were trying to say were, Dad! It was a word calling for their father. Dad! Yang Wu repeated the children's words as if entranced, then looked up above his head following their gaze. Then a voice came from the direction of the television where the children were looking. Yes. It's Dad. It looks good now. It was the voice of Kim Tae-jun, the Charamon. As Yang-woo took 2 more steps and looked at the television screen, he saw Yongdi, Tae-jun, and Yongyum sitting in the all-white yard. And in front of them was a small black and white television, about 9 inches, which seemed a bit small for 3 adult men to watch together. Inside it, just like it was looking down at the Ritternees room, the scenery of the bedroom of room 3233 was visible. It was as if it was slantingly looking down from above Yongwoo's head. Is there a transparent camera attached here? As Yongwoo murmured while examining his head, the 3 people on the screen spoke simultaneously. Thank you, Yongwoo. This was Kim Tae-jun's thanks for being able to see his family directly thanks to Yongwoo. Hey, why is this guy taking off his clothes in front of the kids? This was General Kim Young-hyun's complaint. And finally, sir, a new item has been added to the menu. But there's something strange about it. A report on the current situation of the returnees room from Hong Yandi. Something strange. Until now, Yongwoo had no particular thoughts. Yongdi was originally the type to flatter, and besides, wasn't that place the returnees room? The only items that could be purchased there were items for the welfare of prisoners. Things like an hourglass, chess, or television to ease the pain of waiting. But this time, the story that came out of Yondi's mouth was a bit different. There's an item called laser bombardment here. What is this? But sir, at this, Yongwoo, for the first time, turned his head with a fearful expression. I don't know. What is that? Laser? Laser? You mean laser? Since communication with friends through the television was being heard by everyone in the room, chaos erupted in an instant. What nonsense, laser? Why would there be a laser here? At Jianggu's words, Yongwoo waved his hand in the air. Because it's so noisy, could everyone please quiet down? Then he asked Yangti on the television again. Are you sure? Laser bombardment. Upon which, Yangti pushed the menu towards the transparent camera in the air. Look, it's written here. It was indeed there. In the middle of the large menu shown by Yangti, there was clearly written laser bombardment. However, what's above laser bombardment? Is it blank? Yongwoo asked when he saw the empty space at the top of the menu, to which Yangti shook his head. There's something more, but it's covered for now. Seems like it's locked or something. Yangti said with his nose wrinkled, just like a true sniffer. But there are many other things besides this. There's also high-definition television and something called a generator. While examining the prices of other products, Yangti suddenly widened his eyes. Why? What is it? To which Yongwoo asked, tilting his head, and this time General Kim Young-hyun snatched the menu from Yangti's hand. What's this? There's no price for laser bombardment? Could mean it's free? From the name alone, it definitely didn't seem like something that could be free. General, what are you talking about? Yongwoo was about to ask again about the price of the bombardment. Whoa, General, be careful. With Yangti and Tae-jun's frightened voices, General Kim Young-hyun selected laser bombardment from the menu. Seeing there was no price tag, he immediately proceeded with the purchase. And then, zap! Instantly, the returnees room on the television shone brightly white. Gasp! What's that? Something astonishing enough to even surprise the people in the bedroom piled up in the returnees room. It was none other than, damn these lunatics, components of a laser gun turret. Presumably, when properly assembled, it would become a huge machine consisting of thousands of parts. Oh my! Yongwoo, who examined the returnees room through the television, soon touched his forehead. He seemed to have a good idea of what was going on. So, is this why the returnees room seemed endlessly spacious? The essence of the returnees room began to fit the assumption of it being a prison. Instead of selling laser guns, why give out countless parts? It must be a hint to assemble that thing while time passes like inmates in a prison doing labor. Well, it's more productive than just playing chess endlessly. In actual prisons, inmates are often assigned to produce products like soap and razors under the name of penal labor. So, in a way, this is also a kind of penal labor. Of course, it would be nearly impossible for the 3, who were not even from the mechanical field, to correctly assemble those many parts. And as expected, this time, a system message appeared to both the friends and Yangwu. Due to the purchase of the television, conditional two-way communication has been enabled. As a result, some equipment sponsored by the weapon company Toma has been added to the list of activatable products. Weapons company Toma, since it wasn't written in a transcendent language, its meaning couldn't be clear, but to Yangwu's thoughts, it seemed like one of those universal arms manufacturers, like Dogo. Plop. Then, the Ritternese room flashed again, and a hefty holographic book appeared in front of the three prisoners. What is this? While the others were curious, Yangwu felt even more intrigued, and the three on the television hurriedly opened the problematic book. After a while, General Kim Young-him began to stumble as he recited the first words of the book. I thank you for purchasing Toma's product. This product is a planetary-scale bombardment support equipment, and if you need bombardment at the galactic level, please contact headquarters. Crazy. So, in short, the holographic book the three received was some sort of product manual. Kim Young-him just read the preface, indicating that the laser turret activated this time supports planetary-scale bombardment. And if you want intergalactic long-range bombardment, you need to purchase additional products through Toma headquarters. Now, I thought it might be a ballistic missile because I saw something like a barrel, but it turned out to be completely different. After Kim Young-him roughly scanned the book, Yangwu quickly asked, General, so what does that mean? Orbital bombardment. Yes? If we complete the launcher here and shoot the laser, somewhere up there, they will receive the laser and shoot it at the target for us. Is that possible? Let's see if those guys from Toma can do it. What should we call it? Intermediary orbital bombardment. It's a way I've never seen before. A laser. If you shoot energy, Toma receives that power and attacks on our behalf. It sounded like a story that wasn't entirely implausible at first glance. And what about the bombing target? If you're just shooting lasers on your side, how do you know the bombing target? Then General Kim Young-him, who had been diligently searching through the holographic book, suddenly looked up at the camera with a puzzled expression. Are you really going to use this? Perhaps feeling something ominous, General Kim Young-him immediately used a distant form of address towards Yangwu. What else will we do? As long as we can assemble it. I may take some time, but we can assemble it. Everything after this is just assembly instructions. Then, finally, Young-him found the coordinate request part in the manual. However, his first words were a sigh. Why? To properly carry out laser bombardment, at least two things are needed. What are they? Please tell me. Yangwu urged, and General Kim Young-him raised his fingers one by one. First, a generator for constant operation of the television and launcher. It seems like you can't keep the television on indefinitely. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Generator. This was the product mentioned by Yandi earlier. Among the items with price tags, there was a generator in addition to the high-definition television. Second, a coordinate locator. A coordinate locator? This is something you need to acquire. When you call out the coordinates from your end, we enter them into the launcher. I see. That makes sense. Yangwu now understood this whole process to some extent. The three prisoners detained in the Ritternese room would assemble the laser turret until the next call. In the meantime, Yangwu on Earth thought, I can search for the coordinate locator from traders. I can issue a warrant to the sole, strongest swords tomorrow afternoon. He might not know, but that coordinate locator is likely a product from a company called Toma. If he were the CEO of Toma, he would have set up a bait like that. Oh wow, this is amazing. Meanwhile, Yangdi, who had already started touching the launcher components, showed on the other side how two pieces of metal stuck together like magnets. They stick together like magnets. See? To this, Yangwu showed a response that was not particularly surprised. It's probably designed to be assembled by hand. They support even intergalactic scale bombardment. So, implementing that level of convenience is a piece of cake for them. Yangwu stared at the numerous components in horror, then turned to General Kim Young-him again. Anyway, you'll have plenty to do for a while. He omitted the unnecessary words about not feeling bored, but General Kim's dissatisfaction emerged immediately. Oh no, but why do we have to go through this trouble? Isn't it enough to fight willingly every time you call us? He meant that he was trapped here for a showdown with Kim Jong-un, the Secretary General of the Joseon Workers' Party, not for endless labor. To this, Yang Wu looked genuinely puzzled and asked, "Are you serious?" "What?" "Laser turret ready for launch. Target, Kim Jong-un, Secretary General." Yang Wu suddenly made a crazy remark, but at least General Kim Young-hyum showed a more enthusiastic demeanor than anyone else. Ah! He only realized it now. If they could complete that weapon in time, they might be able to use the laser turret in the showdown with Kim Jong-un. Launch command? No, you can press the launch button directly. At Yang Wu's words, General Kim Young-hyum, who was barely calming down his excitement, coughed slightly. That's not such a bad suggestion. And anyway, you guys are the ones doing the laser bombardment, right? So you can also accumulate merit points. Oh, that's really true. Yang and Taijun also nodded with bright expressions at the mention of merit points. This meant that they could acquire points even when not on call. There were still many leisure items on the menu that they hadn't purchased yet. By the way, besides the laser bombardment, there were quite a few items locked above. What could they be? Chairman Kim Taijun muttered as he checked the menu again. All right, the first item we make was the laser turret. So the second one must be even more extraordinary. General Kim Young-hyum also agreed with Taijun's thoughts. There must be something unreasonable. Yang Wu was curious about the other products, but there was no immediate way to find out. Perhaps the chairman would know? Being a military contractor like Toma, he must be well informed about this side of things. Maybe they're in competition with each other. It's a problem that can't be solved without more consideration. Yang Wu decided to wrap up the laser situation at this point. Anyway, please put in a lot of effort. The sooner you assemble it, the sooner you can use it in real combat. Perhaps later this afternoon, or tomorrow. Kim Jong-un would eventually appear in the northern part, so they needed to prepare as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. Well, hurry up. We don't have anything to do here anyway. It's better to do that than just stare at the hourglass. With this agreement with the three detainees, Yang Wu suddenly felt all the tension dissipating and fatigue came over him. All these things about lasers had given him a subtle psychological shock. This crazy world, how far does it go? For now, it seemed like he needed to get some sleep, so he unconsciously made his way to the sofa in the living room. SSSSHH. The space in the living room he was heading towards split open. What's this now? As Yang Wu reflexively prepared for battle, a familiar tone came from the split space. Earthling, the strongest man in Gyeongbuk and Gangnam, and the guardian of the northern part of the Korean peninsula, it is an honor to meet you, Lord Jong Yangwu 07. Mr. Kubu. Who have been promoted to level 8 under the laws of the universe. Kubu, the guardian of the Tinta and the master of the Daro. Kubu's universal law rank promotion. It seemed that his existence had been elevated as he was entrusted with Yangwu's tax affairs. Oh, congratulations. Did you come under Chairman Dogo's orders? As Yangwu approached with a bright smile, Kubu lifted the space and opened his eyes. Yes, thanks to you mentioning my name, Lord Yangwu. For me, who has lived half my life as level 9, this is too much. Seeing Kubu sincerely moved, Yangwu scratched his chin cautiously and offered a look. So, do you have something prepared? I thank you so much. A what? It seemed to be an unexpected story, as Kubu forgot to even blink and stared at Yangwu. What are you talking about? On Earth, there is a long-standing tradition of bribes. If you're not familiar, I'll explain it to you now. PR/N. Is bro really asking for a bribe RN, skull and crossbones? Under the table money, bribery, rebates. Whatever term you used, it seemed like there were similar concepts in the universe. Yes, of course. Kubu blinked his large eyes, hiding his confusion. You've bestowed upon me an honor that cannot be bought with money, Jong Yangwu 07. So, I shall give you a gift that cannot be bought with money. For what? Suddenly, Kubu, with yellowish pupils, stared blankly at something as if calling out for it. Why are you doing this so formally? I was expecting to negotiate the transaction fee or ask for a bigger discount. Of course, the larger the amount of under-the-table money, the better it was. Anyway, Yangwu looked around cautiously, slightly bewildered. Suddenly, amid the commotion, people from the bedroom started walking towards the living room. What's going on this time? Suk, appearing with the children, asked with concern. So Yangwu made an effort to smile at her and the children. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing. Suk disagreed entirely, looking at the large eyes dominating the living room. Ah, are you seeing this for the first time? He's the one who will take care of my tax affairs from now on. As soon as Yangwu finished speaking, Kubu, having completed some kind of summoning ritual, opened his eyes again. Zhang Yangwu 07. Please accept the under-the-table money I've prepared here. With that, a portal emitting yellow light opened beneath Kubu's yellowish pupils. What? Apparently, something was being brought in through that portal. No, Kubu, under-the-table money should be given discreetly. While Yangwu was expressing his indignation towards the under-the-table money entering through the main gate, something groped its way out of the yellow portal. Seeing the under-the-table money, Yangwu sensed that something was terribly wrong. And then, immediately, the under-the-table money, walking out of the portal, made a whimpering sound. The bride prepared by Kubu was none other than a living creature. The finest quality tennis slave. It's Pofa Tenta. Kubu, the guardian of the Tenta people, proudly introduced the bribe slave. Upon hearing this, Yangwu, like the people behind him, was left speechless. Do aliens have no common sense? What are you going to do bringing a slave in front of the kids? From the portal, 3233's living room was graced by the broad foot of the fully emerged Pofa Tenta from the portal. Squelch, squelch. What? Yangwu exclaimed with a drained voice as he noticed claws on the creature's feet. The being brought by Kubu as part of his elevated status was a bipedal frog with a height of 70 centimeters. Bruh, half of its face was a mouth, typical of amphibians. Pofa Tenta opened its large mouth wide, surveying the room. It seemed to be mentally preparing itself for the new planet where it would likely end up buried as a slave. Goodness, Yangwu, do you even trade slaves now? Despite being gagged by her own words, Suk questioned like this. However, Yangwu couldn't bring himself to answer. After all, the golden goblin he had seen earlier, as well as the man who was to be her husband, were practically no different from slaves. And right on cue, the senior slave who had been resting on the living room sofa rushed towards the new slave. Ta-ta, keek. When a goblin waved its arms, Pofu Tenta responded in kind. Babat. Then both of them looked at Yangwu simultaneously. Swish. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel good. As Yangwu wore a troubled expression, Kubu blinked again and spoke. Pofa Tenta is the highest slave of the unique grade. It will greatly assist you on your journey. Zhang Yangwu 07. Highest grade. Yangwu, who had been about to send the frog-like creature back to space, stopped short. The golden goblin was an artifact grade, but this meant that this Pofa Tenta was of a higher grade than the goblin. So, does it have a name? The golden goblin was just called the golden goblin. Golden goblin, artifact slave. Stores items in a pocket dimension. Collects things that turn into money. Knowing this, Yangwu felt inexplicably sad. When slaves reached a certain grade, they could have their own names. This is the ownership of Pofu Tenta. Finally, Kubu presented a small yellow bead in front of Yangwu. Probably, touching that bead would officially make Yangwu the owner of Pofa Tenta. I hope I won't end up like a slave trader, leading around a group of followers. Yangwu reached out slowly toward the bead. And then, touch. Finally, when his fingertips touched the bead, he saw a new item tooltip appear before his eyes. Pofa Tenta, unique slave. Plays the trumpet. Iron chain band. The effect of trumpet performance increases by 10% for each adjacent slave. Trumpet performance? Muttered Yangwu to himself as he saw the tooltip. Pofu Tenta reached into the bulging pocket on his side and pulled out a small golden trumpet. Wow! Was his stomach a pocket? In that case, was Pofu Tenta some kind of bard? Does this mean he gives buffs to his owner through trumpet performance? Pofu is the best trumpet player of the Tenta tribe. Kubu's explanation continued. But that wasn't really important. No, it's obvious that he plays well, but isn't the effect of his performance more important? So when Yangwu requested a trumpet demonstration from Pofu, Kubu declined on his behalf. It's difficult here. Why? Pofu's trumpet performance is for attack purposes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An attack-oriented trumpet performance. What kind of performance is that? Yangwu was left with only questions, so he decided to accept Kubu's fee for now. Shall we start some business now? As Yangwu looked at Kubu, his first tax accountant, Kubu blinked once again. Yes. First, let's calculate the business income of Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07. Let's calculate the total business income of Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07, which amounted to 34 million karma over the past 2 days, with 28 million karma being paid in cash. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. At this, the people gathered in the living room, ranging from Jianggu, the strongest sword of Dabong, Jiangsu, Quan Taeyong, and Kim Taijun's family, who could only be considered low income in terms of imports, couldn't close their mouths. What? How much? 34 million. Even in this place where various classes gathered, a daily income in the tens of millions was something unimaginable. However, Yangwu noticed something strange about Kubu's income calculation and mentioned it. Why is the total amount 34 million when the cash is only 28 million? Then Kubu rolled his eyes and quickly replied. Some of the income from advertising activities was paid in physical goods. As soon as Yangwu heard this, he realized that it was the cost of modifying Dogo's equipment. Dogo, secret arrow. Dogo, special ability damage. This is Dogo's special function attached to the epic bow White Fire. Then is this option valued at 6 million karma? Even though it looks like a retail price, not a wholesale price. After all, Dogo was not a non-profit organization. They wouldn't engage in unprofitable business. Still, the items received through special agreements are not counted as business income. Thank goodness. If the weapon encyclopedia and mythical grade weapon were converted into actual income, how much would it be? There was a high probability that Yangwu would not be able to even afford the taxes. So, how much tax do I have to pay tonight? Yangwu's voice became smaller for some reason. But of course, wasn't that what Dogo's chairman said? In this universe, the only way to avoid taxes is to transcend death. In other words, if you didn't want to die, you had to pay. The current basic calculated tax for Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07, a general taxpayer, is 3.4 million karma. Calculated tax. It refers to the tax before applying deductions. What? Yangwu shouted without realizing it. Wait, does it make sense to pay 3.4 million in taxes in just one day? In an instant, Yangwu lost his composure and became a real taxpayer. But the amount of money was also a fact. Businesses have a tax rate of 10%. In fact, it's not that high compared to Earth. Jianggu from the corner of the living room chimed in. But Yangwu couldn't easily agree. No, if you were a real businessman on Earth, you could deduct expenses from your income. Isn't this just taking 10% of the total income? Yangwu hesitated, then suddenly remembered something and asked Kubu, what about the single-person household deduction? Until yesterday, it was supposed to have the tax. Then Kubu replied with regret. The single-person household deduction is a special deduction applied only to simple taxpayers during the protection period after the gate opening. It does not apply to Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07, who has converted to a general taxpayer. Damn it! Yangwu almost blurted out the F word, but managed to hold it back as he looked at the kids. So, am I supposed to pay the full 3.4 million? Who the hell is taking all that money? As Yangwu spoke with the intention of finding the tax collector and killing him, Kubu trembled with his eyes. Because, Zhang Yangwu 07, sir. Yes. In addition to the basic calculated tax, there's also an acquisition tax for each item. What? For real? Just say it straightforwardly. The rage of Josian's greatest sword, who had received a tax bomb, pierced through the cabin ceiling. It's for illegitimate children, right? That acquisition tax. That's correct. Fuck, I'm tired. How much would the acquisition tax be for myth-grade equipment? Yangwu now felt dizzy. Could it be that I was set up by the chairman? When he gave me myth weapons, he never mentioned anything about an acquisition tax. Luckily, he had a considerable amount of cash just in case. Asterisk available karma. 8,954,500. 8.95 million karma. But wasn't the tax for advertising already 3.4 million karma? Could he really bear the acquisition tax for myth-grade equipment with that money? Even a weapon encyclopedia might have an acquisition tax. Bankruptcy. This would lead to bankruptcy. And the consequences of that, death. Being threatened not by mutants, but by taxes, he had never imagined such a life even in his dreams. Then did the chairman pay the transfer tax? Actually, if you think about it, that sword he gave was one-sided. Upon hearing this, Kubu responded without even blinking this time. Since it was recorded in the books as a business transaction, the chairman paid the transfer tax as usual. At this point, there was nothing more to say. So Yangwu asked again in a voice devoid of spirit, "Is there no other way? This is really bankruptcy." To this, Kubu rolled his large pupils. According to the education I received in Dogo for Zhang Yangwu 07's tax representation work. Oh, is there something? With a feeling of grasping at straws, Yangwu perked up his ears, and Kubu looked at him with rolling eyeballs. Currently, the tax-saving strategies that I can recommend to Zhang Yangwu 07 are dependent family deduction and single-parent household special deduction. What? He heard it. Clearly heard it. But he couldn't believe it. A single-parent what? Dependent family deduction, single-parent household special deduction. Is it really true that such things exist in universal law? Considering there's also a deduction for single-person households. Whether it's a single parent or two parents, what wouldn't one do to avoid death by taxes? So what do I need to do? Since I already have my father with me, doesn't that automatically fulfill both conditions? Dependent family deduction. Simply put, it's a deduction applied when supporting parents, grandparents, or spouses. In addition to direct descendants under South Korean law, deductions are also given for spouses, siblings, adopted children, and foster children under certain conditions. Of course, the scope of dependent family under universal law may be unknown, but in any case, wouldn't a biological father be sufficiently included? And now we are already a single-parent family. Is there anything else he can do other than recommend tax-saving strategies? As if waiting for Yangwu's answer, Kubu looked at Jianggu, while the tax accountant continued to gaze at Jianggu. For the single-parent household deduction to apply, both Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07 and Mr. Kim Jianggu 11 must be recognized as family under universal law. What's that supposed to mean? Then, are we not recognized as family under universal law yet? Jianggu's expression became complicated. He had been avoiding Yangwu's blade, but subconsciously began to wonder if that orphan could really be his son. As the two men couldn't continue the conversation, Kubu elaborated. To put it in Earth terms, you need to go through formal documentation to prove your relationship under universal law. Currently, the two of you are not officially recognized as family. Yangwu, who had experienced quite a few cosmic procedures, understood first. It's like needing some sort of notarization, since we've never formally acknowledged our status as family until now. More precisely, the situation was that Yangwu's father, Jianggu, was denying the existence of his son. That's correct. If you wish to formalize your relationship, please carefully read and sign this document I'm presenting to you. Snap! As Kubu finished speaking, a holographic document appeared in front of the two men, and the content of that document was none other than a direct descendant certificate. Universal Descendants General Certificate. Zhang Yangwu 07 is recognized as the biological and legal son of Kim Jong-gu 11, and thus proves the family relationship under universal law. Kim Jong-gu 11 is recognized as the biological and legal father of Zhang Yangwu 07, and thus proves the family relationship under universal law. Under each statement, there was a blank space bordered by an original design, which seemed to be a place for signatures. Good heavens! After carefully reading the statements, Jianggu was left speechless. A universal family relationship certificate. He had never imagined he would be faced with something like this in his lifetime. But that's exactly why. But if we sign here and the contents don't match the truth, what happens? Jianga had to be cautious. There's a statement here claiming to prove biological fatherhood, but it might not be true. In fact, before the reset, they had never even touched each other, so the statement of being a biological father wasn't quite appropriate. Still, at this point, if Jiangu acknowledged it, there was room to consider them as actual father and son. However, the issue of biological fatherhood was a problem that couldn't simply be brushed aside. The answer to this problem was either true or false, nothing in between. Oh, that's correct. Finally, Kubu began to answer. Now, if the content of the certificate you signed does not match the truth, you may be arrested and prosecuted for forgery of an official document. Prosecuted? This time, Yangwu showed curiosity. There's a concept of prosecution in the universe too? Then who and where do you get arrested and prosecuted? In this case, there's a possibility that intentionality may not be proven during the trial. However, since most are unexpectedly killed during the detention period, please sign carefully. Killed during detention? Are you saying they die in prison? To Yangwu's question, Kubu gave a chilling response. Oh, that's correct. Approximately 84% of those awaiting trial die in custody. That means, even if you're innocent, there's a high chance you'll end up dead. An 84% fatality rate for pre-trial detainees? What kind of world is this? What kind of universe is it, indeed? Then, shouldn't we avoid signing this? With a frightened expression, Jiangu moved away from the direct descendant certificate, prompting Yangwu to immediately pick it up. Snap! Stop talking nonsense, father. If we can't pay the taxes this time, I'll die. You'll die even if you're prosecuted, you lunatic. That's only if we're not recognized as actual wealthy individuals. Even if you get detained, there's a 16% chance of survival. After saying this, Yangwu raised his hand to the signature space on the certificate without hesitation. Tap! But if you can't pay the taxes, you'll die with a 100% chance. Do you understand? So sign quickly if you don't want to die right now. Swish! Having finished signing first, Yangwu drew a diagonal line between his and Jiangu's signature spaces with the tip of his knife. If you don't want to die, then sign. An incredibly ruthless move indeed. Translator Knight. Proofreader Gun. However, no one could reprimand Yangwu in this situation. Everyone present knew he was ruthless, and this was a special circumstance. Basic tax alone amounted to 3.4 million karma. Plus, there was the acquisition tax for myth-grade equipment. Some in the audience thought it was surprising that Zhang Yangwu hadn't lost his temper earlier. Sign it. It's the only way for both of us to survive. And let's find out for sure whether we're wealthy or not. Jianga hesitated. Yangwu's words were true. If they signed this universal document, they would definitely find out. If Zhang Yangwu and Kim Jiangu were indeed related by blood, tax deductions would proceed. And if not, imprisoned in a universal prison with an 84% mortality rate. Of course, if imprisoned with that crazy orphan, there might be a slightly lower chance of dying from an accident before the trial. You're a real bastard. In the end, Jiangu cursed as he raised his hand to the signature space. Tap! With a satisfied expression, Yangwu then turned his gaze to Kubu. Is it done now? How much will the tax decrease with 2 deductions? An eagerly awaited question. However, the response from Kubu was dismal. Even if the family relationship is proven, the dependent family deduction will not be activated. Currently, only the single-parent household special deduction can be applied. The single-parent household special deduction rate is 30%. No, why won't they recognize us as dependent family? Even if father tries his hardest and earns money, he won't even make enough to cover my basic tax. Once again, Yangwu criticized his father's life in front of everyone. Yet, Kubu's response remained the same. Mr. Kim Jiangu 11's income for the past 2 days amounts to 6.84 million karma, exceeding the daily income requirement of 100,000 karma for the dependent family criteria. Oh, you've earned quite a lot, father. You little... This has given me a headache. Yangwu rubbed his temples and asked Kubu again. No, Why did you recommend the dependent family deduction then? In response, instead of answering, Kubu rolled his eyes and looked beyond the living room, toward the direction where Suk and her children were, behind Yangwu and Jianggu. Oh, really? No way. Yangwu, sensing a lot, rubs his face with both hands. Under South Korean law, the scope of dependent family includes direct descendants, spouses, siblings, adopted children, and foster children. In other words, if the same criteria apply under universal law, there is a considerable chance that Taijun and Suk's children would be considered as candidates for foster children. Or maybe they could be adopted by me. As Yangwu looked at the children with a perplexed expression, Kubu spat out a ruthless remark. If they are foster children or adopted children, they can receive the benefits of the dependent family deduction. The deduction rate is 15% and is calculated in combination with other deduction rates. Combined with other deduction rates. This means that if the single-parent household special deduction rate of 30% is already applied and the dependent family deduction is added, the deduction rate becomes 45%. 45%. That's not even half. Is that enough? And we still have to pay the acquisition tax. Yangwu looks silently at the bastard in his hand. Since it's still an unpaid weapon, it's hard to consider it as fully owned. And because of this weapon, lives have been taken. As Yangwu's expression darkens, Jianggu tries to console him. Why are you acting like this? I even signed it with great determination. Even if it's bad, the acquisition tax won't be ridiculously high, right? Mr. Tax Accountant, name the strongest sword of Joseon. Does it make sense to die because of unpaid taxes? Jianggu asked, thinking that the acquisition tax wouldn't be that much. However, taxes in the universe were never trivial. The acquisition tax for the bastard that Zhang Yangwu 07 must pay is 30.8 million karma. What? What did you say? How much? Even before Yangwu's reaction, the audience in the cabin was more shocked, covering their mouths. 30 million? Is it not a lie? Jianggu also asked in disbelief. And here, only Yangwu was not surprised, because he knew that the tax would actually come to him soon. Do we have to pay the acquisition tax by tonight? The deadline for the acquisition tax payment is tomorrow at 10 p.m. Since it's the early morning of the 5th day, it's practically about 2 days' time. And amazingly, it coincides with the deadline for the Dogo quest. Dogo, paternal confirmation. Mission, spend 3 days with Kim Jianggu 11. Reward, 20 million karma. Special, Kim Jianggu 11 must remain alive during the mission. Yangwu realized that the chairman of Dogo knew about this tax issue and its solution from early on. For now, I can cover the tax due today. But the problem is the acquisition tax for the bastard and the acquisition tax for the weapon encyclopedia that I haven't even seen yet. Money. A lot of money is needed. How much do you need to earn to pay all the taxes and still have money left? I'll start gathering money by any means necessary from now on. I'll have to ask the chairman for more advertisements. As Yangwu stares into space with a half-turned gaze, Kubu cautiously asks again, his eyelids trembling. See, can I go off duty now? What about foster children? But the family support deduction hasn't been applied yet. Zhang Yangwu 07, chased by taxes. Now he was even more thick-skinned than before. Madam, may I borrow the kids for a moment? Is that okay? Yes. Oh, yes. Suk's expression was bewildered. To think that even though their mother, not parents, was living well, they had to make their children foster children. Normally, she would have raised a fuss right away, but Suk had just heard the unreasonable tax details a moment ago. Moreover, if that man were to be killed by taxes, wouldn't the survival of her husband also become uncertain? Kids, it's okay. Did you see just now? Just go and come back after putting your hands on it. When Suk said this to the kids, Yangwu instructed Kubu to prepare the foster child certification. Foster child certification, prepared. As Kubu rolled his eyes one more time, he raised the signature box just like before, and then the two kids stood side by side in front of him. Yangwu instinctively reached for Bastard to pick it up, but changed his course and tucked it into his waistband. Click! Then he spread out his hands and said, "The signatures we're doing now will ensure that this gentleman and your father will live long lives." Our father too? Of course. Now let's sign. Yang Wu pointed to the hologram signature box. Upon that, the two kids each placed their hands on their respective signature boxes. A foster child signature is completed. And now, please have the guardian sign directly for the foster child. With Kubu's words, small signature boxes appeared on the foreheads of the two kids. What? This is much more formal than I thought. Yang Wu awkwardly approached the foster children and cautiously raised his hand. Thank you. From now on, I'm your guardian. Although he whispered as best as he could, as if he had something to say, it was sincere. One reason Kim Tae-jun, the chairman, was putting all his efforts into helping them was because of these kids, and above all, wouldn't it be necessary to repay the value of the 15% deduction? Of course, the children had no idea what it meant for the strongest sort of Josian to become their guardian. A guardian signature completed. As of now, Mr. Jong Yangwoo 07 is the official guardian of Kim Moses 47 and Kim Lee-hyun. Along with Kubu's proclamation, a new system message appeared in Yangwoo's view. The family support deduction has been activated. Oh, it's applied immediately. Then when can we confirm the status of single-parent families? When will proof of relationship with the father be available? It seems like the special deduction hasn't been applied yet. At that, Kubu looked up into the air. You can check the eligibility for the special deduction at the time of tax collection today at 10 p.m. So if the deduction isn't applied, that means that person isn't my father? Swoosh. When Yangwoo pointed to Jianggu with his finger, Kubu nodded with his eyeballs. That's correct. Furthermore, if the special deduction is not applied today, there's a high probability that arrest proceedings will be initiated in the near future. That's great. The arrest mortality rate is 84%. If you don't pay taxes, it's immediate execution, and even just forgery of official documents results in an 84% mortality rate. But if taxes are paid on time, and if Kim Jianggu is the father, wouldn't there be no arrests or prosecutions? There won't be any problem. If there's a problem, I'll just beg the chairman. Anyway, today's tasks were all done now. Mr. Kubu, thank you for your hard work. You should go home now. From now on, we should think about how to reduce the acquisition tax. When Yangwoo said this, Kubu blinked and replied, I'll look for more solutions too. Then goodbye. Silently, Kubu left for home through the air. After seeing off the tax account like that, Yangwoo looked around at the people remaining in the room. Thank you all for your hard work. Now let's get some rest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. IB 497, B 497, come here. It looks like a long rod. If you're not sure, take the blueprint and find it. General, is this it? No, it's not. This is D77. It looks exactly the same, though. The three prisoners on the television screen were now assembling part of the lower laser rifle. Judging by the size of the piles of parts around them, it seemed like it would be difficult to assemble even more than half of it overnight. Should I keep it on? When Yangwoo said this while holding the remote control, Suk, who had been sitting on the bed with the kids, watching her husband's face, nodded. Yes, I want to watch it steadily today. We don't know what will happen next. That's right. Will they be able to use a room with a television next time? Who, including Suk, will die when how? No one knows. Yes, I'll be resting in a separate room. So please let me know if anything happens. Thank you. Having heard Suk's response, Yangwoo briefly switched channels to see if there were any screens left unchecked. However, on another channel, all he found was the eerie muttering of Kim Jong-un in the dark, and the adult channels of Lemieux remained locked. This is a paid channel. To make a payment, please pick up the receiver and dial 9920909 hashtag. I'm a little curious about Lemieux's broadcast. Yangwoo soon operated the remote control again and illuminated the returnees room. Then he noticed Kim Tae-jun, the chairman, rummaging through piles of parts in his white pajamas. As expected, to have the chairman laboring and watching obscene foreign broadcasts in front of his family would not be appropriate. Moreover, Chairman Dogo would probably prefer not to watch Lemieux's broadcasts either. So in the end, rest. Leaving the remote control with Suk, Yangwoo slipped out of the bedroom. Then he noticed Jianggu, Jiangsu, and Taeyong sprawled near the sofa in the living room. Everyone seemed quite tired given the time. Meanwhile, the largest sofa was completely empty, and it seemed like it was reserved for Yongwoo, the owner of this room. "Did you leave it for me?" As Yongwoo entered the living room and asked, Jianggu, who was half closed his eyes, raised his upper body slightly to greet him. "What about your bedroom?" "I left it for Madam so that she could have a better look at the chairman's face." "You finally gave it to her?" "Even so, shouldn't you be the one using it?" Jianggu narrowed his eyes. Upon this, Yongwoo shrugged. "It's the first day of television, and as long as I can rest comfortably, I'm going to use the bed in the special room. This child acts like a dog to his father and like bodhisattva to others." Jianggu climbed onto the empty sofa, and as Yongwoo watched his father, he murmured quietly, "Father, please rest well too. We never know what will happen when you sleep and wake up again." Soon, when the day breaks, the official 5th day of the reset will begin. New mutants, new merchants, and translator night. Proofreader gun, new laser cannon. Yongwoo chuckled and entered the special room. Every day felt long, but this time it felt even longer. Perhaps it was because he had encountered too much. Thud! As he kicked off his shoes and lay down on the bed, the soft white sheets enveloped his body gently. Ah! When soft fibers touched his skin, which had only touched blades, claws, rocks, and the like, Yongwoo felt a sensation as if his consciousness were melting away. And indeed, Kung, with a strange groan, he drifted off to sleep. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Whoosh! Somewhere, a gust of wind swept fiercely around his ankles. "Ah, it's cold." Yongwoo shivered without realizing it. Then he realized belatedly. He was standing barefoot on something. Whoosh! Another powerful gust of wind blew, pushing his body recklessly, and only then did Yongwoo look down at his feet. There, he saw a giant figure with black scales filling his view. Wow! It was a dragon's scales. Yongwoo was standing on the dorsal fin of a flying dragon. What's all this? As a bewildered Yongwoo took a step backward, lightning struck near the clouds, revealing the silhouette of another dragon. Then, "I greet with the sword. That person is your uncle." Voices, no, meanings, rose up from under Yongwoo's feet like rising heat. "Mother!" Sensing something, Yongwoo was about to speak to the dragon beneath his feet when suddenly, because of the lightning emitted by the dragon, no, his uncle, his vision turned white. "Mother!" In the white view, Yongwoo cried out for his mother. And in reality, "Mom!" Yongwoo woke up with a shout. Huh! With a start, Yongwoo's upper body sprang up like lightning. And there before him stood an old man with a nasty expression, furrowing his eyebrows. "Why the fuss since morning? Are you trying to provoke something?" What is it?" "Now." "What do you mean now?" "It's morning." Jianggu raised his finger and pointed outside the window. Indeed, as he said, sunlight was pouring in through the window of the special room. It was dazzlingly bright. "Answer the phone. It's so noisy, it's killing me." "Yes." Only after hearing Jianggu's words did Yongwoo realize the ringing that was spreading from the bedroom. Ring, 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 ring. It was the morning call ringing right now, as it does every day at 8 a.m. with the end of the abnormal climate. And then, "Your strength has been permanently increased by 100 due to Infurious Goblin. The usage count of the pumpkin-colored horn of plenty has been recharged. All the devices that operate or recharge daily were activated simultaneously. The officially designated day by the system had now begun." Ah, what kind of mess will happen today? As Yongwoo began to put on his illusion again to answer the morning call, this time, a system message, or rather a notice from the council, appeared before everyone's eyes. "Hello, this is an announcement from the council. It was the first time the name council had appeared in the announcement since the first day of the reset." Huh, the council? These bastards. Unconsciously, Yongwoo referred to the council as these bastards. On the first day of the reset, they were merely felt as unknown entities, but now, Yongwoo could sense that the council members were just another part of the cosmic beings. What grade is the council? And exactly which council are they? It could be the Earth Council, or maybe a stellar management company on a universal scale. So, Yangwu waited for the next message from the council. And then, reset phase 3 will begin shortly. A kind of warning message was broadcasted. What? Phase 3. Perhaps it might lead to Pangea. But what the council was warning about was not the onset of reset phase 3. Prior to this, high-risk mutants are expected to visit, so representatives of each region are advised to form pairs of 2 if possible. High-risk mutant, and a recommended formation of 1 group with 2 people directly appointed by the council. What? What's this? Even as the strongest sword, it's asking to not to be alone. As Jianggu, reading the warning, scratched his chin, Yangwu, who had put on his shoes, nodded. Yes, from today on, it means that those who are difficult to handle alone as the strongest sword are coming back. Yangwu thought that maybe it wasn't just a simple dream. It was a dragon dream he saw just before waking up. Of course, it's absurd to think that my mother really gave a prophecy. If his mother was really a mutant, she would have been waiting in the darkness like Kim Jong-un for the day to return. Rather than giving a prophecy to an unnamed son, it's a story of not even being able to look ahead to her own future. Then what was that dream earlier? If my uncle really returns as a lightning-spewing dragon, then I should seriously consider it. Ring. The morning call continued to ring loudly. Yangwu moved to the bedroom and picked up the communicator with the problem. Thunk. Then, as usual, a strange voice informed him of the checkout time. There is 1 hour and 56 minutes left until checkout. And then, there is one unconfirmed message. Press 5 to received. For the first time, a dialogue other than the checkout notification flowed. It seemed there was some kind of voicemail function. But why would someone leave a message at this point? Yangwu pressed 5 on the phone, just as he heard, and a strange voice read out the message stored in Yangwu's mailbox. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yangwu 07. This is Prism Credit contacting you. Prism Credit? For some reason, he felt he knew what business they had. And indeed, our Prism Credit is based on cheaper rates and thorough credit loans than death. Of course, various parasites come running when they find out I'm in trouble with taxes. Prism Credit, an intergalactic loan company. To summarize the message they left, it was that they knew he was in trouble because of the acquisition tax and would lend him money. If you want a consultation, press 4030909 hashtag on the communicator. We will send a pager. Consultation and paging fees are free. What's this about? Yangwu hesitated to hang up the communicator at the content that seemed like spam mail. Wait a moment, because he really needed money, and not just a small amount. The acquisition tax on Bastard isn't the end. When you receive the weapon encyclopedia, acquisition tax will occur again. Although this is a one-time payment separate from the basic tax, it was a problem that could not be overlooked considering that the price of non-payment is death. So should I consider loans as an option? Yangwu has been scammed by the dungeon system as well. Of course, he didn't think he would be caught naively. Golden, calling out to the Golden Goblin while holding the communicator, Yangwu, who was sitting in the star room, rushed over. Keat, do you still have it? That check. At Yangwu's words, the goblin, realizing what he was looking for, opened the pocket of the spatial pouch. Keat, swish. What the goblin handed over was none other than a white coin. Blank check, unique currency. Only once, it changes into the currency you touch. If the money lent by the loan company is also provided in the form of currency, then I can copy it with this. And if it was really possible, it would be advantageous to borrow as much money as possible. Of course, it was still just one of the options. For now, let's keep the pager. I have nothing to lose. Deciding, Yangwu immediately pressed the call number of Prism Credit, and suddenly a part of the empty space split open quietly. Swish. Then from inside, someone slid in a small device. It was as if secretly putting in a snack. Hey, what's this? Yangwu hastily called out to the other party, but the problem space was already closed. It was a contact method that was quite different from Dogo, who openly shot beams of light from the sky. Is this the pager? Yangwu could only pick up the drop pager from the floor. Swish. Prism pager, general tool. Cheaper rates than death. Prism credit dot. Huh. Seeing the tool tip on the communicator, Yangwu chuckled at the characteristic cheapness of Prism credit. Perhaps the reason why the communicator's grade was general was also due to cost-saving measures, since it was probably made to be scattered around for free. Cheaper rates than death. Looking at the copy, it seems that there are quite a few people dying because of taxes. Anyway, since he had already started receiving spam mails, it seems certain that he was experiencing quite rapid growth cosmically. If I press this, is it an immediate call? As Yangwu fiddled with the communicator, which seemed like it just removed one button from a keyboard, Suk, who had been standing in the corner of the bedroom, spoke up. Are you done with everything? To this, Yangwu nodded with a cool smile. I didn't even say hello. Sorry. Did you sleep well? At this greeting, Yangwu realized that he had been undressed since last night. But Suk was not an ordinary person, so she didn't make a fuss about Yangwu's actions. Instead, sleep? I almost couldn't sleep. How could I sleep when the kid's dad is up all night? Yangwu, belatedly shifting his gaze to the television in the room, saw Kim Taijun, the CEO, and the other two inmates buried in parts just like yesterday. PR/N. Changing Chairman Taijun to CEO, Taijun BC, it's confusing BW Chairman Dogo, and Yangwu could also see the progress of the work to the extent that it was surprising. No, were you really working all night? In fact, the results on the screen were so obvious that there was no need to hear the answer. IF 634 General. Wait, where did you put all the FS? They're at the back. The three of them had arranged the parts according to the assembly numbers to the extent that they had established their own system. And even the giant barrel was nearly half finished. Translator night. Proofreader gun. Even if the concept of time disappears in there, it seems there's no limit to stamina. However, the television in the Ritternese room was currently off. It was probably because the generator had run out of power at some point. Even if the laser cannon is completed and the coordinate locator is found, if there's no generator over there, it's impossible to request artillery support. I have to earn merit points today to buy a generator. Having grasped the situation to some extent, Yangwu asked Suk to get ready to go out. Will you stay here a little longer? You can watch TV until 10 a.m. Yes, we'll be here until 10. But where will you go, Mr. Yangwu? Don't you need more rest? Yangwu glanced at his watch. The current time was 8:12 a.m. Although there was still quite some time left until the appearance of the mutant, it was a time to do what needed to be done. We might need to move up the strongest sword's meeting time and discuss the high-risk mutant countermeasures that were issued today. If possible, it's best to do it during the morning when the strongest swords are least busy. You've probably seen it too, but the mutant coming today seems quite strong. So I think we should have a strategy meeting of our own. At this, Suk looked at her husband on the screen with a worried look. Then my husband will have to fight hard today. Of course, it was a natural thing to say. But Yangwu took it to heart. I'll do my best to make sure nothing like that happens. Today's battle won't be easy, but it will accumulate a lot of merit points, so we should be able to buy a generator. The generator was also welfare equipment for the inmates before the laser cannon was ready to operate. Please don't worry too much, and if you stay here until 10, I'll leave the guards in Jiangxi here. Yes, thank you as always. As Suk bowed her head in thanks to Yangwu, Moses and Li Hyun, who had been standing behind her, as if hiding, also bowed their heads carefully. Thank you, sir. Although he thought the kids had no experience at all, they remembered what Yangwu had said last night. From now on, I'm your guardian. Well, yes, listen to your mother. After forcing an awkward smile to the children, Yangwu quickly left the room. Then Jianggu, who was standing in the living room, quickly approached him. Hey, the two-person, one-group formation. Of course, you're in the same group as me, right? It seemed that Jianggu was also concerned about the council's warning. Right? Doesn't my father have his own constituency too? He's the strongest sword of Dabong, isn't he? Do you know how many people live in Dabong? The lives of all those people are in my hands. While Jianggu was ranting, someone knocked on the door to the guest room. Thump, thump. What's this in the morning? It could be Suna. However, both of their expectations were completely wrong. Creak. When Yangwu opened the door, wondering who it could be, there was a woman standing outside the room, still protected by the blue barrier. Oh, ma'am. Commonly known as ma'am. Choi Jongxian-02. She was the strongest sword of Yangju, which had become a ruin, and a new mother who was scheduled to work as the dedicated agent of Gwangjin District from today. As usual, she wrapped the baby in a carrier and strapped it to her body, already holding a weapon in her hand. They said a very strong mutant is coming. Yes. Even without that news, Yangwu tried to explain that he had plans for follow-up measures, but Zhongxian interrupted. Yangwu, of course, you're in the same group as me, right? Yes. If it's a two-person, one-group formation. Since you brought me here, you should naturally take responsibility, shouldn't you? Well, yes, but it was not logically or morally incorrect. When Yangwu looked embarrassedly behind him, Jianggu added, as if he had been waiting. Hey, let's just go with a three-person, one-group formation. We just need to work harder, right? No, it doesn't matter if we move between regions. The problem was the distance between regions. Although Gangnam and Gwangjin were relatively close, so they could deal with a mutant quickly, Dabong was quite far north. They were all scared by the council's warning. Even ma'am is trying to form a group with me. TL/N. For some reason, author is using mom for Choi Jongyanskolik. That sounds weird as fuck, so I'm going with ma'am. If more context is provided for why is Yangwu calling Zhongxian as mom, I'll change it. Until yesterday, he was called the crazy orphan here. But in battle, that crazy orphan was the most reliable ally. And that was true even from the perspective of Jianggu, who was Yangwu's very capable father. A high-risk mutant? It's safer to stick by this guy's side no matter what. While thinking this, Jianggu glanced provocatively at Choi Jongxian, who seemed to be the competitor for this group assignment. If Yangwu tried to stick to a two-person group, it was a nuance of telling him to get lost. But Jianggu's competitors were not only Zhongxian. Ding! This time, the sound of arrival came from the direction of the elevator on the other side of the corridor, and an unusual atmosphere swept in. Who's already here? Oh, Yangwu. Yangwu. Good morning. An impressive array of titles gathered densely on the 32nd floor corridor of Parnassus Hotel. Songpa's strongest sword. Xiacho's strongest sword. Yongsan's strongest sword. And then, tap, even Dokjang's strongest sword, Li Hanwook, who had jumped up the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Wow, you're all here already. At Li Hanwook's words, Jianggu sensed that those kids had all come here for the sake of asking him to be their group leader. All the strongest swords of the Seoul Federation wanted to be in the same group as Yangwu. This fucking... Having quickly grasped the situation, Jianggu narrowed his eyes. But at this point, physically and relationally, Kim Jianggu himself was closest to Yangwu. Thump! So he confidently put his hand on Yangwu's shoulder and boldly said, as if to make everyone hear, Son, good morning. You did that just by shooting arrows. Technically, it was the spot where a wyvern returned and an intuitive arrow was placed in the head of Seoul Metropolitan Councilor Kim Suk-shin. However, Yangwu didn't feel confident enough to explain this in detail, so he just brushed it off. Think of it as evidence of a fight with a mutant. He then pointed ahead and instructed the Golden Goblin. Put the sphere over there. We're going to open the dungeon from there. Kick. Upon hearing this, the goblin took out a golden sphere from the spatial pocket and jumped off Negwig. Thud! The sphere, which had been emitting golden light when taken out, quickly lost its light and turned black, even in Jianggu's eyes. It was an ominous sight that couldn't help but be seen as an onslaught. The sphere is black. That's how it's supposed to be. On the other hand, Yangwu, who already had experience entering dungeons, casually jumped off the horse. Get down. You can't bring horses or slaves into the dungeon anyway. It's one thing after another. Jianggu made a disgusted expression, but what could they do at this point? The goblin had already placed the black sphere on the outskirts of Gwangjin-gu, and now all Yangwu had to do was touch it to open the dungeon. Come closer, since we don't know how the dungeon will open. What do you mean? Jianggu approached Yangwu with a puzzled look on his face, and when they were close enough, Yangwu put his hand on the black sphere. Tap! Last time, a pyramid emerged. So, if a different dungeon appears every time, Then naturally, just as Yangwu was about to continue explaining how the dungeons appeared differently, suddenly both of them were lifted into the air. No, it was more accurate to say that the ground they were standing on shot up into the sky, which meant it's a tower. In other words, they were now standing on top of a tower that had risen from below the ground. What is this? How high does it go? Jiangu's bewildered voice was accompanied by a message that appeared in the air between them. No slaves can accompany you in this dungeon. Then, the golden goblin standing on Yangwu's foot was ejected from the top of the tower. Kakik! It screamed as it fell to the ground, its tail stretched out long. Yangwu watched the goblin, now a small fall before turning to Jiangu. Unfortunately, it seems this dungeon doesn't allow for an immediate return. Huh? Jiangu asked, as if asking what Yangwu meant. Yangwu raised his index finger and pointed to the empty space. Unconsciously, Jiangu raised his head and saw a huge ring of light, several kilometers in diameter, shining brightly in the pitch-black sky. What the hell is that? It's a portal, the entrance to the dungeon. What? Meanwhile, the tower that carried both of them continued to rise towards the portal, with the open mouth of the portal facing inward. In other words, once the portal connected, they would enter it whether they liked it or not. If they had any intention of giving up, they should have jumped off when the tower began to rise. What happens now? Jiangu urgently asked as they were about to touch the portal. Yangwu checked his equipment and replied quietly. Good luck, father. Dungeon. Every night. Emerging through the extraordinary climate and using the golden orb was the only way to enter the otherworldly space. As a reward, it guaranteed at least one unique equipment, but it was never easy for those who had ventured into the dungeon once to challenge it again. That's because the dungeon's difficulty was high and it was structured unpredictably. Knowing how ruthless the dungeon was, it was inevitable that the revisit rate would plummet. Even at this moment, if it's like this, nobody would want to come back to the dungeon. Yangwu looked at the now considerably closer dungeon portal with a dumbfounded expression. The portal was so massive that its edge wasn't even in sight at the moment. As the tower carrying the two entered inside the ring of light outlining the portal, the information about this dungeon was finally revealed. Pahat, Sanctuary of Valor. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, C. Recommended participants, 6. Recommended participants, 6. As Yangwu made a slightly surprised expression, Jiangu asked with a fearful face. Why? What's going on? The number of participants is twice as many as last night. Pain of Ilia. Dungeon grade, normal. Difficulty, D. Required participants, 3. The dungeon Yangwu acted as a guide for yesterday had a difficulty grade of D with 3 required participants. However, this time, it was recommended for 6 participants with a difficulty of C. It meant it was more difficult than Pain of Ilia and required more people. But still, since it's recommended, it means it's possible even if all 6 don't gather, right? That's the problem. It means we might start the dungeon with insufficient personnel. Jiangu, who hadn't visited the dungeon yet, only felt vague anxiety, but Yangwu was different. Why is it recommended? Is there no specific essential role this time? As Yangwu sweated nervously, the tower carrying the men entered inside the portal. As the surroundings turned blue, the surroundings were engulfed in pitch darkness in no time after passing through the portal. Swat. No, to be precise, it should be said that they had transitioned to a completely different space while passing through the portal. From the temperature and the air felt on the skin, it was markedly unfamiliar. What's this? Jiangu looked around, tightly gripping his sword, and at this moment, faint light entered the top of the tower, still carrying the two. Thunk! Then finally, the two realized the space they were in. Whoosh! Although the distance was considerable, there was a massive wind sound with a sense of huge volume. Yangwu and Jiangu were inside an incredibly large cave. Damn it! Jiangu, who inadvertently looked down, trembled at the abyss of immeasurable depth. Where is this? Is this how it's supposed to be? Yes. It's probably somewhere in outer space. Shuck.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.